The November 24th, 2025 meeting of the Agenda Charter Committee will now come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Chairwoman Barnhart.
Here.
Chairwoman Barnhart is present. Mr. Baynes. Mr. Baynes is present. Mr. Blankley.
Here.
Mr. Blankley is present. Mr. Brew. Mr. Brew is present. Mr. Chardy.
Here.
Mr. Chardy is present. Mr. Long.
Here.
Mr. Long is present. Mr. McCabe.
Here.
Mr. McCabe is present. Mr. Morris.
Here.
Mr. Morris is present. Mr. Udelson.
Here.
Mr. Udelson is present.
Is there anyone signed up for the public forum?
There is not.
The next item on the agenda is the approval of minutes. You do have the September 29th minutes before you. They will stand approved unless the clerk is notified of any changes by the end of the day. The next item on the agenda is new business. Mr. Clerk.
Bill 25-0336, confirmation of appointment to the Monroe County Board of Health.
Move it. Second.
Moved by Majority Leader Udelson, seconded by Legislator Baynes. Is there any discussion? Legislator McCabe.
Yes, ma'am. Through the chair, given the current and impending large influx of aging population of Monroe County, is there anyone currently on the board who specializes in senior care or aging? And if not, is there a plan to appoint someone in the future?
Through the chair, good evening. There is a physician who has worked with seniors. There is a nurse practitioner who also has seen senior patients as clients. We have a number of older members on the board itself, but in terms of members who specifically work in gerontology or aging services, no one specifically. And as to the plan for seeking that expertise, certainly that is one of the special populations that the board has spoken about wanting to be able to get more representation and more expertise. And so that is one of the standing skill sets that the board is seeking as new members are evaluated to add to the board.
Thank you, IU.
Is there any other discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Referral 25-0375, amend resolution 215 of 2015, confirmation of reappointments to the Monroe County Recycling Advisory Committee.
Move it. Madam Chairwoman. Second.
Moved by Legislator Baynes, seconded by Majority Leader Udelson. Is there any discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? Item carries. Are there any other items to come before this committee? There being no other matters, the November 24th, 2025 meeting of the Agenda Charter Committee stands adjourned, and our next meeting is on Monday, December 15th.
All right. Test. There it is. Good evening, everybody. All right. The November 24th, 2025 meeting of the Intergovernmental Relations Committee will now come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Miss Bartholomew McCoy. Here. Miss Bartholomew McCoy is present. Chairman Blankley.
Here.
Chairman Blankley is present. Mr. Johns. Mr. Johns is present. Mr. Long.
Here.
Mr. Long is present. Miss McIntyre. Miss McIntyre is present.
Is there anyone signed up for the public forum?
No, there's not.
Is there anyone present who is not signed up to speak that would like to address the committee at this time? Seeing none. The next item on the agenda is the approval of minutes. You do have the September 29th, 2025 minutes of the Intergovernmental Relations Committee before you. They will stand approved unless the clerk is notified of any changes by the end of the day. Next item on the agenda is new business. Madam Clerk.
Referral 25-0360. Authorize intermunicipal agreements with municipalities for Rochester, Monroe County Youth Bureau programs in 2026.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by Legislator Long, seconded by Legislator Bartholomew McCoy. Is there any discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Referral 25-0366, amend Resolution 157 of 2024 to amend the intermunicipal agreement with the City of Rochester regarding the City of Rochester's use of the Monroe County Jail for the detention of non-arraigned detainees and arrestees.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by legislator Long, seconded by legislator Bartholomew McCoy. Is there any discussion on this item? I do have a question, as the chair. I'm wondering if, someone from the administration could just help us understand, the difference that moving into the CAP program made as it relates to, non-arraigned prisoners and the implications for that as it relates to reducing the city's fee, to that booking rate of $50.
Sure, this is Under Sheriff Brown, to the chair. The reason we had to reduce is we used to charge them also for housing, but now as part of cap court, we're housing people for a little bit less amount of time and we're housing everyone in the county. However, the uniqueness of this with the city is we're still doing all their bookings. So all the other jurisdictions do their own bookings and they bring someone, just drop them off. But with the sheriffs for the city, we're still doing the bookings for them because they don't have that capability. So we reduced that rate from the federal rate down to $50 to cover some of the costs of the booking process.
To cover the booking process. Very well. Thank you very much. Is there any further discussion? Yes, legislator McIntyre.
Through the chair, are we finding that the new arraignment court is effective? Are the local police departments working well with this? Are we hearing good feedback about it?
Through the chair, yes.
Okay.
So it's obviously, it is a work in progress, right? When you're taking people to jail and both sides are getting used to getting prisoners and when they have to be held and how we hold them and they have to go to the hospital and things. So it has been a work in process, but I know the cops on the street, when they can just come drop somebody off, are very appreciative. So it's more work for the jail and the transport staff, but we're also being able to interject with people when they're coming into cap court. So while we have them, we are trying to get them services and get them connected with different things to try to get them out of whatever's causing them to be there. So from those three perspectives, it is beneficial. It is still a work in progress because it just started, but they're just doing a phenomenal job on all sides.
Thank you so much. I yield.
Thank you very much. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Item carries. Are there any other matters to come before this committee? Oh, did I miss one? My apologies. Next item, please, Madam Clerk.
Referral 25-0371, authorize intermunicipal agreements with the 10 municipalities for the Stop DWI law enforcement program.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by legislator Long, seconded by legislator Bartholomew McCoy. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Are there any other matters to come before this committee? Seeing none, the November 24th, 2025 meeting of the Intergovernmental Relations Committee stands adjourned. The next meeting of the Intergovernmental Relations Committee will be Monday, December 15th, 2025.
The November 24th, 2025 meeting of the Planning and Economic Development Committee will now come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mr. Chardy. Mr. Chardy is present. Mr. Cruz.
Presente.
Mr. Cruz is present. Chairman Frazier.
Here.
Chairman Frazier is present. Ms. Hasman. Ms. Hasman is present. Mr. McCabe. Mr. McCabe is present.
Is there anyone signed up for the public forum?
No, there's not.
Is there anyone present who has not signed up to speak who would like to address the committee at this time? Our next item on the agenda is a presentation by Jennifer Sarion, Chief Financial Officer, who is here to present the 2026 proposed Monroe County budget as it pertains to the Planning and Economic Development Committee. We will have a question and answer session after the presentation. And I hope I pronounced your name right. Correct me.
Thank you for the opportunity to present the budget. And if you want to move to the next slide. So this is going to be short and sweet. Planning and development does not have a ton going on within it. So planning and development funding accounts, the net county support accounts for 50% of planning's budget, while the Community Development Block Grant funds 30%, and COMIDA and MCIDC together round out most of the balance at 20%. Next. The Planning and Development's 2026 proposed budget has a net county support decreasing by $138,000 when compared to the 2025 adopted budget. Notable changes contributing to this decrease, we're seeing, despite the increases in collective bargaining agreements and salaries and benefits, we have a decrease of $150,000 related to the defunding of 3 positions and moving a position to ARPA funding. We also have a decrease of $71,000 in contractual services, mostly, and that's related to the $75,000 elimination in land bank funding. The Community Development Block Grant revenue is reduced to match the expense for community development. And just want to point out, Planning and Development share an extensive list of 2025 accomplishments and 2026 objectives on pages 251 through 253 of the budget. And I encourage you to read through all of those when you have time. That's the end of my presentation. I will take questions.
Are there any questions?
Yes, there is. I have a few questions. It's not that many.
Legislator Charity.
Everybody can hold their breath. Through the chair, what percentage of the planning and development department budget is mandated versus unmandated, non-mandated?
Through the chair, we'll have to get back to you with that information.
Through the chair, on last year's budget for 2025, preparing the municipal land use report was a 2005 objective, and it is again in 2026. Why was this not completed in 2025, or was it completed? 2025, I apologize.
Through the chair, this is an annual activity performed by the planning division, so it appears on our list every year.
Did it reach its objectives in 2025?
Through the chair, yes.
Through the chair, on last year's budget for 2025, an objective to finalize the Monroe County Comprehensive Plan was a goal. Why is it on there again in 2026?
Through the chair, the comprehensive plan has been a labor of love, and it's taking a little bit more time than we had originally anticipated, but we do sincerely believe that we will be finalizing it in 2026.
That was my next question. Go
Oh.
ahead, I'll let you finish.
Sorry. I just want to point out the project was initiated during the COVID era, and because of how dynamics in our community and our economy have shifted a lot in the wake of that era, we needed to do some extra work some extra market analysis work to make sure that everything's accurate and that we're planning ahead for the long term without any noise in the data, if that makes sense. But again, we have confidence that in 2026, we will take this across the finish line.
And through the chair, can you tell me what is left to do with regards to the Monroe County Comprehensive Plan?
Certainly. So we have a draft in final form, about 99% complete. And what remains is presenting the draft to the county executive and senior staff, and later on also engaging with some outside stakeholder organizations that contributed data and insights to the report. And later on, it is our intent to present the plan to this body as well.
Through the chair, on last year's budget for 2025, completing the Monroe County Farmland Protection Plan was a objective, and now it is again in 2026. To the same line of questioning that I've had, was this completed in 2005? If not, what is left to do and why is it on 2026 budget?
The Agriculture and Farmland Protection Plan is currently in final form and is open for public comment through December 5th. And once again, it's another public document that will come before the Monroe County Legislature in short order. And the reason why it was an objective last year and is an objective once again this year is because it took slightly longer than planned due to the labor and consulting research that went into the exercise. But it will be public very soon.
Through the chair, last year's budget, supporting New York Smart One Corridor Tech Hub with available resources was a goal. And again, it's listed in 2026. Was it achieved and why is it a goal again this year?
The Tech Hub grant was awarded by the Department of Commerce to regional partners spanning from the Syracuse and Central New York region all the way through Buffalo in 2024. And it's still in implementation mode and is expected to be a signature economic development initiative impacting this region and beyond for a number of years. So we anticipate that our Economic and Workforce Development Division will continue to be engaged with partners like One Rock, Greater Rochester Enterprise, Rochester Works, and other stakeholder groups to implement components of the economic development strategy in the near term and into the long term. So that's another item that may appear on our list of objectives in future years as well.
Through the chair, last year's budget, dedicating resources to identify land suitable for shovel-ready site development with a focus on infrastructural improvements to attract new businesses was a goal. Is that still a goal?
Through the chair, yes. It also aligns with some of what you will soon see in the updated comprehensive plan. It aligns with the Fairlife project in Webster and other recent initiatives such as the power and utility infrastructure improvements underway in the town of Henrietta and other economic development projects have indicated that there's a need to develop more and stronger infrastructure in Monroe County in service of commercial and industrial greenfield and brownfield sites. And this is something that industrial development agencies are active in, an activity that industrial development agencies undertake in all throughout New York State. And the County of Monroe Industrial Development Agency, COMIDA, has the capability, the resources to look into the development of modern infrastructure for commercial and industrial economic development in Monroe County. And we're still exploring avenues to do that successfully. We have, by way of certain state grant programs at Empire State Development, helped to realize shovel-ready site development for a handful of projects, including the Fairlife project site, notably, and looking ahead into next year and beyond, in tandem with other planning efforts, comprehensive plan, the multimodal freight initiative, et cetera. We hope to do more and really lean into it to the extent that we have resources.
Okay, but that is not listed as a goal this year. It lists multi-module freight initiative instead. I have no clue what multi-model freight initiative is. Can you explain to me what that is? And modal is, and can you explain to me why is that listed and not infrastructure for for site-ready industrial use sites.
Through the chair, sometimes when when developing this language, I take for granted that certain things are obvious or perhaps synonymous, or two things can mean the same thing at the same time. So I apologize. Multimodal freight initiative refers to a broad countywide planning effort related to shoring up the counties and in and throughout Greater Rochester and beyond our third-party logistics infrastructure. So transportation, railways, roadway infrastructure. It's related also to power and utility infrastructure upgrades that are needed to support ongoing economic development and economic revitalization goals. So it's referred to as the Multimodal Freight Initiative, but the language could be broader, just to with a nod towards broader regional economic development goals and priorities. We in the Department of Planning and Development work very closely with Greater Rochester Enterprise and also with the utility provider, with Rochester Gas and Electric, and with other economic development partners to identify these priorities. And that's inherent in this particular bullet point. Looking ahead into the next year, there's a new grant program at the state level coming online for utility upgrades that at Comida, we intend to try to take advantage of on behalf of Monroe County Economic Development, which also kind of falls under this objective. I apologize for the confusion or the confusing language that's used here.
So that initiative could, through the chair, that initiative could find shovel-ready sites like Fairlife.
Through the chair, yes, absolutely. Industrial development agencies in Onondaga County, for example, you may be familiar with the Micron project. The Micron project in central New York, located to a site that had been invested in for a number of years by Comida's counterpart in Onondaga County. Similarly, in our neighbors in Genesee County, the IDA there invested over the course of many years in the Stamp site, which is where Edwards Vacuum is currently investing into a new economic development project. So the goal for Comida and Monroe County Economic Development would be to engage in robust planning efforts to identify where there might be acreage that is ripe for that kind of development and in which we can invest and thereby create an easier opportunity for a large project owner to make a decision to make a large capital investment.
Through the chair, you mentioned the Fairlife project, which is very near to me, given that it's my constituency and in Webster. What other sites do you have that are similar to that, or major site announcements that you anticipate that happen in 2026, or that you anticipate happening that happened in 2025, or that you anticipate happening in 2026?
Through the chair, if is the question related to project wins in 2025 and 2026, or is the question related to site development? I'm sorry for my misunderstanding.
I guess both, right? Like what wins, or what did you have other than Fairlife in 2025, and what do you anticipate perhaps attracting in 2026?
Through the chair, thank you. In 2025, we were proud to have, more recently, we've crossed an exciting milestone with the City Gate project site. The Del Monte Hotel and other accompanying commercial projects that are going into City Gate are coming to fruition, and we've made some positive strides there. Other project wins have included announcements such as McAlpin Industries. There have been a number of different majority of the Rochester top 100 winners, as recognized by the chamber as the top 100 fastest growing companies in Monroe County and Greater Rochester. A majority of them are companies with which we have engaged on projects large and small in recent years. And the top winner, We the Hobby, an exciting, innovative gaming and entertainment business, is also embarking on a major expansion that was furthered and facilitated by Comida. And I can follow up with, through the chair, I can follow up with the members of this committee with a more detailed list of project wins and what we expect to have in the hopper for next year. The economy is kind of slowing down at the moment. We're noticing a little bit of a downtick in project activity. So I'm not optimistic that we're going to have another Fairlife in 2026, but we're sure going to try.
So through the chair, you mentioned McAlpin, they were already in Webster, previous, to the program. So when you have a company like that, that's already, in an area, has potential land that they could already use, what type of assistance do you provide a company like that?
Through the chair, the County Monroe Industrial Development Agency can provide property tax abatements, mortgage recording tax exemptions, and sales and use tax exemptions. And I can get more details to you about what specific benefits were afforded to McAlpin. But in instances where there's new construction, property tax abatements take the form of a pilot agreement, can be a powerful incentive. And the sales and use tax exemptions amount to 8%, 4% at the local county level, 4% at the state level. If you're spending a lot of money on a capital project like Fairlife, for example, those exemptions can be quite lucrative. And we did not do any financing for McAlpin, but we have an SBA 504 program, lending program, and we also are proud of our micro loan program as well that we offer to smaller businesses and smaller projects.
And through the chair, what steps are taken to recruit companies like Fairlife outside of the community to come here? And obviously 2025 major accomplishment, having Fairlife come to the Webster area. Do you anticipate in 2006 any industries like that, Coca-Cola, coming to an area like ours? Again, a substantial goal, creating the largest milk factory in the country, I believe, or maybe the world. What types of things is the administration looking to attract those types of companies to the area?
Through the chair, since 2002, Monroe County has enjoyed an important and growing strategic relationship with Greater Rochester Enterprise. Greater Rochester Enterprise, their territory really is 9 counties, but Monroe County, Greater Rochester is the nucleus of the economic development region. And each year, through the county, we approve this committee and the full legislature approves a contract with Greater Rochester Enterprise. And then furthermore, MCIDC and Comida are in contractual relationships with Greater Rochester Enterprise, such that we have a really robust working relationship with GRE, and their business development team functions as an extension of the Department of Planning and Development and our economic development functions and capabilities. And GRE, their team will do things like they attend Semicon West, and they are very active in the optics, photonics, and imaging industry, business development community, food and beverage manufacturing. They're regularly attending site selector conferences and convenings, and bringing together the biggest stakeholders in Monroe County and Greater Rochester's developer community and industry. as well as civic leadership. So GRE really plays that role for Monroe County as our voice and our advocate and our sales force essentially, on a global scale. And since that's been in place in 2002, all the way up through today, it's been more than 2 decades. It's become a very sophisticated, very impressive operation. And it's borne fruit such as the Fairlife Project and there are many other countless examples. And I can provide you a list of their project activity as follow-up.
Thank you. With regards to those questions, I look forward to seeing what you have next year. Through the chair, on last year's budget for 2025, Monroe County Foreign Trade Zone was an objective. It's objective again in 2026. Was it completed? And what do you look forward to? What is to be completed in 2026?
Through the chair, there are 3 foreign trade zones in Monroe County for which Monroe County is the entity that helps to facilitate the approval of those foreign trade zones. They are legacy foreign trade zones by and large. One is at Xerox, one is at Eastman Business Park. And I think there's one more, and we can follow up with that data after this convening. But we don't see a lot of activity on the foreign trade zones. We don't see any interest in new foreign trade zones coming online. And the activity at the Kodak and Xerox foreign trade zones is relatively negligible. So it's an objective annually, but because it is a responsibility of our department, but it's not something that it's not a very busy work center for us in terms of activity. But we'll follow up with you we have to submit a report every year to the International Trade Commission, and it tends to be the same information every year. So it's really just a housekeeping item. We'd love to see more foreign trade zones coming online.
Okay. So the current foreign trade zones that you have you, and again, I'm sorry, through the chair, has there been a thought to expand them to potentially industries that aren't Kodak or Xerox currently trade? McAlpin, for instance, trading in different multinational companies, countries. Has there been a thought to expand that even with McAlpin Industries?
Through the chair, that's an excellent question. We did explore that opportunity in 2025 and hit some roadblocks with what was happening at the federal level. There was some red tape that we confronted, but certainly we have open minds and there's a lot of partners. We at the county facilitate and administer the program, but folks at the Chamber of Commerce and at Greater Rochester Enterprise were actively working with us to see if we could unlock some opportunity there, and we're still open to that. And I'll get back to you I can circle back with you on what exploration we embarked on in 2025 and what that roadblock actually was. But per my recollection, it had something to do with regulatory burdens at the federal level that were too costly and burdensome for us to undertake at the time.
And through the chair, can you just tell me what advantages would be gained by having an area of foreign trade zone?
Through the chair, foreign trade zone, and again, this is an item that we'll get back to you with more robust information, but it's a duty-free area where component parts come in from other countries and are remanufactured into new items, and the duties are not levied on the product until after it is a finished product. So there's not individual duties levied on all of the various component parts. There's a single duty that's levied on the final product. And that's my non-expertise expert description.
So I guess just lastly, with regards to this line of questioning, so it was an objective to accomplish in 2025. Did you, through the chair, did you create more for trade zones, or is that why it's on 2026?
It's an objective every year because we have a duty and obligation to report out on all of the activity throughout the 2, possibly 3 foreign trade zones in Monroe County. We have an obligation to report on that each year. And so it will continue to show up as an objective because it is a work center for us. And to the extent that we can expand on the inventory, the territory of foreign trade zones, that will continue to always be a goal. I think it's a difficult goal to achieve, as we have experienced, just because of it's very costly for foreign trade zone to be developed and gain all of the necessary approvals. But it will always be something that we seek to achieve. The foreign trade zones and various activity, it dates back to when Eastman Kodak was in its heyday in Monroe County. So there was a time when this was a very, very busy center of activity for Monroe County. And today it's a reflection of how the economy has changed locally and beyond.
Well, through the chair, I know I said that was my last question on the foreign trade zone, but I do believe that the department should look into perhaps expanding. McAlpin is probably less than, I don't know, 4 or 5 miles from the Xerox plant. I'm sure that my constituents there would love to have, and especially the people that work at the McAlpin plant, have that trade zone expanded to that area. I don't know if that's a question or a statement, but.
Through the chair, we will absolutely follow up on that. And again, we're very open to these conversations, and we'd love to help not just McAlpin, but other area employers access the benefits of a foreign trade zone.
Through the chair, on last year's budget for 2025, utilizing the community block grant and home improvement partnership funding to improve housing stock for low and moderate income housing in suburban Monroe County was an objective. Is it not objective? It doesn't appear to be an objective in 2026. Why not? And was it accomplished?
Through the chair, that does remain an objective, and it was accomplished by way of our home improvement program. In 2025, we successfully served several 66 housing rehabilitation projects were undertaken by our department in 2025. And looking ahead into next year, we will continue to administer the program. So that is an objective and was an objective, and we've been successful in fulfilling the objective. Albeit we are expecting perhaps some reductions in community development block grant support next year, which is reflected in the budget.
I don't think I have any further questions. Thank you. I yield.
Legislator Cruz. Thank you. Through the chair to the administration, has any funding has been invested for the first time home buyers program for the 2026 year? And if so, how much?
Through the chair, In 2026, sorry, I'm trying to open the relevant page here. In 2026, we anticipate offering the subsidy to up to 5 first-time home buyers. In 2025, we were able to offer it to 3 first-time home buyers. And the reason that those numbers are smaller is because of the fact that oftentimes the organization that we partner with, the Greater Rochester Housing Partnership, gets priced out of opportunities to buy and develop homes for first-time home buyers by the private marketplace. Developers will and house flippers will come in and purchase viable properties. We hope that in 2026, the land bank, we believe the land bank will start to get more active. So in a different program vertical within the Department of Planning and Development, we're going to start to see more of our goals achieved related to supporting first-time home buyers, income eligible first-time home buyers.
Guess on that same note, and I think you may have answered the question, but I'm gonna ask you just to make sure, through the chair to the administration, how does the administration plan to acquire more houses for rehabilitation and resale? And is this a fund generating process?
Through the chair, the Monroe County Land Bank was established in 2025 and is working towards acquisition of at least 3 potential residential properties from Monroe County. And in 2026, the goal is for the Monroe County Land Bank Corporation to partner with other relevant entities as well as with the Monroe County Legislature to realize the development of at least those 3 residential properties. And ideally, we'd love to do more. There's $1 million in ARPA funds and $100,000 in funding from the state to support that work, which will move ahead in earnest in 2026.
One last question. I think it might have been touched up by my colleague, but just a little bit of, I guess, clarification. For the 2026, have we acquired any funding from the community development block grant through HUD for home rehabilitation? And if so, how much?
For 2026, we do anticipate that Monroe County will be receiving the community development block grant. It's my understanding that we're still waiting on the final numbers from the federal government. We budgeted a reduced amount for 2026 relative to 2025 based on our current understanding of the dynamics in Washington. And I think I'm not seeing the number right offhand, but Jennifer, can I ask you what the number? We'll get the number to you. My apologies.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I guess one last question, going back to my previous question. I don't know if I heard the answer to was concerning the acquisition of the houses for rehabilitation and resale. Is that process fund generating for the county? Like when we buy, fix and sell the houses, are we making money on that?
Through the chair, no, those projects tend to be represent a net loss because the county and the organizations that we partner with are not in a position to turn a profit. The goal is to help first-time income eligible first-time home buyers realize the opportunity to purchase a new home at a cost that typically is below what it costs to rehabilitate the house in question. So short answer is no, there's no net revenue that comes from that.
Thank you very much. I yield.
Legislator Charlie. Yes, one question to follow up on that. However, you are hopefully increasing the value of the property, thus increasing the assessment and generating more tax base, right?
Through the chair, yes, absolutely.
And with regards to those homes that have been rehabbed and sold to first-time buyers, you said 66 of those. Wouldn't it benefit, through the chair again, wouldn't it benefit county to do more than just 66 a year? Again, the elevated tax revenue, elevated assessments.
Through the chair, the 66 households represented beneficiaries of our home improvement program for income eligible homeowners and renters who would like to remain in their homes, and it helps offset the cost of necessary home improvements. The acquisition rehab resale program, the numbers are smaller. Handful of houses each year we're able to purchase and then fix up, redevelop, and sell to first-time home buyers because, as I mentioned, we have limited resources, and because of the housing market in recent years being very active, our nonprofit program has been priced out or priced out of certain transactions by private bidders. So we would love to be able to do more. Unfortunately, we are anticipating a reduction in federal resources through the Community Development Block Grant, just from HUD to Monroe County to help support work like this. So I don't know that we'll be able to expand, but we are optimistic that the land bank, with its development projects getting hitting their stride in 2026, that work will address some of the current need. And we hope to kind of draw some connections between the acquisition, rehab, resale program structure and the work of the Monroe County Land Bank, which is still in its nascent stages.
I'm going to ask one quick question before I get to you, Legislator McCabe. Well, two quick questions, so I lied.
No worries.
One question I wanted you to talk briefly about. I see that one of the things that you're going to do in 2026 is to promote sport fishing and associated tourism through a strategic digital market campaign. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Of course, through the chair, we will get back to you with more details. This is an annual ongoing program partnership that we have by way of the Monroe County Fisheries Advisory Board and Visit Rochester. So Visit Rochester, it's a nominal amount of money, and Visit Rochester takes some of those resources and puts some marketing materials together on Monroe County's behalf to promote fishing and opportunities to enjoy the waterways in Monroe County. So we'll circle back with more information about that.
Thank you. And then my last question, there is in 2025, we had 5.8 million in ARPA funds for microloans to serve underserved communities. And then it looks like that's a continuation. Can you give me a little bit about how much is probably left in there approximately, and what are you going to do a little different from that from last year to this year, or next year, I should say?
Through the chair, I'm very proud to report that we are only a couple of $100,000 away from having spent not spent, but lent out the entirety of the $5.8 million to eligible small, medium-sized businesses, the majority of which have been MWBE enterprises and service disabled veterans. I want to say it's in the 60% range. So it's been a very successful program, very impactful, and all of the principal and interest payments that come back to the Monroe County Industrial Development Corporation by way of the microloan program can be reutilized as loans. So it is a revolving loan, and thus the $5.8 million doesn't become a one-off grant or stimulus. It is a revolving vehicle to support economic vitality in Monroe County. And again, we can circle back with some data about how many loans have been made and how much remains to get out the door. And we have had successful marketing campaigns with WDKX, with public radio, with some local newspapers. And we've also gotten out there to attend business networking events. And we're just trying to make sure that we're in every corner of Monroe County where we can promote the program and get in front of the appropriate audiences to help more small businesses access the opportunity. But it's been a point of pride for the Department of Planning and Development, to be sure.
Thank you. Legislator McCabe.
Thank you, Chairman Frazier. Through you to the administration, I just have a couple quick questions. Hopefully we can get this done soon. Why is the position of staff assistant to the Director of Planning and Development added? That would be on page 737 for your reference.
Through the chair, that was a position that was created several years ago as a staff advisor, person that we were working with as a liaison in the executive's office. And after the departure of that staff person, the position was amended and changed into a staff assistant role. So downgraded, for lack of a better term. But that's a role that represents a vital line of communication and administrative work between the Department of Planning and Development and the County Executive's Office and the Department of Communications.
So is that position currently full? Or are you, I guess I'm a little confused by the answer. It was a position that went away. It's a vital position. I guess I'm just not sure if that position's currently filled or we're going to fill it in the incoming year or the oncoming year.
Through the chair, I'm sorry, because I was confused with a different position. And this is a position that was actually transferred over to the Parks Department, and it's going to be reflected. You'll see it reflected in the Parks Department's budget at a subsequent convening. So my apologies, I was confused.
All right, now I'm confused. So the position of staff assistant to the Director of Planning and Economic Development was added on page 737, but you're saying that's a Parks Department position?
Through the chair, you're correct. The staff assistant to the Director of Planning and Development is a group 15, and that's new in 2025. The position Anna was just speaking about was a senior staff assistant, and that is the title that's been transferred to the Parks Department.
Okay, and then as a follow-up to that, so that position that we're adding is currently full? Because you said it just got added in 2025, so it's a position we're funding into 2026 in the budget.
Through the chair, yes, it's filled right now.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair to the administration, the position of load document technician was added. Why and what does that person do, I guess?
The position of loan documentation technician has been it's actually been part of the department for a number of years. And inadvertently, I think in 2024, it was eliminated, but it was eliminated without there was a miscommunication. We actually still needed the position. And so it was recreated essentially due to the fact that we had a candidate ready to fill a position. And so it due to the similar budget constraints that we're facing this year and into next year, there were efforts to look at vacancies and eliminate or defund them where possible. And so in the case of the loan documentation technician, we it was vacant at one point in time when we were planning the 2025 budget and was defunded and then refunded. So there was some administrative juggling that happened there. But the purpose of the position is it's an administrative role that supports our lending functions. So the 504s, the microloan program, and other economic development programs that we administer.
Okay, and then my final question through the chair, and I think you answered this, but I just want to make sure I understand this. So the position of a senior staff assistant got removed. That's the position that went to Parks, correct? Okay, great. Thank you. I yield.
Are there any other questions? One last question from the chair. I see that you have on one of the objectives of 2026 is to develop a restoration plan for the Genesee Valley Park, Olmsted, Arch Bridges. Can you talk a little bit about that?
To the chair, certainly. In 2025, the Department of Planning and Development was successful in partnering with the Genesee Transportation Council and with the city of Rochester to apply for a grant to modernize, fix up, and restore the arched bridges at the park at Genesee Valley Park. It's been in planning and engineering phase since we secured the grant. Some planning and engineering work has gotten underway and design work, and the project, the restoration work itself, will get underway in 2026.
Thank you. No more questions? The next item on the agenda is the approval of minutes. You have the October 27, 2025 minutes before you. They will stand approved unless the clerk is notified of any changes by the end of the day. Are there any other matters to come before this committee? If no other matters, the November 24th, 2025 meeting of the Planning and Economic Development Committee stands adjourned. The next meeting of the Planning and Economic Development Committee will be Monday, December 15th, 2025 at 5:45 p.m.
Meeting of the Recreation and Education Committee will now come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Bartholomew McCoy.
Here.
Ms. Bartholomew McCoy is present. Chairman Baynes.
Here.
Chairman Baynes is present. Ms. Delvecchio Hoffman.
Present.
Ms. Delvecchio Hoffman is present. Ms. Hasman.
Here.
Ms. Hasman is present. Mr. Johns.
Here.
Mr. Johns is present. Mr. McCabe.
Present.
Mr. McCabe is present. Mr. Sinclair.
Here.
Mr. Sinclair is present.
Is there anyone signed up for the public forum?
No, there's not.
Well, I'm delighted to introduce for her final presentation this evening, Jennifer Cesario, Chief Financial Officer of Monroe County, who will present the 2026 proposed budget as it pertains to the Recreation and Ed Committee.
Good evening. The Rec and Ed Committee's purview, as you all know, consists of the Parks Department, MCC, the Rochester Monroe County Library System, and authorized agencies. Appropriations included in the 2026 proposed budget are $82.3 million, a slight decrease of $700,000 from the 2025 adopted budget, and almost entirely related to the Parks Department. Thank you. So we're focusing on the Department of Parks here. Net county support in the 2026 proposed Parks Department budget is decreasing $1.9 million compared to the 2025 adopted budget, in part a result of increase in revenues of $1.1 million with modest fee increases to shelter rentals, greens fees, and zoo entrance fees. Payroll and benefits increased $756,000 with the slight decreases in temporary help, $102,000 and overtime of $10,000. Other changes within this department, cash funding, I said that this earlier tonight, cash funding for capital projects has been decreased. This is just, this was a tough budget this year, and cash funding for capital projects has been decreased in many of the county departments. Parks also saw a decrease in debt service of $759,000. And capital leases, which was its own line in the budget at one point of $415,000, that has been moved to contractual services in 2026. Otherwise, other lines within contractual services are reduced by $256,000. Moving on to MCC. The cost of supporting higher education includes our sponsor contribution to MCC, the debt service we pay on MCC capital projects, and what we pay other community colleges when our student residents enroll in other counties' colleges. Monroe County's sponsor contribution to MCC is increasing by $250,000, and that is a result of the resolution number 258 of 2025 voted on by this honorable body. There is a corresponding $250,000 increase to the MCC residency chargeback. MCC debt service decreases by $112,000. And revenue for parking fees also increases. This is related to the number of full-time equivalent students. There's 8,000 estimated in this budget times a $50 parking fee. That equals $400,000. Shifting gears to the library system support, spending increases by $125,000 or 1%. Net county support comes out a little higher also and is comprised of our payment to the city for central services and the county's cash capital contribution for library information services. And last but not least, is our financial support for arts, cultural, and educational agencies. These agencies are supported to a large extent by hotel occupancy taxes, but also by real property taxes. This year's net county support is essentially flat with a decrease of only $1,500. There is also a reduction of $86,500 with in arts, cultural, and educational entities in the appropriations. And we'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Director, Chief Financial Officer Cesario. And I'll open the floor to questions. Legislator Sinclair.
Yes, through the chair. On page 102 of the 2025 budget packet, it's noted under 25 of the 2025 major objectives that the library will review the logo and the overall branding strategy. However, on page 99 of the 2026 budget packet, this objective is not listed as having been completed. This objective is also not listed under the 2026 major objectives. What's the reason for this?
Through the chair, we're going to have to get back to you on that question.
To be disciplined, can we, the first segment, we'll just talk about the library, then we can go one segment at a time? Is that the way you guys are organized? Can we stick with the library, then we're done with the library, we'll move to CC? Good, okay. Go ahead, Legislator Sinclair.
Thank you. Through the chair, on page 618, cultural and educational services, why are the agency contracts increased by $160,000?
Well, that didn't work.
Through the chair. That line represents the amount we pay Rochester Public Library. So that would be for salaries and benefit staff at the library. Plus, we've increased a historian contract by $5,000.
Thank you. Let's see, and through the chair, on page 716, Cultural and Education Services, Monroe Community College, why the $250,000 increase in the MCC chargebacks, and what are they for?
Through the chair, that is related to the appropriation that was authorized by this honorable body earlier this year. They increased the budget to MCC by $250,000.
I yield.
Thank you, legislator. On the issue of, I guess we're gonna jump around. We're gonna try to, let's see if we can kind of
Not to-
stick with the library. If you're not organized that way, okay. But other questions that relate to, let's go back to that first question of the library services. And while you're looking, let me ask a question, please. I have a deep interest in history, and I was reading the budget on the history department and the historian, and I read the description of the activities about the collection. I know we moved the collection. Can we get an update on the status of our historian? What initiatives are taking place? How large is the department?
Through the chair, we'll get back to you on that question as well.
I look forward to that. Thank you.
I just want to point out, there is nobody here from the library, so that's limiting our ability to answer this appropriately. So that's why we'll be getting back to you with questions like that.
Thanks for letting us know that. So are there any other questions that relate to the library? We can cycle back to it. Okay, so why don't we move on to parks? And we'll go with you, Legislator McCabe.
Thank you, Chairman Baynes. Through the chair, what percentage of the Parks Department budget is mandated versus non-mandated?
Through the chair, I did not bring that information with me tonight, but I will provide that to you.
Thank you very much. And through the chair, what plans are there to increase zoo attendance before the project at the zoo is completed?
Through the chair, Bob Lee, Zoo Superintendent. We have a full calendar of events in 2026, unlike what we've had this year, and we have a coordinated marketing and communication plan to get the word out to folks to bring them to the zoo.
Can we get, as a follow-up to that question, can the legislature get a copy of those events as you get them scheduled?
Through the chair, absolutely.
Thank you. And through the chair, just another zoo question. Could you provide us with an update on the Seneca Park Zoo Society's fundraising goal for the zoo improvement project?
Through the chair, at this time, 8.7 million.
And as a follow-up to that, through the chair, what was their goal for the project?
Through the chair, 23 million.
Thank you. Through the chair, are there any plans to make golf once again a net positive revenue generator rather than requiring funding? I'm assuming the answer is on page 230 with the revenue generating by increasing the golf for $2 a weekday, weekends, permit play. And now holidays are added into the weekend prices. I'm assuming that's probably it, or am I way off?
Through the chair, the goal would be to do that. We're still in 2026. The net county support for golf is $208,000.
So as a follow-up to that, those extra charges, like the $2 for weekdays, weekends for permit play, those charges plus the golf fees, the holiday weekend prices for golf fees, we're hoping that narrows that gap. Is that the plan to get more even, I guess?
Through the chair. So the amended budget for 25, we had net county support of 341. So we are reducing the net county support. It's just, not zero yet.
Thank you. Through the chair on page 231, why are Fridays added to the 10% increase in cost for running a lodge? Well, in 2025, it was only Saturdays and Sundays.
Through the chair, that is a change for the upcoming fiscal year. So that increased fee for Friday being a weekend rental is one that's in keeping with local municipalities here that also have that same policy.
Very good. And through the chair, why is the director of parks now authorized to adjust lodge and shelter classifications as necessary to reflect current lodge and shelter conditions?
Through the chair, there are times where the department will make upgrades to facilities, renovate them entirely. One that occurred in 2025 was Knollwood Lodge at Northampton Park. Originally, it was I'd have to check my notes specifically, but it was a very low rated lodge, a 1 or 2 star facility to which we invested $1.5 million, increasing that to a very nice lodge. And as such, we were unable within the budget to increase the price. So any individual that rented that facility for years in advance too, had that ability to rent that at a extremely discounted price. So this would allow that flexibility during those times when a lodge is radically renovated, thus increasing the overall fee that we'd like to see at that facility.
And I guess since we're on that topic as a follow-up through the chair, is that why the Roger Robot Community Center got added as a platinum lodge for 26 versus it was a deluxe lodge for 25? And I guess what creates that classification between deluxe and platinum?
Yeah, so excuse me, through the chair, our platinum lodges, we tend to see more as wedding venues. Wedding venues being extremely desirable here in the Rochester area. The Parks Department is extremely economical. And as a result, the Robox Center was increasingly seen as a wedding venue. Thus, we moved that to that platinum facility. In addition, upgrades to the lower level bathrooms, HVAC on the top level were also improvements made to that facility.
And as a follow-up through the chair, can you remind me how many different classifications of lodges there are? I mean, obviously there's platinum and deluxe, and I have a question coming about signature lodges. So what other classifications, I guess, are there?
Through the chair, it's quite a lot. Platinum, deluxe, signature, premium. And then we also have 5-star, 4-star, 3-star, 2-star, and 1-star. There's been a great discussion.
Can you tell me the difference between each one?
Yes. There has been internal discussion of trying to reorganize these into a maybe less cumbersome 9 series of systems of rating of lodges. However, at this time, we're moving forward with this budget. Certainly have additional opportunity maybe in the future.
All right. And then my next 2 questions through the chair to you are going to be, I guess, similar in a sense from my understanding is the Thomas Grasso Lodge at Grease Canal Park and the Olmsted Lodge at Highland were classified as signature in 26 after being premium lodges in 25. I guess why were they downgraded? They're not wedding venues or I guess.
The Thomas Grasso, pardon me, through the chair, in review of some of our other facilities that have come online, Knollwood Lodge, Future Canatota Lodge, and Webster, we went back and revisited all of the existing lodges that have a similar capacity, similar amenities, and then made adjustments. And so the Thomas Grasso Lodges, as you know, was shifted into the Signature Lodge, as well as Olmsted Lodge. Olmsted being certain days it's a premium lodge, and others it is not, due to the fact that our offices at the Parks Department co-reside with that location.
And this is kind of a follow-up to, I think you said 9 different lodge classifications. The Knollwood Lodge, through the chair, was upgraded to a premium lodge after being a 4-star. I guess what's the difference between a 4-star and a premium, I guess?
Through the chair, the Knollwood Lodge at Northampton Park underwent a very radical transformation. The existing building is now actually the labor center for staff members at that location, a former non-accessible location, multi-level. You had to go outside to use the restrooms. The new Knollwood Lodge, fully accessible, brand new parking lot, brand new amenities, interior, of course, with a air conditioning unit, which the old lodge did not. So significant upgrades. And this is the example that we gave for that need to shift mid-year at times when radical changes to lodges occur.
Thank you. And through the chair, why do adult, seniors, and youth ticket prices at Seneca Park Zoo each increase by $2?
Through the chair, the Seneca Park Zoo remains one of the most affordable zoos and museums locally in our area. It is cheaper than the Strong Museum of Play, Rochester Museum and Science Center, George Eastman Museum, the Memorial Art Gallery, even the Rochester and Genesee Valley Railroad Museum. This increase of $2 across the board at the zoo still has us cheaper than the Buffalo Zoo and the Aquarium of the Niagara, and is in keeping with a phased approach as Tropics comes online to kind of close that gap between our local competition, if you will.
Thank you. And why did tent sites, trailer sites, and RV camper sites fees increase by $10 each as well?
Through the chair, a very similar response here for in keeping with our competition. This at the state level with state campgrounds. The fees associated with the campgrounds have not increased in some time. And so we thought it at this time prudent to have an increase.
Thank you. And then why were gaming, through the chair, why were gaming, inflatables, trucks, mobile games, and other attractions added to miscellaneous fees? And did we make additions somewhere else for these attractions?
Through the chair, these fees occur for individuals who are renting lodges, facilities that are going to be installing these devices. Certainly, there is staff time associated with it, both internal, the administration, getting certificates of insurance, et cetera, and then staff time in the field. The increases are associated with that staff time.
And then as a follow-up through the chair, I'm assuming that's why special use fees were also added for like video, photo shoots, commercial and non-commercial videos. And what determines the price on those?
Through the chair, apologies for the delay there.
No worries.
These are existing fees that were just not reflected within the budget book. Appreciate the team here.
And as a follow-up, what determines the prices for each of those?
Through the chair, we can get you that information. These fees have been around for some time, so we want to look into that
Okay.
information for you.
Thank you, sir. And through the chair, why did dog park permits increase by $6.26?
Through the chair, that increase from $24 to $30 is reflected within the 2026 budget. The existing dog park fees have not increased since the dog parks were created back in 2013. Ultimately, since then, we have increased the number of amenities, number of dog parks, both that the county owns and operates, and that we have partnerships with local municipalities for. As a result, we found it prudent to have a $6 increase here. Ultimately, the vast majority of our dog park users, over 3,000 of them, will likely renew under the 2025 budget, which is right now. That renewal process is ongoing. And ultimately, it will be a phased-in approach in October of next year with the new fee pending this body's honorable referral and unanimous designation for it, approval. So it would be a 2026 October rollout of this new fee structure.
Okay. And then through the chair on page 235, why was the estimated field days reserved by seasonal multi-day requests at 3,704 down from the 4,500 estimate made in 2025? And do we have confidence we'll be able to reach this estimate as it is also the same projected for 25 and 26?
Through the chair, legislator, could you repeat that question? I'm sorry, sir.
Sure, no worries. The estimated field days reserved by seasonal and multi-day requests was at 3,704, down from the 4,500 estimate made in 2025. Do we have confidence we'll be able to reach this estimate as it's the same for both 25 and 26? Page 235, I believe.
Through the chair, we'll get back to you with an answer on that one.
Okay.
Double check and make sure we get you the accurate information.
Thank you.
Thank you, Legislator McCabe, for a lot of very pertinent questions, and I appreciate all the responses. I'd like to just remind anybody who's speaking to just name your title and provide your title and name, because I think people are listening at home. They want to know who's talking. So a couple quick questions before we move on as follow-up to Legislator McCabe. Could you describe, Mr. Kiley or anyone, what your process is in terms of reviewing? And you gave us a lot of granular detail, but I'm talking about a high overview of what's your process as you review your pricing, as you consider what is equitable and appropriate to charge for the facilities. Share with us who's involved. Do you have a committee? Do you have one person handling it? What metrics or decision-making matrix you might use about, again, reclassifying a facility, altering a price point. And then do you look at, I don't want to put too many questions together at once, but do you look at how much investment we've made in particular facilities? I think you've already said you do, but how do you measure that? Do you try to amortize the investment by fees? And then finally, do you look at the market? I mean, there's a golf market, there's a wedding venue market, there's a venue market, if you will. So could you kind of give us a high level overview so everybody understands how you do it, how you make these decisions?
Bob Kiley, Deputy Director here for County Parks. Chairman, absolutely. There is an extensive review that occurs. I guess I'll handle your questions backwards. With regard to lodges, greens fees, fees at the zoo, I think for the Parks Department, really our whole executive team comes together to review these. This would be division heads in addition to the administration team for the department. Constant review of what our colleagues are doing, both at the state level, at the town level, for lodges specifically, and wedding venues. You can see that both on the public and private sector for what those costs and fees are. Specific to the zoo, I rattled off several that we kind of benchmark locally here. And then, of course, Buffalo, Syracuse at those zoos and aquariums. So there is a significant brain trust and brain power that goes into making these decisions, making these recommendations, pardon me, for fee increases. I think at the golf level, the investments, and Chairman, you mentioned this, the investments made through the Go Outside Monroe initiative are felt throughout the park system, from continuous golf cart pass to brand new golf carts to rent, to the resodding and regrading of multiple holes and drainage, not only at Durand Eastman, but irrigation out at Churchville, drainage, extensive drainage at Durand, as I mentioned. So I think as you look at the improvements across the park system, at golf, you start to look at how affordable we are as a municipal golf organization. And that's balanced with cost for salary and benefits for staff members, the cost of commodities and materials to maintain, and the outright purchase or rental of equipment to maintain the spaces. This body has seen the cost of equipment increase significantly. I'll go back to golf. Our lease for maintenance equipment nearly doubled several years ago. And so these are impacts that fiscally hit the county and the department, of course. And ultimately, we try to provide recommendations to balance those for the general public as well, making sure that we are still one of the most economically viable and fiscally responsible organizations within the parks realm.
Thank you. That's really helpful. And could you, as again, following up on Legislator McCabe's questions, and this, my question itself, can you talk a little bit about feedback that you receive from users? Do you incorporate user feedback in your decision-making?
To the chairman, absolutely. As you'd imagine, the Parks Department gets a great deal of feedback.
Do you have a formal process, or does it just come over the transom?
For lodges, to the chairman, for lodges and shelters, that was too funny. I had to say it. For lodges and shelters, automatically after reservation, at the completion of the reservation, a survey is immediately emailed to the patrons. We look for feedback on the lodge itself, on friendliness of staff, cleanliness of the facility, et cetera. With regard to golf, we have a great deal of leagues that are that offer us a variety of feedback. And the Durand's Men's Club at Durand Eastman Golf Course, really one of the key reasons why the extensive drainage projects are underway at hole 2, 9, 15, 11, 13, and part of 14. We have user groups that provide us feedback throughout the park system, from trails that are in need of maintenance to bridges that have collapsed. So we garner feedback from a great deal and a great variety of both user groups, general patrons, and individuals who are just park users.
And you actually have an advisory committee, the Parks Advisory Committee, where committed individuals give you feedback as well. Just wanted to make sure you completed the question, because I've been to some of those meetings. Finance Officer Cesario, can we go back to the very first point you made? And can you give us the difference that is in the net cost for the parks? You did this already, but I want to put this number in the foreground. What is the difference in the net cost of our parks department for 2026 projected over 2025 based on these increased fees?
To you, Mr. Chairman, the net county support for 2026 for the Parks Department is $16,490,680. That is a decrease from the 2025 adopted budget, which was $18,393,941.
Thank you. I think that's significant. In fact, last year we talked about the fact that everybody pays. And how do we get a relationship between the users, how much they pay, less than market, and then the net cost is borne by the whole county to provide the amenities. So that's really helpful data. Yeah, so on the issue of parks, other questions? Legislator Bartholomew McCoy.
Yes, through the chair, on the Parks Administration, page 602, could you just share with us what the major cause of the $500,000 decrease in the total provision projects was?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, that is related to cash capital funding that we have decreased throughout the county budget this year. Unfortunately, it's a result of some tough decisions that we had to make within the budget, and we really wanted to limit the use of general fund balance, so that the result is a reduction here.
Yeah, yields. Okay.
Legislator McCabe.
I have a few personnel questions. On page, they are all, I believe, on page 736. Through the chair, why has the position of executive secretary to the director of parks been removed?
Through the chairman, the position was eliminated as a position of a senior staff assistant was brought into the department. So the senior staff assistant to grade 19 and the executive secretary position being eliminated to bring that in from planning.
Okay, that was my follow-up question, is the senior staff assistant, so thank you. And through the chair, why did the supervisors of aquatic life and support facilities increase from group 13 to 14?
Through the chairman, at a grade 12, we actually posted this position and did not receive any qualified applicants. That was an unfortunate situation, unfortunate occurrence that happened. Working with finance and human resources, we reclassified this position, changed some of the job duties as we looked at tropics coming online in the future. Went through and increased this to a grade 13, and we did receive applicants, and we have since filled that.
Thank you. And through the chair, why was the working foreman seasonal title removed?
Through the chairman, the seasonal foreman and seasonal grounds equipment operator positions were all removed from the Parks Department. Given the presence of the seasonal laborer position and the way we tracked hours, really by the hour that seasonal employees worked for the 2025 season, and given that the seasonal laborer position has its own pay schedule, can bring individuals that have more experience in it at a different level than individuals who are just starting out for the first time. We no longer needed the flexibility of those positions of working foreman and grounds equipment operator, given the fact that we can bring everyone in as a seasonal laborer, creates it a lot simpler situation, both for the department, finance, human resources.
And then my final question through the chair is, can you explain the addition of the golf services coordinator and why the golf professional seasonal title decreased by 1 FTE?
Through the chair, the golf professional, that job title required a specific designation from the PGA. Very similar situation with the supervisor of aquatic life support systems. We post that annually, have not had any candidates. As a result, we seek to change this from a golf professional to a golf services coordinator, an individual who can work at the golf course, do a similar style job as a golf professional, but not conduct lessons. Thank you. I yield.
Legislator Bartholomew McCoy.
Yes, through the chair, on the topic of golf, page 613, can you talk about the temporary help, the increase of 300K, almost 300K? What is that about?
613.
Yes, 613. It's an increase of 259K.
Through the chair, that increase is really related to what we actually spend each year.
Through the chair, so looking at what you spent in previous years, this is an increase to match that?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay, yield.
Legislator Sinclair.
Through the chair, on page 613, Parks and Golf, why does the leasing vehicles increase by 415,000?
Through the chair, that really is a reflection of a commitment item change. So that was budgeted on another line. It's just being moved to leasing of vehicles this year.
Thank you. And through the chair, page 712, Parks, Seneca Park Zoo. Why is the hotel motel tax revenue increasing by 150,000?
Through the chair, that's the hotel motel tax revenue supports the zoo and staff and labor costs and everything that goes on at the zoo is one of a cultural and arts venues that any county resident can go to and enjoy. So we are supporting the zoo with that funding this year.
Thank you. I yield.
Legislator Johns.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, in the interest of brevity, I know it's getting late, but I just have one big, beautiful question to ask. It's my understanding that 85% of the budget is mandated by the state. And the budget is 1.5 billion approximately. About 1.3 billion is mandated, meaning it's mandatory that we spend on these programs. So we have done, I think, a good job keeping the increase in spending under 2%. And, but I just want the public that may be watching on YouTube or maybe watching the instant replay to understand that the county executive and the county legislature did not get together and spend another $30 million in discretionary spending, that it's because of the mandates that's placed upon us, no matter what the costs are, increases in, union contracts, CBAs, collective bargaining agreements, insurance, gas and electric, all those increases we have to absorb and spend because we're mandated by the state to have to do it. Isn't that correct?
It's a tough yes or no question.
It's a fine line.
Through the chair, yes, to the extent things are mandated, we have to account for the increases in those mandates, yes.
You know, I would point out that when we enter into a collective bargaining agreement, it's not like some outside force has come in and bullied us into agreeing to it, right? So that it's not like there's no control there. We come to an agreement. And in fact, I think it's fair to say that salaries and benefits are the main driver of increased spending in the budget. Would that be fair to say, Chief Finance Officer?
That is correct. I think overall throughout the county, increases to salary and benefits is somewhere on the order of $40 million.
So, I mean, they're mandated in the sense that contracts are contracts.
Oh,
But absolutely not to be argumentative because you're right about so much other stuff.
No, I'm pro-union. I'm not against union contracts. Let the record show that. But I just wanted people to understand that if you have a rental property and insurance goes up or any kind of costs go up, water, whatever it is, snow plowing, you are obligated to spend those increases, and that's what the county is. And I think the county, the legislature and the executive branch have done a pretty good job keeping it to the minimum that it is.
Thank you, legislator. Now, we did have a hearing about Monroe Community College and they did present, but what questions do we have this tonight from our committee regarding the Monroe Community College budget, if any? I think it's important to note that the contribution rate that the increases recently were stepped down. The request was more than the actual. And I think that I'm on the board of trustees. Obviously, the community college wants all the support it can get. But in recognition of a tough budget year, that request wasn't met 100%. So that leaves us with authorized agencies, principal tourism entities, arts, cultural, and educational entities. And if we want to dig into the hotel tax, you can. Any questions from the committee around those issues? Last year, I talked a little bit about, thank you. Last year, administration, we talked about how these numbers were generated, and Mr. Franklin shared that they just kind of accrued year over year. I'm talking about the money that we give to arts, cultural, and educational entities, authorized agencies. And we talked a little bit about maybe some type of a review process for that, other than just incremental changes year over year. Has there been any review? And I'm talking about the list from Blue Cross Arena at the top to WXXI at the bottom. Has there been any review internally similar to the review that our friends in the Parks Department were talking about for the way they set fees, et cetera?
To the chair, these are reviewed every year. There's certainly, I think there's more conversations about like the Community Midsize Arts Support Awards, because that is an application process that people submit. But these are reviewed. In fact, one of the entities that we typically fund, well, I think that's on the, I'm sorry, I'm not sure what list it's on. There is one entity that we removed this year because they failed to provide information to us in a time and or request, answer emails and requests for information. So it is reviewed, it is looked at.
The contributions to agencies decreased by 107,000. Is that accountable to the one entity that kind of fell off the radar and didn't file paperwork properly?
That was a reduction of 86,500.
Okay, my notes might be wrong. Okay. Any further questions for the administration regarding the 2026 budget? I want to thank the committee for their excellent questions. We'll move on. The next item on the agenda is the approval of minutes. You have the October 27, 2025 minutes before you. They will stand approved unless the clerk is notified of any changes by the end of the day. The next item on the agenda is new business. Madam Clerk.
25-0345, acceptance of a grant from the Dormitory Authority of the State of New York, amend the 2025-2030 Capital Improvement Program and the 2025 capital budget to add a project entitled AIDS Remembrance Garden Rehabilitation and authorize financing for the project.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by legislator Bartholomew McCoy, seconded by legislator Hasman. Is there any discussion? Legislator McCabe.
Just a quick question on what is the timeline for this project to be completed?
At this time, for completion, Q2 2027.
Question from me. Did the Parks Committee make an application for this grant due to the deteriorating condition of the memorial? Is this a more restoration or will it be a overhaul with the new elements added?
Mr. Chairman, it would be more of the latter. The existing garden, built in 1993, actually, constructed, ground broken in 1993, is still in existence today at Highland Park. That said, the Assemblymember Bronson came to the department with a concept for additional funding to renovate and rejuvenate some of the gardens and botanicals at that location. In addition, there'll be some review once the consultant is onboarded and a steering committee established for the restoration of benches that are in the areas, other hardscaping associated with the gardens, and a review of all the existing walkways to review if it's ADA compliant.
Well, kudos to Legislator Bronson. We appreciate his leadership. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Next item.
25-0347, acceptance of a grant from the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, amend the 2025-2030 Capital Improvement Program and the 2025 capital budget to add a project entitled Seneca Park Recreational Access Improvements and authorize financing for the project.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by legislator Bartholomew McCoy, seconded by legislator Hasman. Is there any discussion? I have a quick comment. These facilities, I've seen them in Fairport, I've seen them in other places, are so appreciated by folks who are seeking access to fully ADA accessible recreation. So what a spectacular initiative. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Next item.
25-0351, authorizing a license agreement with Bello Events Group LLC for the 2026 Rochester Pride Festival.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by legislator Bartholomew McCoy, seconded by legislator Hasman. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Are there any other matters to come before this committee? There are none. There being no other matters, we wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving, and this meeting stands adjourned. The next meeting of the Recreation Education Committee will be Monday, December 15th at 6 p.m.
We're good to go.
The November 25th, 2025 meeting of the Transportation Committee will now come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Bonnick. Ms. Bonnick is present. Chairman Burgess.
Here.
Chairman Burgess is present. Mr. Colby. Mr. Colby is present. Ms. DiFlorio. Mr. Florio is present. Mr. Frazier. Mr. Frazier is present. Ms. Hughes-Smith. Ms. Hughes-Smith is present. Mr. Keller. Mr. Keller is present.
Is there anyone signed up for the public forum?
No, there's not.
Is there anyone present who is not signed up to speak, who would like to address the committee at this time? Nope, all right. I would like to introduce Jennifer Cesario, Chief Financial Officer of Monroe County, who is here to present the 2026 proposed Monroe County budget as it pertains to the Transportation Committee. We will have a question and answer period following the presentation. Ms. Cesario.
Can you hear me? Okay. Transportation budget includes the budget for the Department of Transportation and a small portion of funding for RGRTA that's included in finance unallocated. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this slide. It's included in your presentation, and it's really just year-over-year changes to DOT's budget by division. Okay. Overall, net county support is increasing for DOT by $567,000. Salaries and benefits increased $709,000 with one fewer full-time equivalent than 2025's adopted budget and with a 2% vacancy factor applied. Contractual services increased by 1.9 million, mostly attributed to commercial services. This is related to the CHIPS program and the types of treatments that are planned for the roads in 2026. There's also a reduction in supplies and materials of $1.3 million. And this is for the same reason I just said, the plan for the various and different treatments on roads. Debt service and cash capital are both going down. I don't know if I said this last night, but I'll say it again. This budget was not easy. We had to make some tough decisions. Cash capital and transportation has been reduced $2.1 million, some of which is related to a culvert project that ultimately is being funded by New York State. So that reduction is not as bad as it seems. Debt service is also going down by $430,000. DOT is funded primarily from net county support, or property taxes. A little over a quarter is funded by federal and state governments, and 10% comes from vehicle registrations and permit fees. A note on the revenues. In the 2025 budget, we showed fund balance use of $3 million within this department. We've removed that for 2026. If we disregard that $3 million, DOT revenues are actually going up by $1.9 million, mostly concentrated in federal and state aid. The fund balance you see on the slide, the 2.5%, is related to reserve for bonded debt, which we are required to use. And the last slide is our contribution to RGRTA. We're required to match the state funding to that entity. This appropriation is not accounted for in DOT, but rather in finance and allocated, and it is unchanged from the 2025 adopted budget. And we will take all your questions.
Are there any questions? Legislator DiFlorio.
Thank you. Through the chair to the administration, looking at the performance section of the transportation budget, in 2025, one of the major objectives was to install approximately 4 lane miles of bicycle lanes. Under accomplishments for 2025, you've listed 3 lane miles. Is there still plans for that additional lane mile of bike lane installations, or did that change for some reason?
Through the chair, tried to come up with a length of bike lanes. It's a little bit subjective from year to year. It's based on what roads we are doing of rehabilitation treatment on and whether or not there's room and whether or not a town is on board with installing such lanes. We have to have towns on board because they need to pass the parking ordinances. So for us to put up the no standing signs for those bike lanes. And then we turn those signs over to them to own and maintain. So it's a little bit hard to come up with a definitive answer every year for bike.
Thank you. And through the chair to the administration, similar type question on the 2025 budget packet. One of the major objectives was to manage 14 county and bloom sites and 19 adopt a highway projects. Under the accomplishments this year, it indicates that you managed 15 in bloom sites. So was that an increase, and if so, where? And then 18 adopt a highway sites. So did we decrease the adopt a highway sites?
Through the chair, we did add one in bloom site at Long Pond. And regarding the both the Monroe County in bloom and the adopt a highway sites, they come and go based on the volunteers we get each year.
So do you know where you lost, for lack of a better word, the adopt a highway site?
Through the chair, I can provide that information later.
Thank you. And then my last question for this section is, in terms of objectives, what are the county's plans or efforts to seek increased funding for from the state for TIP, POP, EWR, and the CHIPS program?
Through the chair, each year we go to an event called Advocacy Day in Albany, where we meet with local elected officials to discuss our points of our topic points, basically, which is ask for more money, policy changes, things like that. Prior to going to Advocacy Day in Albany, we also hold pre-Advocacy Day meetings with local elected officials here in Rochester. They are attended with vendors, consultants, ourselves, and town highway superintendents.
Thank you. And I guess follow-up question to that. Do you find those efforts to be fruitful or impactful?
Through the chair, yes, last year we were able to procure an additional $450,000 for CHIPS projects for Monroe County alone.
Great, thank you. I yield the floor at this time.
Any other questions? Legislator Kobe?
Well, thank you for the presentation. You got rid of 4 of my questions in your presentation. On page 560, under transportation and traffic operations and permits, why is there an increase of 117,000 in commercial services? I believe it's 504315 line item. Well, I might have been on the wrong page. That was wrong. Right question, but wrong line item. 505025.
Legislator Kobe, could you use your mic, please?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. 504204. Went from 99. I'm really out of it.
Take a deep breath, legislator. We got it.
Through the chair, it's due to the fact that our pavement marking supplies have gone down. At one point, we had staff willing to work plenty of overtime and we could do a lot more striping. Finding staff to do that is limited now, so we are reducing supplies accordingly.
Okay, so through you, Mr. Chairman, then my follow-up question would be on construction supplies has increased 197,000.
Through the chair, this department's also responsible for signs, and the aluminum costs are going up between 25 to 30% this year and next year.
Okay, going to page 562. Professional services, computers decreased by 105K.
Through the chair, that's our road matrix system. That's an every other year cost that we have to pay.
Okay, on the same page, why is there an increase of 327K in the public works service for towns? Are we adding new services for towns or?
Through the chair, every year we come up with a value of the work that they do for us. And based on salt prices, based on FEMA equipment rates for vehicles and things like that, the rate has gone up this year. So that's the increase.
So that rate gone up like for plowing snow and the salt?
Through the chair, yes.
Do you negotiate with all the towns equally, or do they come up with different rates for different towns? Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Through the chair, each town has a separate rate. This was based on the location of the town, how often they snowplow, location to lakes, snowfall, things like that. All the towns agreed to it. And based on that rate that was determined back then, this new rate is applied equally across all the towns.
Thank you. Why is there a decrease of 2 million in construction supplies on the same page?
Okay, that's through the share. That has to do with our chips, pave our potholes, extreme winter recovery efforts. And that dollar value is split between commercial services and then actual supplies. And we split the balance of the funds we have between these two.
Thank you.
So why did it decrease?
So why did it decrease if you repeat your answer? Maybe that'll help us again.
Through the chair, we used more commercial services and more vendors to install treatments rather than having a town do it, which required materials.
So basically those costs were moved up to where I answered my question earlier then.
Through the chair, they balance out.
Yeah, they went up to here. Wow, this line here, so let's go. But there was other stuff in. Go ahead, start. Next page. I'll yield the floor now. For now.
Legislator Keller?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah.
And through you, Mr. Chairman, to the administration, on page 563, can you just speak to the line item land acquisition that I believe was in previous budgets and is not in this one?
Through the chair, we're not aware of any easements we need for projects in 26 at this time.
All right, thank you. And again, through you, Mr. Chairman of the administration, on page 564, just looking at commercial services and construction supplies increasing by 115 and 98,000 respectively. Can you please explain that?
Through the chair, it's inflation.
All right, thank you. And now looking to revenue. Let's take a look at page 693. Can you, again, through you, Mr. Chairman, the fund balance RBD increased by 531,000.
Through the chair, reserve for bonded debt is dollars that we have that were borrowed that we didn't actually end up spending. So they're reserved in a fund and we apply those funds to the debt service.
Oh,
So
okay.
we
So-
appropriate them and we add them as revenue so that we can pay our bonding costs.
Okay, so previously
And
bonded,
interest and bond.
previously bonded funds that weren't spent. Okay, super. Thank you. And on 694, I guess I'm pleasantly surprised to see an increase in federal aid. What is the nature of that?
Through the chair, it's fund that we received for the RTOC facility.
I'm sorry, for what facility?
Through the chair, the Regional Transportation Operation Center.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, I yield the floor.
Legislator DiFlorio?
Thank you. Through the chair to the administration, can I follow up on the question, on page 562? So the question that legislator Colby asked was why there was a $2 million decrease in construction supplies. And I believe that your answer was a reflection of the increase in construction supplies on page 560. But that was only a approximately $200,000 increase. So I guess I'm confused.
Through the chair, I believe we're talking construction supplies and commercial services. And those two are the ones that wind up balancing out.
Oh, okay. No, so on page 562, then what is the explanation for the $2 million decrease in construction supplies for transportation, highway, and bridge operations?
Through the chair, I guess the best way to say it is that when we hire a vendor to do the work, the materials that are needed are included in that cost to pay the vendor, as opposed to if we hire a town to do the work, then we have to pay for the materials separately.
Gotcha. I'm sorry. Okay, now I understand. Yeah, yeah.
Compare those.
Gotcha. Okay. Thank you on that. Okay. So now my next set of questions is under the section through the chair to the administration. My first question is with regard to the full-time equivalents. Am I correct? Did I hear correctly in the presentation that you said there was an increase in one position, one full-time equivalent in transportation?
Through the chair, I think I must have misspoke. It's a -1.
So I'm sorry, so there's an overall -1 full-time equivalent position?
Through the chair, that's correct.
On page 741, transportation personnel, the listing of all of the positions, it appears that guess I'm gonna have to go back and look at that again, but there was one increase in the engineering position, so one FTE there, one GIS analyst, one assistant engineer title, and two highway maintenance mechanic titles. So if those were increased, did we decrease other titles that I missed?
Through the chair, as we lost certain positions due to retirement or other factors, we wound up reclassifying some positions. And in this particular case, the one position we are losing is going to be a signal mechanic.
The mechanic one title.
Yes.
All the other changes are just label or title changes. I think that's what he's saying. Is that correct?
Through the chair, would it be easier for us to provide this in writing to you?
That'd be great. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Legislator Kobe.
So just a follow-up, all the now, the overall title changes because of the reallocating environment or other reasons.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Will you still be providing that? Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Let this wait. The next item on the agenda is the approval of minutes. You have the October 27, 2025 minutes of the Transportation Committee before you. They will stand approved unless the clerk is notified of any changes by the end of the day. The next item on the agenda is new business. Madam Clerk.
Referral 25-0365, authorize a term services contract with EFPR Group CPAs PLLC for professional auditing services relating to the Department of Transportation consultant agreements.
Move it, Mr. Chairman.
Moved by Legislator Hughes-Smith, seconded by Legislator Bonnet. Is there any questions?
Mr. Chairman, I think audits for these capital projects are completed each year.
Through the chair, it varies, but they're only for federal aid projects that we have.
Chair, it's just the federal programs that are audited.
Through the chair, yes. Through the chair, it's all of them.
Well, any other questions? Now, Legislator DiFlorio.
Thank you. Through the chair to the administration, are these formal audits or do they just offer an opinion?
Through the chair, these are professional audits that do get an opinion that all the costs that were incurred for the federal project were appropriate.
Thank you. I yield.
Any other questions? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. The next item.
Referral 25-0383, authorize a contract with Keller Construction Company Incorporated for construction services for the Taylor Road Bridge project over Rondequoit Creek in the town of Mendon.
Move it, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Moved by Legislator Hughes-Smith, seconded by Legislator Bonnet. Is there any discussion? There being none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed? Item carries. Are there any other matters to come before this committee? With there being no matters, the November 25th, 2025 meeting of the Transportation Committee stands adjourned. The next meeting of the Transportation Committee will be held on Tuesday, December 16th, 2025 at 5:15 p.m.
The November 25th, 2025 meeting of the Human Services Committee will now come to order. The clerk, please call the roll.
Mr. Blankley.
Here.
Mr. Blankley is present. Ms. Bonnick.
Here.
Ms. Bonnick is present. Mr. Brew. Mr. Brew is present. Mr. Cruz.
Presente.
Mr. Cruz is present. Mr. Dondorfer. Mr. Dondorfer is present. Chairwoman Hasman.
Here.
Chairwoman Hasman is present. Mr. Milne.
Here.
Mr. Milne is present. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith is present. Ms. Vasquez Simmons.
Here.
Ms. Vasquez Simmons is present.
Okay, before we get too far into the evening, I'd like to take a moment of personal privilege to wish our majority leader, Michael Udison, a very happy birthday.
Yay!
Is there anyone signed up for the public forum?
Yes, there is. When I call your name, please come forward to the podium. You'll have 2 minutes in which to address the committee. Also, please do not bring up any signs or props. Do not single out any legislator individually, and please conclude when the buzzer sounds. Our first 2 speakers are Raul Wilcott and Amy D'Amico.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Raul Willock. I'm the general manager at Motel 6. The reason why I'm here today is in regards to talking about a partnership with the county and but a lot of the changes and the great things that we're doing at Motel 6. I'm here today because the community is facing increasing housing challenges, especially as the temperature drops. We want to be a reliable partnership with the county, public safety, and holding ourselves accountable in regards to what our motel offers. When most people think of a motel, it's like, okay, it's a bad narrative, but we've changed the entire concept in regards to what Motel 6 has to offer. We understand the public safety and community stability and priorities that we have upheld. Our hotel has undergone significant amount of renovations. We're fully prepared to support the county's emergency and transitional housing efforts. We currently offer extensively clean rooms, well-managed property, not because I'm at the realm of it, but I believe in customer service, and we're in the business of hospitality. We can help the county reduce shelter overflow, provide safe, warm options during the cold months, and even extensive after that. In regards to where this partnership could not just be from the winter, but also for the upcoming seasons like the fall, spring, and so going forth. This is an opportunity for us to build a partnership. It is a commitment to support Monroe County's efforts to ensure no one is left without shelter. Our team takes great pride in being responsive and coming up with great solutions to be part of the solution, not the problem. That's pretty much what I have to say.
Hi, I'm Amy D'Amico. I'm from Rochester Grants Pass Resistance. I'm here to talk about 3 items in the budget that have to do with this committee's work. The first is Project Anchor, which is something that helps a lot of families with rent when they're facing eviction. And I've known families across the county that have benefited greatly from Project Anchor. It's in the community, it's at several locations, and it seems to be running very well, and I wanted to report back on that. I also saw in the budget that there's a program called Project Prosper or Prosperity. It's a smaller program that I don't know if it has already started or is it about to start, but it's funded in the budget. And I'm concerned and hope you will take a closer look at it because it sounds like it's for only the deserving poor. Which is and blames people for their poverty and asks them to take financial classes in order to get some funding from the county. And just a project like that doesn't sound like it may be evidence-based. Finally, I'm concerned there's not enough funding in the budget for DHS staff, considering the administrative requirement changes under SNAP. We know that able-bodied adults without children may not be eligible for food stamps anymore, starting now, but really in February. They're going to lose SNAP for a year if they're not working. there's a lot of people who qualify for exemptions from these requirements. But there's not enough staff at DHS to help them get that exemption. And so right now they're asking community to step up and fill in the gap, and there's not enough of us. So I think if there were more funding for DHS staff, they would be able to help make sure that the SNAP benefits that people have earned or deserve, they can actually get. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Moving on, I would like to introduce Jennifer Cesario, Chief Financial Officer of Monroe County, who is here to present the 2026 proposed Monroe County budget as it pertains to the Human Services Committee. We will have a question and answer period following the presentation. Ms. Cesario?
Good evening. Find the next page. So budgeted spending for Health and Human Services accounts for 56% of the county budget, or $878.5 million. Appropriations for this segment of the budget appear to be growing by only $12.6 million. However, last year, DHS's budget included the $25 million anti-poverty grant, which is not included in this year's budget. So actual appropriations are increasing by $37.6 million. Looking at the Department of Human Services budget, I got ahead of myself. For 2026, we see increases in human services, public health, and MCH. Veteran services is remaining relatively flat. The proposed budget for DHS, of course, I just mentioned, shows a decrease of $900,000 on this slide. But as I just mentioned, last year we included that grant of $25 million. So absent that grant, the DHS budget is actually increasing $24 million. Appropriations for public health are also increasing $7.2 million. And again, like previous years, that is almost entirely related to early intervention and preschool special education services. Budgetary growth at MCH is $6.2 million, and that is mostly related to salaries and benefits. Thank you. The Department of Human Services. Within this department, again, social services looks like the decrease. I just mentioned that twice, so it's really increasing $24 million. Significant changes within human services. Salaries and benefits increased $10 million, including a 6% vacancy factor. 2026 proposed budgets, the full-time equivalent count is the same as the 2025's adopted budget. MMIS weekly shares increased by 1.9 million. That's our payment to the Medicaid cap. And so we are now budgeting the full Medicaid cap of $184.8 million. We haven't had to do that in the past. That has always been offset by the enhanced federal Medicaid assistance percentage. That has that is gone now. So we are budgeting the full cap. Public assistance benefits increase $11.5 million, and that's mostly related to daycare. Other expense is increasing $1.2 million. That is related to chargebacks that social services has to pay to the state for services they provide to us, such as the client notice system and the EBT cards. All those kinds of things are charged back to the county. Agency contracts decreased by $25 million. That is really related to the anti-poverty grant. Supplies and materials decreased by $143,000, largely a decrease of office equipment. We're increasing debt service by the amount $388,000, and that's related to the new Children's Detention Center. And we have an increase of interdepartmental services of $529,000. There's lots of stuff going on with interdepartmental charges. There's a decrease to the information services chargeback, but there's also increases in other things like the St. Paul building chargeback. Revenues also go up if you dismiss the loss of the $25 million federal revenue associated with the anti-poverty grant. Child care block grant revenue projection goes up 11.4 million. State aid for mental health services revenue goes up 1.6 million. Charges to other governments goes up 1 million. This is really related to the Committee on Special Education placements that are made by school districts, for which we bill school districts for half of the room and board, essentially. Turning to public health. Appropriations increased by 7.2 million. Biggest factor attributing to this increase is $6.7 million increase to public assistance benefits in early intervention and preschool special education. Both rates and number of children participating in the program are increasing, as are transportation costs. Other notable changes in public health's budget. Salary and benefits increased $713,000 with step and collective bargaining agreement increases. There are -3 full-time equivalents in the budget, and they also include a 6% vacancy factor. There's a reduction of debt service by $130,000 and an increase in interdepartmental charges, mostly related to an increase from information services of $644,000. Revenue increases in public health by $1.8 million. $1.1 million is related to state aid for EI/PSE services, and $652,000 increase to charges to the opioid trust fund for the impact team and the medical examiner's office. Moving on to Monroe Community Hospital. So this slide is different than the others. It's really related to their revenue and how we fund MCH. Patient revenues, all sources, Medicare, Medicaid, private insurance, represents an estimate based on the projected average daily resident census, our payer mix, and payment rates. For 2026, the budget is based on an average daily census of 415 residents, which is 5 more than the budgeted number for 2025. Rate assumptions included in the above number assume an increase of Medicaid reimbursement of 7.5%, as New York State is currently in the process of changing the reimbursement methodology to more closely align with the Medicare patient-driven payment model. Also increasing all private pay rates by 5% and establishing specialty private pay rates for the hospice unit. I can't say that. Hospice unit that opened in July 2025, and the planned secure dementia care unit that called Friendship Place. That's the planned opening is in mid-2026. The Medicaid upper payment limit revenue that is shown here of $19.8 million is really dependent on a negotiation between the state and federal government and is currently over a year behind. I am encouraged that we received a year of this revenue in 2025, but still concerned given the current political climate. Other revenues increased $1.8 million, mostly as a result of planned complex care revenue received by Monroe County to assist with hard-to-place patients. And I know that Bob Franklin, when he was in this role, said this to you, but I think it's worth pointing out again. MCH is an enterprise fund, and as such, it should be self-sufficient, right? Like any non-governmental business. As a result of the county legislatures and the county executives' support, we provide a tax subsidy to support the hospital, which helps offset really the low Medicaid rates that many residents in the hospital are subject to. And last but not least is Veteran Service Agency. There's not a lot going on with this budget. Appropriations increased by only $52,000, as there are slight increases in professional services and interdepartmental chargebacks from MIS. And I just want to point out, I said it last night, but I'll point it out again tonight. There's 2 changes in every department's budget, and that's the way we budget for medical and dental. We used to budget them in commitment item 961255. and 961260 for medical and dental. Those are changed next year to 507020 and 507035. Just a way that we're going to account for those are going to be different under the new Workday program the ERP system that we're implementing. So we decided to make the change in the budget. The other difference is information services. We changed the way we do, we changed the basis of our allocations to departments. So information services is in an internal service fund. It provides services to all county departments and charges back those departments for the services they provide. This year, we took a look at it as we were making this Workday transition and realized that we really needed to update the way we were doing that. So there's some big shifts in some of those lines that you'll see as we go through tonight, I'm sure. But I just want to point out that the way that we're doing it, we decided to directly charge back for departments that need very specific software for their work, like a CAD program or something like that. That's being directly charged back from the information services. Anything else that comes on a typical laptop or PC is going to be charged out through, and all the rest of information services budget really is going to be charged out based on this, an admin and based on allocated by those number of devices and departments. So that's a big change from how we had done it in the past. It was very complicated and there was like 9 different lines that things could be charged to. There's only going to be 2 charges going forward. So hopefully it's made it simpler, but I know that there's some variances there and it looks kind of funky this year. With that, we'll take any questions you have.
Thank you, Mrs. Sario. Just as a reminder to the administration, as you answer questions, please state your name and title for the record. All right, and we will start with questions. Legislator Milne.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Some general questions through you to the administration. And I know this was asked last night, I believe, in a couple of the departments, but what portion of Department of Human Services is mandated versus non-mandated efforts?
Through the chair, Jennifer Cesario, CFO. We can provide that to you.
Thank you. Continuing on to the administration, with the Children's Detention Center, what kind of impact has the new 58-bed addition made to the CDC? And along with the treatment and counseling of the detainees that they're getting, has there been any kind of positive impact on the amount of aggressive actions or that of the detainees that has been reported? Are we seeing any type of positive impact on having the 58 new beds?
So through you, Madam Chair, the facility is completed, training is taking place, but children have not been moved there yet. They're still working on all the protocols and making sure that people will be safe when they get moved there.
Thank you. Some performance questions through the chair to the administration. A major objective listed in the 2025 budget for Child and Family Services was to collect and assess data on interpersonal violence, but this does not appear in the 2025 major accomplishments of this budget. Why is it not listed as a major accomplishment in our 2026 budget?
Through the chair, the goal, I believe, is to determine if issuing an RFP for continued services was relevant to the county and the people we serve. What we have found is that we did not need to issue an RFP for this coming year first, because the service has been underutilized and the current ceiling has not been spent. So we did a no-cost extension of the contract through 2026. The challenge is that there have not been enough participants to collect data. The batterers for whom we would utilize the program have been less than enthusiastic about participating. I believe this year we've had 3 people complete the program, which obviously is not enough for whom to collect data. We have referred, I believe, 16. We are requesting when we create dispositional plans through the court, and domestic violence is a factor in child welfare cases, that the court order participation. However, even with the order, we can't make the batterers actually attend.
Thank you. This may be a follow-up question for you too on another subject. I'm not sure, but through the chair to the administration. Also, a major objective listed in the 2025 budget for the Rochester Monroe County Youth Bureau was to introduce a new youth programs services locator, but it does not appear again in the 2025 major accomplishments. Was this locator created?
Through the chair, Denise Reed, Monroe County Department of Human Services. The locator was indeed created. You may have seen a press release regarding the yellow pages, reinvented as a new website. It is available on the Monroe County DHS webpage. Through the chair.
Thank you. Moving on. Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the chair to the administration. On page 173, the TANF and SNMOE all families work participation rate is projected to be 15% after projecting to be about 8% last year. Is there any type of explanation for this rise?
Through the chair, work participation continues to be a focus for the department during COVID, which seems weird to say because it's been 5 years, but we are still rebuilding our employment programming since it was suspended for about 2 years during the COVID era. So we're hoping to see increased numbers year over year of people participating as required by federal TANF and safety net regulations. Through the chair.
Thank you very much. And again, continuing on page 173, there were projected to be, through the chair, there were projected to be approximately 5,100 fair hearings in 2025 in last year's proposed budget, but the estimated number is now 8,700. Is this a similar response?
Through the chair, exactly. So again, during COVID, the New York State Office of Administrative Hearings drastically reduced the number of hearings and decisions that they performed, hearings that they performed and decisions that they rendered. Every year, we've been hoping that they would catch up. In 2025, they had a project where they tried to remove some of the pending hearings and settle them. And so hopefully that will catch them up, and we hope to see an increase in both hearings held and decisions rendered in the new year. Through the chair.
Thank you very much. And continuing on in the same venue, I believe, through the chair, there were projected to be 10,000 emergency housing placements in 2025 in last year's proposed budget, but the estimated number is now 1,000. That's quite a difference. Is there an explanation for that?
Through the chair, those performance measures are monthly.
Okay. Very good. Through the chair, to the administration, on page 178, there were projected to be 6,600 secure detention care days and 6,300 specialized secure detention care days in 2025 in last year's proposed budget. Now the numbers are estimated to be about 7,800 and 6,400 respectfully. Explanation for that?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the page and the first set of numbers from 2025?
Yes, I believe we have page 178. And it was projected to be 6,600 secure detention care days and 6,300 specialized secure detention days in 2025 in last year's proposed budget. And now the numbers are estimated to be 7,800 and 6,400.
Yeah, through the chair. Yeah, that's a reflection of the new 58 bed facility that's being brought online.
Okay, thank you. And again, through the chair, the estimation for 2026 is now 10,985 secure detention care days and 99,015. Is this again solely for the new bed? And my question was, is this solely due to the construction of the new facility? And if so, where are the additional adolescent offenders coming from?
Through the chair, yes, it's a reflection of the 58 bed facility. Our facility will be regional facility, and so we will be housing youth from across the state.
Thank you very much. And my last question through the chair, on page 195, why is there such a large increase in OCFS eligible funds claimed? That was 194, yes.
Through the chair, that's a reflection of additional funding we received from New York State for sports funding.
Thank you very much. I yield the floor.
Any other questions? Legislator Brew?
Yes, good evening. My questions are pretty much all fiscal-based questions in nature. To the chair, to the administration, under appropriations on page 502, Human Services Central Administration, why are salaries increasing by $261K? That's page 502.
Through the chair, that's a reflection of the typical cost of living increase adjustments and collective bargaining agreement settlements and step increases.
Thank you. Through the chair, on the next page, 503, why is the FS law non-ICAP line item going up by 152,000?
Through the chair, that's really the same answer. The law department staff salaries increasing, so their chargeback will also.
Next question on 504, it may be the same answer. Why are salaries going up 1.4 million?
Through the chair, yes, that's same answer. This division has -1 full-time equivalent, but other than that, it's related to salary increases and benefits.
Okay, thank you. Why are same page? Why are commercial services going down by 200K?
Through the chair, the scanning of documents called buff cards, which holds historic information on clients related to cases, had been scanned through a contract. We determined that it would be less expensive to utilize a temp service to do the scanning and therefore decrease the cost of that contract and internalized the scanning project using temp workers.
Thank you. Through the chair, a similar question, why are professional services going down by 578K? Page 504.
Through the
At the same
chair, I
page,
mean,
Legislator Brew.
oh, sorry, that is related to a bunch, multitude of contracts. I can get you that list in writing.
Okay, through the chair, on page 505, Human Services, Child and Family Services. Why is the IS Info Service admin going down by 144K?
Through the chair, that really is related to the change in the methodology to the from information services charged back to departments.
Okay, just a follow-up question on that. With the information services charged back, do the departments actually have a budget-related item that actually allocates anticipated IS charges for the year? Or are they on more of a pay-as-you-go, pay as the professional services are required to the chair?
Through the chair, the budget line that you just spoke about is the department's budget for information services chargebacks. Information services also has a budget in the budget book, but they have a huge negative number in that corresponding line that is like the chargeback. So you see the plus and the minus there.
Okay. And to the chair to the administration. So this is the first year that the county has implemented this process for chargebacks to this common department that serves all of the departments.
Through the chair, we've had information services a very long time. We changed the methodology, the way we do the allocation. So, information services, a department has been charging back all the departments for as long as they've existed. It's just this year we changed the methodology and the basis for the allocation.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair, why is IS 691 St. Paul building going up by 130K?
Through the chair, that's really related to a DES chargeback. We spoke last night at Environment and Public Works. They are adding 5 positions and taking over the maintenance of St. Paul Street in the fourth quarter of 2026.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, why is FS Law non-ICAP going up by 226K?
Through the chair, that really is related to salary and benefits and for law department staff.
Okay. I think I know I've heard this answer a number of times. I'm not going to ask that again. On page 506, why is temporary help increasing by 368K? To the chair.
Okay. Through the chair, we changed some positions to per diem examiners. And that is the reflection of changing that in the budget.
Gotcha. Through the chair, to the administration, why is the other expense line item increasing by 1.2 million and what falls under that?
Through the chair, that's related to New York's, the charges that New York State assesses to Monroe County for services they provide to social services. So stuff like the client notice system, EBT cards, and all that kind of stuff, employment verification. There's a multitude of chargebacks and that they have been steadily rising.
Okay, thank you. And to the chair, to administration, why is the agency contracts line item decreasing by 961K?
Is that the same page, Legislator Brew?
Yes, same page, 506.
Thank you.
Through the chair, the contract list I spoke about for the child and family services, professional services, I think will address these contracts will be on that same list. So I'll provide that to you in writing.
Okay. On page 507 through the chair, why is IS Info Services? I'm not going to ask that. I know that already. Excuse me, through the chair, why is 691 St. Paul building increasing by 385K?
Yeah, through the chair, that's the same answer. I think we're taking over the maintenance in the fourth quarter next year.
13. Through the chair on page 510, Human Services and Staff Development. Why are professional services going down by 135K?
Through the chair, Denise Reed from DHS. We had in 2025 and in 2024 a contract for professional development that will not continue in the new year.
Okay,
Through the chair.
thank you. On page 512, why is overtime going down by 200K? That's page 512 through the chair.
Through the chair, I think that the Department of Human Services has been successful in filling positions at the detention center. Therefore, there is not the necessity of overtime as there has been in the past.
Okay, that's good news. Thank you. Through the chair on page 517, Human Safety, Safety Net Assistance. Why is the public assistance benefits line decreasing by 852K? Hmm?
Through the chair, the way the safety net budget is developed is based on caseload, the average cost per case per month, and then we arrive at the dollar figure. Currently, our caseload is the current safety net caseload is 3,607 families. The caseload that's projected in this budget is 3,955 at an average cost of $760 per month. So slightly reduced. The other item in here that is changing things, emergency assistance to adults is part of this. And that is going down based on recent actuals, $420,000.
Yeah. So if I'm understanding your math, so the decrease in the caseload actually, to the chair of the administration, the decrease of the caseloads actually make up the majority of the 852K decrease?
Through the chair. So 440, I'm trying to do the math in my head. $420,000 is related to emergency assistance to adults. The rest really, safety net is going down very slightly. I mean, it's basically flat when you consider we reduce the cost per case per month by $10 over the 2025 adopted, and we have increased the number of families by 5.
Okay. Thank you. On page 518, this is a big dollar amount. Why are the agency contracts decreasing by 24.8 million?
Through the chair, that really is related to the anti-poverty grant, that those dollars were appropriated within the 2025 budget. They still reside in a grant. We haven't spent them all. We're still working on that, but that was not part of this budget.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair on page 519, Human Services, why is MMIS weekly shares report going up by 1.9 million?
Through the chair. So this number that's in the budget is our actual statutory Medicaid cap. There's no longer an EF-MAP reduction that we've enjoyed for since they instituted the cap. So we're next year going to pay the full cap amount.
Thank you. To Through the chair on page 520, why is public assistance benefits line item going up by 11.2 million?
Through the chair, that is related to daycare subsidies, and that is related to the number of children, the cost per case per month that we're estimating, and the state allocation for the child care block grant.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair on page 522. I know the answer to that. I'm sorry. On page 523, I know the answer to that one too. On page, I'll get one right here. On page 527, why are agency contracts decreasing by 618K?
Through the chair, can you repeat the question, please?
Yes, on to the chair, to the administration on page 527, why are agency contracts decreasing by $618,000?
Through the chair, that was primarily related to Lifespan's elder abuse outreach and prevention program that used to go through our office. It is now going directly to Lifespan as a statewide program.
Thank you. And 529, I think I can answer my own question. Why is temporary help being eliminated? Because you've hired more permanent staff. Is that correct? To the chair. 529, why is temporary help being eliminated?
Through the chair, you're right. We added, we were actually able to fill a position.
Okay. On page 533, Human Services, why are agency contracts going up by $195,000?
Through the chair, again, this is related to additional resources from the state for youth sports, regarding flag football and Dottie girls golf.
Okay, thank you. Through the chair on page 534, why are professional services going down by $444K?
Through the chair, we'll get back to you on that.
Okay. To the chair on page 537, why are professional services going up by $500K?
Through the chair, that's related. These are criminal court ordered cases were ordered by New York State for these individuals that are not ready to stand trial. Yeah, actually, Dr. Aycock's going to answer this one. Sorry.
Thank you. Through the chair, Dr. April Aycock, OMH Director. According to criminal procedure law, it is required that every state within New York State and actually nationally are required to pay for competency examinations as well as forensic hospitalizations. no matter how long a person is in the hospital. And so that's why you see an increase, because we're seeing more of an increase of people who are needing competency examinations, which is required by the criminal proceeding law.
Thank you. On page 538, why are agency contracts decreasing by 625K?
Through the chair, this year, Delphi Rise had an emergency that you all approved funding for open access, and because of the injunction, money was given to them by New York State OASIS, so they did not have to tap into these dollars.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, I yield the floor.
Thank you. Legislator Dondorfer?
Good evening. Thank you. Through the chair to the administration, I know you touched on the child care block grants and the foster care block grants in your presentation. I may have missed it, but why is preventative protection a 65% decrease?
Through the chair, could you give me a page number on that?
I'm sorry, page 662, social services. I'll get better with that as we go along. Sorry.
Through the chair, this is really a reimbursement of what we're projecting to spend on preventive services. So we get 62% reimbursement for preventive, protective types of activities. So this is our estimate of what the 62%, how much we're going to spend next year.
Thank you. Through the chair on page 663, Child and Family Services, why is state aid for Child and Family Services decreasing by 234,000?
Through the chair, the way that DHS's administrative claim works is kind of complicated. It's really based on a random moment study that the state does, asking caseworkers exactly what kind of case they're working on and looking at that case to see what kind of eligibility it falls under. So there's fluctuations there. And as we prepare the budget, we take all the claims through the year and determine the percentages for each type of funding. So there's going to be fluctuations each year with a lot of this. Anything in Child and Family Services, it gets really complicated quickly, but based on the total dollars, that's probably not a significant decrease. It's just changing where we're actually able to claim the dollars.
So going on to, through the chair to the administration on page 664, financial assistance, federal aid and state aid is increasing by $1.4 million. Is that based on caseload as well?
Through the chair. So for the TA side of the house, they have a similar situation, but in addition, salary and benefits are going up. So therefore, we expect to get additional revenue.
Okay. Thank you. Through the chair, to the administration on page 666, safety net assistance. I'm assuming, is it same answer for the refugee and entrance going down 245K and safety net assistance going down 125,000? Is that based again on cases?
Through the chair, yes, you're correct.
Okay. Jumping forward through the chair to the administration, page 671, purchases of services. Why are gifts and donations going up to $661,000? Can you explain what that is and why it's going up so much?
Through the chair, yeah, we included COP set-aside contracts in this budget. COP set-aside contracts are no local dollars involved. They're 50% funded by a donation, and 50% from the state.
Through the chair to the administration on page 679. Mental health administration, why is Oasis decreasing 338,000?
Through the chair, this is a reflection of the COLAs, and we're expecting that this will also be amended again.
Through the chair to the administration, just a point of clarification. Did you say COLA, a cost of living increase?
Through the chair, Brendan Fleming, Chief Deputy County Attorney. Yes, legislator, through the chair. The 2025 amended Oasis line shows 6.6 million. The 2026 budget request is the 6.2, almost 6.3. Every year, State Oasis adjusts its state aid dollars that come to the county through the Office of Mental Health local governmental unit. And that doesn't happen until after the state budget. So we do expect that there will be an adjustment as the 2025 was amended up similarly.
Understood. Thank you. So then through the chair to the administration, continuing on 679, why is there the Office of Mental Health increasing by 1.5 million?
Through the chair, state aid dollars.
Just to further clarify that reflects an increase from the outset in state OMH, state aid dollars, additional pass-through dollars for contracts that local OMH will contract with community providers.
Okay. Thank you. Through the chair to the administration on page 681, opioid and addiction services, why is state aid decreasing by 625,000?
Through the chair, it's the same answer I provided regarding Delphi Rise in the emergency opiate dollars that you all approved.
Okay, thank you for that. Through the chair to the administration, moving on to pages 729 and 730, I just have some staffing questions for you. Why was another casework supervisor position added?
Through the chair, we are in 2026 going to be reconstituting a new team. So we had a request to add this casework supervisor so that we can do that. And that was approved in this budget, or will be hopefully approved in this budget through the chair.
If you don't mind, through the chair, I'm just going to rapid fire a few questions. You may have the same answer for all of them, if that's the case. And if not, I'll go through them one by one. Why are there 2 less senior caseworker positions? Why is there another supervising examiner position? Why is there 1 less caseworker position? Why was another senior examiner position added? And why were 4 examiner positions added, which I think you just answered? And then why were there 4 community outreach specialist positions eliminated?
I'm
gonna.
That was rapid fire.
Yeah,
Through the chair, we'll try to keep up. So.
Well, I could go one by one. I just wasn't sure if any of those were connected to.
They are connected. So the 2 caseworker, senior caseworker positions were abolished to create the new casework supervisor position. For the supervising examiner, senior examiner and new examiners. That is also going to be constitution of a new Medicaid team under the Financial Assistance Division. And
Why were there four community outreach specialist positions eliminated?
Through the chair, another kind of swapping, abolish and create were those positions for community outreach specialists. You'll see further down, there's also abolish and create for community outreach specialist to a senior community outreach specialist. So just some internal adjustments for staffing to try to meet the needs of the department next year. Through the chair.
Thank you. And through the chair, why were two principal office account clerk positions added? And then in following up with that one, why are there two less office clerk 3 positions? Was it just another swap in the?
So those positions are actually accounting positions in our child support enforcement unit. And the lesser position is very, very difficult to fill because of the salary. And so we have increased the title commensurate with the work there, but also to allow us a better opportunity to recruit staff for those positions to do that work that's vital in the child support unit. Through the chair.
Great, thank you. And through the chair to the administration, why were 3 caseworker aide positions added?
Those actually casework aides, and this has been something that we've been doing in the department for a couple of years now, swapping out OC3, office clerk 3s, which are very difficult again to hire for case aide positions, which are not tested. Although we did recently receive help approval for OC3. Previously, it was a tested position and very difficult to hire. And so we have been swapping those out for case aides that provide support to teams in both Child and Family Services and the Financial Assistance Division. Through the chair.
Thank you. I yield the floor.
Legislator Smith.
Thank you, Chairwoman Hasman. I'm going to be going over some questions around the Monroe County Hospital.
Do you have, can I just?
Yes.
Any other questions over here on the Human Services budget before we go to Monroe Community Hospital? All right. There we go.
Sure. Okay.
Don't want to have people jumping around too much.
I understand. So good evening. First, I want to say that I have nothing but been impressed with Monroe County Hospital and the way the hospital runs. Sitting on the advisory board, actually with Chairwoman Hasman, I think she can contest to it as well, that we're just amazed at every advisory board meeting, hearing of all the great things that you're doing for the residents of Monroe County. So some of the questions I have, I may know the answer to, but others may not. And I want to make sure that people understand the great work that you do at Monroe County Hospital. So I appreciate the spending some time and going over, some of these programs that you run within the hospital. So the first one, through the chair to the administration, on page 214, recreation therapy and wound care were added under specialty services. What do these services provide?
Through the chair, Desmond Jackson, Deputy Executive for Monroe County Hospital. These activities involve such outings for the residents to get them back out in the community, as well as bringing other services into them, to the facility to enhance their life at Monroe County Hospital.
Thank you. And through the chair on page 216, under 2025 major accomplishments, it is noted that the Simulation Center received an Innovation of the Year award. What is the Simulation Center and how does it plan to expand? What more is needed for the center?
Through the chair, the Simulation Center is a unique center for Monroe County Hospital that allows us to enhance our education and training for our staff members, as well as other community partners. allied with Monroe Community Hospital. For future plans, we plan to extend that to again enhance further education throughout nursing as well as other operations within the facility and partner within the community.
Great, thank you. And for my legislators, I'm sure Chairwoman Hasman thinks too. If anybody hasn't seen the simulation center, it's amazing. And I suggest that everyone gets there to check it out. Through the chair on page 217 under 2026 major objectives, the completion of the Friendship Place is listed as a goal. What is the Friendship Place? Could you tell us more about it?
Through the chair, the Friendship Place is a specialty unit within the facility for those residents who suffer with dementia. And our goal is to provide them with a better quality of life by providing them with more independent or more space that allows them to live with specialty rooms or private rooms and private space, and allowing them to really roam within their area of the hospital and not run the risk of getting out or being locked down. To the chair.
Thank you. Through the chair, could you clarify what specific advocacy measures to promote industry viability are planned as referenced in the 2026 major objectives on page 217?
Right here. Okay. Through the chair, Monroe Community Hospital is continually looking at ways to remain cutting edge and bring a better quality of life to its residents by securing grants and other means of supporting our residents and staff in the facility. We've also have done things such as participate in a leading age in New York that helps us to advocate for better care and better laws for skilled nursing, as well as helping particular residents work to leverage or lobby with the state to increase our resident allowance on a monthly basis.
Great, thank you. And through the chair to the administration, on to page 553, why is temporary help increasing by 430,000?
Through the chair, temporary help is increasing simply due to the fact that we are continually running into situations where hiring full-time staff becomes more of a challenge, and we have to rely more on per diem and per diem staff to fill in.
Thank you. Staying on page 553, why is the shift differential dropping by 90,000?
Through the chair, we're finding again full-time staff has been reduced as people are finding other means or other ways of supporting their households and picking up shifts in other areas in the hospital is less attractive.
Thank you. And through the chair, I see on page 553, the equipment that was running in 2025 decreased in 2026 by 136,000. Is this one piece of equipment or was it multiple pieces of equipment?
Through the chair, again, this is one of the efforts at Monroe Community Hospital I spoke of earlier as far as securing grant dollars. We were able to utilize grant dollars to purchase specialty beds on the behalf of the hospital and pay for them that way.
Great, thank you. And through the chair to the administration, why is medical affiliation contracts increasing by 141,000?
Through the chair, that is the affiliation agreement with URMC, new contract. The rates have gone up.
Thank you. And through the chair, I also see professional services increased by 140,000.
Through the chair, the professional services rate has increased due to the reliance on temp agency, temp staffing to fill the roles within the hospital.
Thank you. And through the chair, going to page 554, I see the medical and lab supplies increased by 344,000.
Yes, once again, through the chair, these are costs that continually increase over the year, as well as with the different levels of acuity of staff we take in, residents we take in, require additional services.
Thank you. Through the chair, on page 689, why was there an increase of 1.7 million in miscellaneous revenue? I'm not sure if you covered that earlier.
Through the chair, that's really related to the complex care grant that we expect next year.
Thank you. I have a few questions in reference to personnel. So this will be page 733 and 734 through the chair. Why is there no longer a collection and billing coordinator position?
Through the chair, we were able to abolish that position and create a medical billing position. And that will be totally for private pay, as was the collection and billing coordinator. It was easier to recruit.
Perfect. Thank you. Why is there now a unit administrator position employing 5?
Through the chair, the unit administrator position was a position we deemed necessary to help increase the quality of care within the facility. It helps to partner with nurse managers to ensure the overall care of residents and satisfaction of the families.
Thank you. And through the chair, I'm just wondering if these are connected somehow. There's no longer an assistant nurse manager position, resulting in the loss of 7 employees.
Through the chair, that is correct. We found we were able to abolish those positions as assistant nurse managers as we were experiencing difficulty in recruiting such staff in the facility, and found it advantageous to use those to create the unit administrator's positions.
Thank you. I also noticed the respiratory care practitioner through the chair, that 3 of those are no longer needed. Will this have any impact on our residents?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that page?
Sure, not a problem.
The page?
I don't have the exact page, but it's either 733 or 734. It's the respiratory care practitioner. I think we had 11 last year and we're going to 8 this year.
Through the chair, unfortunately, due to the challenge of filling such positions and running vacant for so long, we found that we could reduce the number of those positions and rely more on our RNs and existing agency RTs for that.
Thank you. Why is there a decrease through the chair? Why is there a decrease in positions from 2 to 1 for the cardiopulmonary technician in 2026?
Again, through the chair, due to the challenge of inquiring or recruiting positions, we've had to rely more on the cardio manager and assistant manager to fill what's fit, satisfy the needs.
Thank you. Why is, through the chair to the administration, why is there an added personnel analysis position from 1 to 2 in 2026?
Through the chair, this is a useful position within the facility that allows us to analyze our data and finances and create much needed dashboards within the facility to help us manage all of the needs of the residents and basically increase our overall care within the facility.
Thank you. And through the chair, overall, there looks like to be a cut of 7.5 full-time employees. What is the impact to the hospital with cuts and realignments?
To the chair, the impact of reduced headcount or FTE 7.5 primarily has been absorbed through shifting of other positions in the facility, allowing us to be creative with the resources and the staff we have. If we have found that certain positions that are necessary needed, we would then pivot and try to create such positions in 2026.
Thank you. That's all I have for Monroe County Hospital. I was going to go to public health, but I don't know if you want to check to see if anybody has anything for Monroe County.
I have a question for Monroe Community Hospital, as long as we have staff out here. Yeah, I share my deep respect and just absolutely adore the work that you do at Monroe Community Hospital. So I want to share in those thoughts. Along those lines, under 2026 major objectives, you have maintained average pediatric census greater than 90%. I was wondering if you could expand on what the kind of work that you do for the pediatric population and possibly how that's unique in the county.
Through the chair, Monroe Community Hospital work with the pediatrics is quite unique, as we are one of the only in the area providing such care for peds on ventilators and help is needed fluidity as far as taking in that population.
Thank you. Any other questions on Monroe Community Hospital? Okay. Legislator Smith, you had some more questions?
I do. Thank you. I have some questions on the public health. Through the chair to the administration, what percentage of the Department of Health budget is mandated and non-mandated?
Through the chair, I'll provide that to you with all the others.
Perfect. Thank you. Through the chair to the administration, are the fees listed in the public health department portion of the budget similar to other counties' fees?
Through the chair, Dr. Maria Elena Velez, Commissioner of the Monroe County Department of Public Health. Fees for specific tests and medical services certainly are comparable to other counties in that we, for example, in our immunization programs, receive vaccines through the similar programs. So some of those fees would be comparable across the state of New York. Other fees, for example, permitting of specific restaurants or other fees in that sense are typically about average. We have not done an extensive analysis comparing our fees to other counties. We are one of the larger counties in the Finger Lakes region, so it would be challenging to account for the difference in size to make an accurate comparison in every one of our divisions.
Thank you. Through the chair to the administration, on page 279 and 280, where are the fees for the autopsies going down, but the toxicology tests are going up?
Through the chair, which fees?
Oh, sure.
specifically, please?
Through the chair to the administration, it was on page 284. Oh, so sorry. That's my next question. It was page 279 and 280. The fees for the autopsies are going down and the toxicology tests going up.
Hey, good evening through the chair. Bob Zerby from the medical examiner's office. So as it relates to fees for autopsies, these are the fees that we assess to outside counties through the chair for the performance of the autopsies contractually. The regular fees, the former fees, the bigger numbers you see were when we included toxicology services into services provided. Several years ago, we switched to NMS labs for the entirety of all the county work as well as our contract work. Currently, we've slid back to having our lab handle Monroe County cases, but we're still utilizing NMS for the other counties. So this recognizes the difference of the fee that we're not charging to the individual counties. It just kind of takes it off the table. Prior budgets listed this, but there was language written in the kind of in the text of the budget that said just subtract a certain amount for it, but it was just easier to put the numbers rawly on the paper. Through the chair.
Perfect. Thank you. Through the chair to the administration, moving on to page 284. Why have non-community water supply inspections and sampling fees more than doubled since 2024?
Through the chair, lab costs for a number of those tests have increased, and so we are passing that increase in cost on to those that require this testing.
Thank you. And through the chair to the administration on page 267, a major accomplishment in 2025 for early childhood development was conducting 7 outreach activities to underserved communities. Could you explain a little bit about what you did and what underserved communities these events were held in?
Through the chair, these are events where our teams are tabling frequently in the city of Rochester at such community events as the TIPS festivals, other events where we are informing typically low-income communities of the services that are available if they suspect or have a documented delay in any of their children age birth to 5.
Thank you. And through the chair to the administration on page 268, a major objective for 2026 for administration and special services is to collaborate with Lollipop Farm to provide pet boarding for Monroe County residents seeking to go to inpatient treatment / detox treatment. Could you elaborate on this program?
Through the chair, this initiative was an effort to contract with Lollipop Farms to provide boarding services for individuals who qualify for treatment, who are at a point in their lives where they're ready to enter treatment to get on the pathway for a stable recovery, and whose major barrier would be that sometimes their only remaining social connection is an animal that they no longer have friends or family willing to take care of. Our team has encountered this obstacle in a number of instances in their outreach. And so that contract has been signed and enacted, and we are happy that we will be able to use opioid settlement dollars to pay for this service that will free individuals to go confidently into their treatment, knowing that they'll be able to come back and their pet will be safe.
Great, thank you. I am happy through the chair to the administration to hear that we're using the opioid funds for this program, which I think would be great. Through the chair to the administration on page 282, the proposed 2025 budget estimated 800 examinations this year, but this proposed budget now estimates 920 for 2025. Could you explain the drastic increase? So it looks like we went from 800 to 920.
Through the chair, could you repeat the question?
Yes, on page 282, the proposed 2025 budget estimated 800 examinations this year, but this proposed budget now estimates 920 for 2025. Could you explain the drastic increase?
Through the chair, just to clarify, the 884 cases from 2024 actual compared to the estimated?
No, it looks like they were proposed. Proposed 800 in 2025.
Oh, okay. Through the chair, we are just seeing an increase in the number of cases that meet criteria for an examination by the medical examiner's office.
Thank you. Through the chair on page 539, Public Health Administration and Special Services. Why is temporary help being eliminated?
Through the chair, the salaries for this temporary help was shifted into the regular salary budget line.
Thank you. And staying on the same page through the chair to the administration, why are commercial services going down by 286,000?
Through the chair, some of these costs were moved to a grant.
Thank you. And staying on the same page through the chair to the administration, we see professional services going up about 166,000.
Services. Expenses.
Through the chair, a number of those costs have been moved to different general ledger lines.
Thank you. And the last one on that page of 539, I noticed the public notices were being eliminated. Did they get moved somewhere else?
Yes, through the chair. Yes, those costs were shifted to a different general ledger line.
Through the chair to the administration on page 541, Public Health Nursing Services. Why were professional services going down 113K? And we also see agency contracts going down 148,000.
Through the chair, the agency contract cost is related to our tuberculosis and STD clinics. They reduced their contract with Rochester Regional Health for laboratory services. And could you repeat the other part of the question?
Sure. Professional services went down 113,000.
Through the chair, there was a reduction in our contracting with a mobile X-ray service through our tuberculosis clinic.
Thank you. Moving on to page 543, Public Health, Maternal and Child Health Services. I also see the agency contract line items going away.
Through the chair, those costs were shifted to grants.
Great. Thank you. Moving on to page 545, through the chair to the administration, Public Health Medical Examiner. I see the maintenance equipment has gone up by 100,000.
Through the chair, there are expensive machines in that office. These are just tracking costs.
Thank you.
And there
And-
was, sorry, through the chair, there was some grants ended that previously covered those costs. So that was moved to county funds.
Thank you. And through the chair to the administration, I see agency contracts line went away here as well.
Through the chair, that is the toxicology lab taking back over some of the testing in-house as opposed to sending it out to the NMS contracted agency.
Perfect. Thank you for explaining that. Through the chair to the administration on page 549, Public Health, Early Childhood Development. Public assistant benefits are going up by 7 million.
Through the chair, this is related to all early intervention and preschool special education services are increasing, transportation costs are increasing, the rates are increasing for the providers.
Thank you. Through the chair to the administration on page 682, Public Health Administration and Special Services. Why are charges to the trust funds going up by 651,000?
Through the chair, those are costs associated with increased excellent work by the addiction services team.
Thank you. Going on to page 683 through the chair to the administration, Public Health Nursing Services. Why is PH Article 6 going down 128,000?
Through the chair. General ledger line, the revenues decrease when some of the Article 6 reimbursable expenses are also reduced. So as we do fewer of those services, we get less reimbursement from the state. Through the chair.
Thank you. Through the chair on page 687, Public Health Early Childhood Development. Why is ECDP admin reimbursement going up by 292,000?
Through the chair, this is actually the opposite of my previous answer, whereas there are increased costs incurred through this program, we are given increased reimbursement through the state or from the state.
Great.
Through the chair.
Thank you. Staying on the exact same page through the chair to the administration, I see EDUC handicapped child going up by 1.4 million.
Through the chair, this is a similar answer. All of that reimbursement is tethered to the amount of services provided that meet the state's eligibility.
Thank you.
Through the chair.
Through the chair to the administration, going to page 739. Have the associate medical examiner positions all been filled yet? If not, is there a plan to do so?
Through the chair, all of the associate medical examiner positions have not been filled.
Through the chair to the administration, do we have a timeline?
Through the chair, we are certainly actively recruiting through different locations of postings. Part of the collaboration that our department has had for a number of years with the University of Rochester's pathology department to do some of that forensic training in our department is a workforce recruitment effort. So there are multiple strategies being employed at the moment. The United States is not graduating sufficient forensic pathologists to meet all of the open positions that exist.
Thank you for the explanation. Through the chair to the administration, I see a senior medical investigator positions being added. Could you explain what that position will entail?
Through the chair, this is a senior medical investigator who is specifically overseeing the autopsy technicians, assisting the forensic pathologists in completing those autopsy examinations. Through the chair.
Thank you. And through the chair to the administration, I see we also are adding a community health worker position. Could you explain what that position will be doing as well?
Through the chair in the medical examiner's office?
I believe so. Page 739. Yeah, that's. They need to look like you're good. Community health worker.
Through the chair, that community health worker title is being used to fill previously difficult to fill positions in a number of programs. So this could be referring to one in our WIC program or in our nursing services division. Through the chair.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I yield the floor.
Thank you. Any questions on public health? Yes, sorry. Legislator Jessica Simmons.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'd like to thank my colleagues for asking all those excellent questions. I think it knocked down my questions by 2/3. So thank you. Through you to the administration, under Veteran Service Agency, page 344. Could you please help us understand the decrease in personal services? Personnel services.
Madam Chair, Nick Stefanovich, Director of Veteran Service Agency. The decrease in personnel services was due to us revamping the ecotherapy program and restructuring it in order to make it more efficient for the veterans out at the Equi Center.
Okay. Through the chair to the administration, could you tell us how many satellite offices we have in Monroe County?
Yes, through the chair, 2 satellite offices, one in Greece and one in Penfield.
Through you to the administration, how many FTs and PTs do we have at each location?
Through the administration, the Veteran Service Agency at each location has 2 FTEs.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Yes, through the chair, at location, the Veteran Service Agency has 2 FTEs.
Thank you. Through you to the administration, covering safety net assistance. Perhaps I didn't understand the explanation as to the decrease of $852,000. Could you please explain that to me again? To us again?
Through the chair. So there's two programs that are covered by the appropriations and safety net assistance: emergency assistance to adults and safety net. Emergency assistance to adults is going down $420,000. And that's really related to what we're actually seeing as providing over the last few years. The other appropriation, which is a much larger appropriation for safety net services, is the caseload that we're projecting for next year is 3,955 cases at $760 per case per month. So that math equals $36,065,149, which is slightly lower than the 2025 adopted budget by like $430,000.
Okay.
Yeah, we're currently our safety net caseload, the current caseload is 3,607 cases.
Okay, through you to the administration, did we factor in any fallout from the recertification of the SNAP that potentially individuals may want to look at this budget, this program?
Through the chair, Denise Reed from DHS. So safety net appropriations actually don't cover anything with SNAP at this time. So the SNAP ABOD recertification or certification impending changes won't be reflected here. Through the chair.
Through the chair, do we know how many individuals or families will be affected by this decrease in safety net assistance?
Through the chair, can you repeat the question?
Do we know how many individuals or families are going to be impacted by this decrease in funding and assistance?
So through the chair, just to clarify, so the 2025 adopted budget is currently exceeds the caseload for 2025. So our spending is not on track to reach that. So in reality, the 2026 appropriations are not a decrease from what we're currently spending, even though in the adopted budget, it appears that way. So this actually represents an increase in safety net cases based on what we currently have active at this time, because we are under the 2025 adopted budget by several hundred cases and millions of dollars at this point. Through the chair.
An unfortunate situation. Through you to the administration, can you explain what state aid EAA is?
Through the chair, can you please repeat that question?
Through you to the administration, can you explain what is state aid EAA?
EAA, through the chair, stands for Emergency Aid to Adults. It is the category of assistance that is available to individuals that are in receipt of Social Security, Supplemental Security Income, SSI. Through the chair.
Right. Through you to the administration, under family assistance, Could you explain the decrease in salaries?
Through the chair, those salaries were actually related to the grant funding that we spoke about that's not included in the 2026 adopted budget, but was in the 2025 budget.
To the administration, why has under family assistant page 667, the federal aid decreased by well over 24 million. Why has this age decreased by such a drastic number, and how will this federal cut impact Monroe County?
Through the chair, there is no impact to the county. That is related to the $25 million anti-poverty grant that was included in the 2025 adopted budget. It's not included in here. We still have the dollars. They're in the grant fund. We're still using them, but they're not reflected in the 2026 proposed budget.
Thank you. Through you to the administration, under adolescents care, page 185, what's the impact to the JD Penn's care line decreased by $88,000? What was that? Through you to the administration. That's page 185.
Through the chair, for several years now, we've been budgeting dollars there, but have had no children in that category of assistance. So we have removed it from the budget. That's weird. If a child was to enter some kind of care related to this, it would be covered under foster care appropriations.
Thank you. Through you to the administration under daycare appropriations, page 520, the public assistance benefit increased by well over 11 million. How many additional families will this help?
Through the chair. So the 2026 proposed budget includes 7,720 funding for 7,721 children in the low income program. Currently, as of the end of September, we were serving 7,297 children in the low income program. So, like an additional 420 approximately children.
Thank you. Okay. Through you to the administration under Youth Bureau. Page 675. We saw a decrease of 44,459 in state aid. Could you tell us a little bit about that and why we lost it? Why the decrease?
Through the chair, we'll get back to you on that.
Great. I yield. Thank you.
So I have one more question for public health. Under 2026 major objectives, we have concluded the installation of Millox boxes and exhausting the current supply of, can you give us just a ballpark? Doesn't have to be completely accurate of how many naloxone boxes are in the community and how many more you think will be installed?
Through the chair, we've installed over the last 3 years, 645 Nalox boxes, both indoor and outdoor. We put them everywhere if people would accept them. It's hard to anticipate how many more we could put up. It depends on where we see trends of frequent overdoses and then finding a suitable community partner that is at a point where they've overcome the stigma to be willing to have one placed.
That's wonderful. Thank you.
Through the chair.
Thank you. And then I just want to echo what my colleague Legislator Smith said about the Lollipop Farm collaboration. When I read through the budget, I think that was my favorite item. And if you want to know if I'm the kind of nerd that has a favorite budget item, yes, that's true. So, excuse me. Oh, veterans. Oh yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Legislator Milne.
Moving on to Veteran Servants Agency. I just have two quick questions, if I may. Through you, Madam Chair, to the administration, on page 742, why was the position of Veterans Therapy Liaison removed from the 26 budget?
Through the chair, that position was removed because we continued to evolve that program, and we took a look at it this year under the new direction of our psychologist, and he recommended that as we were evolving that program, that we remove that position.
Excellent, thank you. And just to one performance area question, again, through the chair to the administration, in the proposed 2025 budget, a major objective was contracting a female veteran peer mentor to support female veterans participating in open and nature-based therapy, but this is not specifically listed in the major accomplishments for 26. Was this achieved in 25, or is this still going to be worked on in 26?
Through the chair, it's along the same lines as we revamped that program. It was the consultation of the director of that program that that component also be removed as it was offered in another capacity at the Equi Center.
Excellent. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, next item on the agenda.
I'm sorry, I do have.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the administration on the veterans, back to the veterans affair, were the FTEs at the salary adds to the existing count, or were there a shift from Westfall Road?
Through the chair, those positions are in the ARPA grant. They're not actually in the vet services budget.
Great. I yield. Thank you.
I'm sorry. Any other questions? I'm going to look a couple times now. Okay. Next item on the agenda is the approval of minutes. You have the October 27th, 2025 minutes before you. They will stand approved unless the clerk is notified of any changes by the end of the day. The next item on the agenda is new business. Madam Clerk.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Legislator Vasquez Simmons.
I'd like to make a motion to move the agenda except for items 25-0356 and 25-0364.
I second that.
Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, this first agenda, Madam Clerk.
Referral 25-0356, authorize a contract with the University of Rochester Pulmonary Group for the Monroe County Department of Public Health Tuberculosis Control Program.
Move it, Madam Chair.
Second.
Moved by Legislator Vasquez Simmons, seconded by Legislator Bonner. Is there any discussion? I would like to declare my interest.
So noted.
All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item, please.
Referral 25-0364, authorize a contract with the University of Rochester Medical Center for medical services for Monroe Community Hospital, including specialized ventilator, pediatric, urology, and dermatology services.
Move it, Madam Chair.
Second.
Moved by Legislator Vasquez Simmons, seconded by Legislator Bonnet. Is there any discussion? I would like to declare my interest on that item.
Noted.
All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Are there any other matters to come before this committee? There being no other matters, the November 25th, 2025 meeting of the Human Services Committee stands adjourned. The next meeting of the Human Services Committee will be held on Tuesday, December 16th at 2025 at 5 p.m.
Thank you.
We good, Dave? The November 24th, 2025 meeting of the Environment and Public Works Committee will now come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Ms. Bonnet.
Here.
Ms. Bonnet is present. Mr. Vecchio Hoffman.
Present.
Mr. Vecchio Hoffman is present. Chairwoman Hughes-Smith.
Here.
Chairwoman Hughes-Smith is present. Mr. Maffucci.
Here.
Mr. Maffucci is present. Ms. McIntyre.
Here.
Ms. McIntyre is present. Mr. Morris.
Here.
Mr. Morris is present. Mr. Sinclair.
Here.
Mr. Sinclair is present.
Thanks. I'd just like to open with a very brief moment of reflection and some words uttered, attributed to a lot of different people, actually. We do not inherit the earth from our ancestors. We borrow it from our children. Thank you. Next is the public forum. Is there anyone signed up for the public forum?
No, there is not.
Is there anyone present who is not signed up to speak, but who would like to address the committee at this time? Seeing none, that concludes the public forum. I would like to introduce Jennifer Cesario, Chief Financial Officer of Monroe County, who is here to present the 2026 proposed Monroe County budget as it pertains to the Environment and Public Works Committee. We will have a question and answer period following the presentation, and I apologize if I mispronounced your name. No. Okay.
Good evening. I'll wait till the presentation comes up. All right, so Environment and Public Works focuses on two departments within the county. That's aviation and environmental services. The budgets for these two departments represents just under 9% of total county spending. 2026, oh, you can, sorry. Oh, that's last year. I think that's last year's presentation.
Here. There's Bob saying.
Dave, what this up?
They never loaded it there. I forgot the web. Committees. Sure. Committees.
Oh, all right. You can go to that page. Okay. So Environment and Public Works focuses on two departments, the airport and environmental services. The proposed 2026 budget is an increase of $2.9 million over the 2025 adopted budget, with increases in both aviation and pure waters. Solid waste, engineering, and fleet maintenance budgets are either flat or have slight reductions in spending. Next. Moving to the airport specifically, airport's budget is increasing 5.1% or $1.4 million over the 2025 adopted budget. Salaries and benefits account for $871,000 of that increase. Also increasing is interdepartmental charges in the amount of $606,000, of which $467,000 of that $606,000 increase is directly related to the Sheriff's Department chargeback to the airport for security. And again, that's mostly salary and benefit related. Other changes within aviation include a $148,000 increase in contractual services. That consists of $100,000 in an increase for electricity and $58,000 increase in commercial services. Debt service for the airport is decreasing by $198,000. And I'm pretty sure you all know this, but I'm just going to point out that the county receives 100% reimbursement from the airport authority, so there's zero net county cost to taxpayers. Moving on to DES and solid waste. Net county support is decreasing by $1 million. Our plan for the last few years was to eliminate solid waste due to the general fund. And we had planned to eliminate that within the next 2 years. However, we lowered the subsidy this year by $1 million because our budgetary position really just couldn't support maintaining the subsidy at $2 million. So again, this budget, we had to make some difficult decisions, and this was one of those decisions that we felt we had to make. On a positive note, solid waste operations continues to do well, and both the accumulated deficit that we see in solid waste and the amount due back to the general fund should be eliminated in the next 3 to 4 years. Elsewhere in the solid waste budget, total appropriations decreased by $70,000. Some notable changes within the solid waste budget include a $300,000 reduction to cash capital funding. And as a side note, for every department that budgets cash capital, there were some tough decisions we had to make this year. So cash capital is reduced in many counties' budget, many departments' budgets this year. There's also a $124,000 decrease in debt service, a $300,000 increase to contractual services, largely related to solid waste transfer contracts, and a $49,000 increase to salaries and benefits related to collective bargaining increases and normal step increases. Moving on to DES, engineering, sustainability, and facilities. As per Resolution 343 of 2022, we continue to budget the committed fund balance of $1 million for climate initiatives. Other highlights within the facilities budget, salaries and benefits increased $778,000 related to, again, collective bargaining agreement increases and benefits, so medical and pension increases. And we also have an addition of 5 full-time equivalents, 3 building service workers, 1 supervising building service worker, and 1 maintenance mechanic, 2, as we plan on taking over the maintenance of the St. Paul building in the 4th quarter of 2026. Offsetting some of those increases there is a vacancy factor that was applied in the amount of 8%. Other notable changes within the budget for facilities is a $720,000 decrease in contractual services, mostly related to utilities at the Iowa Powerhouse. And an increase of $420,000 in supplies and materials, predominantly relating to technical supplies for the HVAC repairs and other building maintenance work. Moving on to Pure Waters. Appropriations increase $1.8 million. Notable changes within this division of DES is salary and benefits again, as with other divisions and departments, increase $1.4 million related to the collective bargaining agreements, pension and medical increases. We've also included a 12% vacancy factor for this division. Debt service is decreasing $1.6 million, and supplies and materials increase $472,000, mostly related to technical supplies like pumps and electrical supplies. Likewise, contractual services increase $478,000, and that's mostly related to agency contracts. And last but not least, fleet maintenance. Fleet does maintenance and repairs to county vehicles and then charges other departments for the work that they've completed, which is why there is a large negative number in interdepartmental charges. There's not a lot going on within this budget other than increase of $140,000 related to salaries and benefits, and a decrease of $138,000 in supplies and materials, mostly related to gasoline and diesel fuel for county vehicles and equipment. And I want to point out two things that will show up in every department's budgets so we can maybe head off some questions. We've updated the way we budget for medical and dental. So in the past, medical was charged to a commitment item 961255. That has been changed to 507020 for active employees. And we, in the past, had commitment item 961260 for dental insurance. That has been changed to 507035 for active employees. There are corresponding codes for retirees. I wanted to point that out because it is a change to how we budget for medical and dental. The other large change that you will see in many departments' budgets, if not every department's budget, is the way we do chargebacks for information services. Information services is part of the internal service fund, and it is charged out to all user departments. With our change to our new ERP system, Workday, we needed to make some changes to the way we do some of this stuff. And we decided to start charging departments back for direct charges and admin. Direct charges are really related to software and things that are specific to a department that information services does for a department that is different than every other department. The admin charges will be are being charged out by the number of laptops or PCs in a department, and that is basically any other. If you get a PC and it's got the typical Outlook on it and all that stuff, all those charges are considered. So all the rest of the charges within information services are allocated based on the number of those devices in the department. So there's some big swings there, and I realize that. I think that what we're doing, maybe needs some finesse over time, but it's a big change for this year. Just, and we'll monitor the accounting for that, but that's the way we budgeted for information services this year. Happy to take more questions over at the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cesario. I will now open the floor to any committee members who have questions regarding the Environment and Public Works portion of the budget. Okay, Legislator Morris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the administration, and I'll apologize if I'm redundant with questions that were answered. I was trying to follow along to clip out any ones that you'd already covered in the presentation. So I apologize if I trip over any of those. But for a couple general questions, again, through you, Madam Chair, to the administration. What percentage of the aviation department budget is viewed as mandated versus non-mandated?
Through the chairwoman, we'll have to get back to you on that.
It's her first time for us.
And then again, Madam Chair, through you to the administration. This you may have talked about this, but my question was going to be, why is the security cost increased dramatically? I don't know if is that related, again, through you, Madam Chair, to the sheriff chargeback, or is this something entirely different from what you had shared on that?
Through the chairwoman, do you have a specific page that you're referencing?
First, general on the entirety of security costs increasing.
Legislator, could I add to your question?
Sure.
On page 72, it says expected increase in sheriff calls and emergency response incidents. They're expecting to make 3,700 additional calls to the sheriff's office this next year and expected to experience an additional 114 emergency response incidents. I don't know if that helps, but that's what I was trying to understand. Why are we expecting more need of the sheriff?
I yield.
Thank you. So sorry.
No. Sorry, you're the chairman.
Through the chairwoman, I think the increase of security is what I suggested earlier. It's collective bargaining agreements within the sheriff's department and the number and of staff that's assigned to the airport.
Yeah, that doesn't really clarify for me, at least, why we're anticipating higher calls and more incidents. I mean, an increase of 3,700 additional calls, like where is that number coming from? Do we have any idea, or can you get back to us, or? It just seems like a significant jump.
Oh, there we go. Through the chair, Andy Moore, Director of Aviation. The increase that you see in those is just really an estimate of what we anticipate moving forward in my discussions and meetings with the sheriff's office. What we've experienced over the past year, what we experienced this year, and what we think may be the need for their services at the airport moving into 2026. So unfortunately, some bad behaviors seem to happen at the airport, and you see it sensationalized on television from time to time. But safety and security is always one of our top priorities. So we just want to make sure that we've got a decent estimate with us. That's all.
Commissioner Morris, you want to continue? Go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Again, through you to the administration. Can we be provided with the contract between the county and the current airport security company?
Through the chair, I don't have that contract with me right now, but I will make sure that the legislature has that.
Thank you. And again, Madam Chair, through you to the administration, the last 3 years, we've seen steady growth in passengers. Can we expect to see continued growth now that we're several years removed from the COVID-19 pandemic? And it seems we're back to the numbers that we have had prior to the pandemic.
Through the chair, you are correct. I mean, we've had significant growth in passenger volumes coming through the airport, which is great to see. Right now, we've got 9 airlines at the airport. We've got roughly 26 nonstop destinations. And we've had some September of 2025 was the best September as far as passenger numbers go that we've seen the last 10 years. In fact, August was one of our record months too in the last 10 years. So Passenger numbers are definitely increasing, which is great as we offer more airlines and more nonstops for obvious reasons. Last year, we were at about 1.3 million enplanements. Enplanements are passengers departing from the airport. And this year, we expect with good September and a good October, hopefully a good November and December, we should be at about 1.4 million enplanements. So we're looking at roughly a 5 to 6% increase from where we were from last year for 2024. So definitely moving in the right direction. There's a lot of other airports that are moving in the opposite direction, which is their loss. So we want to keep that momentum going as we try to get more nonstop destinations to desired cities, both for business travelers and vacation leisure travelers. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Just as a follow-up through you, Madam Chair. So really indicative of the increase in nonstop flights is what you would mainly attribute the increases for the reason behind them, or one of the major reasons?
Absolutely. I think, statistically speaking, and this is kind of universally across airports across the country, the more nonstops you're able to get, the more attractive it is for people to travel. As I'm sure everybody in this room likes a nonstop flight versus a stop that has a layover, which is no surprise and certainly understandable. So the more nonstops we can get, the more airlines that we can get operating out of the airport, the more passengers, and it just really kind of feeds on itself. The more passengers we get coming through the airports, then the more nonstops we get coming through the airport. So it's just one of these revolving wheels that if we just keep the momentum moving and gaining 5 to 6% every year, which is fantastic for an airport our size, considering that we have comparable size airport to the east, which is Syracuse, and a significantly larger airport to the west, which is Buffalo. So we do have a certain catchment area that's limited, unlike other geographical parts of the country.
Certainly good news. Thank you. Again, Madam Chair, through you to the administration. On page 568 under Aviation Administration, can you explain the reasoning behind the decrease of approximately 170,000 on the interest of bonds?
It's 568. 568. No, it's a decrease in bonding.
Through you, Madam Chairwoman, the interest works just like your mortgage. When you first take out your mortgage on your home at home, you pay the most amount of interest as you make your payments, your interest steadily declines. What you're seeing here is just the natural rate of interest going down as it would with any debt issued.
And again, just follow up through you, Madam Chair, is that these are structured just for normal payouts and normal decreasing?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, that's right.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the administration, page 573, Aviation, Airport, Crash and Fire Rescue. Can you explain why the medical insurance increased by 100K after switching from IS medical insurance?
Through you, Madam Chair. So health insurance in general has increased 8.8% in this year's budget. So in total, health insurance in the 2025 adopted budget was 96.3 million. In the 2026 proposed budget, that number goes up to 104.8 million. So that's just a reflection of the increase.
And again, Madam Chair, through you to the administration, page 574, Aviation, Airport, Field Operations. Salaries increasing by about 146,000. Is that all CBA related?
Through the chairwoman, you said
Page 574, Aviation, Airport, Field Operations salary.
Through you, Madam Chairwoman, that also includes an addition of one full-time equivalent, an airport equipment operator. Yeah, and along with salary increase, collective bargaining agreement increases and
Okay, thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, again, on that same page, why is there an added professional services line of 40,000?
through you, Madam Chairwoman, that is for airport lighting maintenance, so that we can get repairs for that and overhead door maintenance.
And again, through you, Madam Chair, just to follow up, with that being added, was that handled, is this something new or was that handled in another line somewhere? Or is this just, I apologize, is this?
Oh, I'm sorry, through you, Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I need to adjust my answer. The $40,000 increase is actually for the EMAS strength testing. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Through the chair, as the finance director was saying, the $40,000 is for the EMAS. EMAS is Engineered Material Arresting System. It's the stopping mechanism at the end of our crosswind runway, which is 1028. The EMAS has been there since 2005. It's reaching its expiration date per FAA regulations and guidelines. And so we're looking to have a study done, a $40,000 study done to see what the status and life status is of that EMAS system and whether or not that needs to be replaced or refurbished based on the study. What we'll end up doing is going to the FAA, seeking airport improvement funds, which they are aware of, and they are aware of this study and endorse this study so that we can best assess where we need to be moving forward with this EMAS system at the end of the runway.
Thank you. Again, Madam Chair, through you to the administration, page 576, airport custodial operations. Salaries are increasing by 248,000. Again, is that CBA or any new positions?
Working. That actually is the CBAs and an addition of 2 full-time equivalents, which are maintenance mechanic ones.
Thank you. And again, Madam Chair, through you to the administration on page 578, airport maintenance building operations. Why are utilities electric increasing by $100,000 while utilities gas is decreasing by 50,000?
Through you, Madam Chairwoman, that is actually per Fluent, our energy aggregation advisor, term consultant. They give us estimates and electricity was going up and gas was going down.
Thank you. My last question, and then I'll yield to my colleague. Through you, Madam Chair, through the administration. On page 721, can you explain the need for the new additional accountant position?
Through the chair, Andy Moore, Director of Aviation. Yes, the junior accountant position that was upgraded to accountant position. As we looked at the daily duties and functions and roles of that position, it was more in line with the accountant position versus the junior accountant position. So we just wanted to stabilize it and just make it an accountant position based on the responsibilities.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll yield for additional questions on aviation, and then I have some other ones for fire.
Thank you. Any other questions on aviation? Legislator Maffucci? Yeah.
Actually, it's really not a question. I would just invite people who haven't been to the airport, go out and see the capital improvements. The place looks fabulous. It's really, really well done. I'm a member of the airport authority, so I'm very proud of that. Looks great.
Okay. Thank you. Yep, I just, two quick questions. I recognize the airport doesn't, need any net county support. So when the airport authority increases its revenue, it appropriations also went up. Is, the airport unable to share funds in the other direction to the county, to other departments?
Through the chair, we have to be careful about sharing funds with other departments. The FAA is very particular about what they call revenue diversion. And that's something that they look at on an annual basis. And so we just need to make sure that what we're sharing monies with and paying for as far as reimbursement to the county, it's all accounted for and within appropriate standards, if you want to call it that.
Yeah, items related to running of the airport.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. Just wanted to make sure that was clear. And one other question related to the airport is I know there's development of biofuel related jet fuel. Is the airport, are we pursuing any changes in fuel or pilot programs or opportunities to explore shifting towards more biofuels that you're aware of?
So the airport doesn't necessarily get into the fueling business. We leave that up to the airlines and to the fixed based operators. Those are what we call the FBOs that provide the de-icing and fueling of the aircraft. We do adhere to what the county and the state would like us to start looking at more of the hybrid type vehicles. We do have a bunch of those in our fleet as we speak, working with DES and fleet management on that, but we just don't really get into fueling. It's not one of our operations that we're responsible for.
Understood. Yeah, and I appreciate the shift in some of the ground transportation to less polluting opportunities. Are those fueling services, are they contracted? And is the airport authority contracting for those fueling services?
Through the chair, those fueling and de-icing services are private company to private company contracts. So when I say that, I'm talking about airline contracts with private sector providers. We do not, as a government entity, the airport itself, whether it's the county or the authority, get involved in providing fuel or providing de-icing fluid. It's strictly done through private contracts and agreements with the private companies that operate at the airports.
Thank you for clarifying that. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. I yield the floor. Legislator McIntyre.
Through the chair. I specifically had a bunch of questions from my constituents this year about the private security at the airport. And my question is, how was that contract decided? I am aware that as soon as certain things became public, that certain people were immediately no longer employed by the airport. But how was the contract with outside security decided? And was it that the sheriffs could not cover all of the hours that were available, or are they already at maximum? How are we contracting to a private company outside of the sheriff's department? And how was that contract decided for certain security hours?
Through the chair. So the private contract was done through the county procurement process through an RFP. So it went through the state procurement requirements that RFPs go through, that this body has voted on and has seen for many, many years. So it did follow the proper procurement requirements, guidelines, protocols that any other county RFP process would go through. Really what we ran into is a situation where the Monroe County Sheriff's Office is what's called the LEOs at airports, law enforcement organizations. What was happening is they were spending an exorbitant amount of time being crossing guards at our arrivals level and our departure level roads at the airport. That is not the best use of their time or the best use of Monroe County Sheriff's deputies at the airport. And so in concert or I should say, in discussions with the sheriff's office, we decided to join the national trend that is happening at airports across the country, including Syracuse and Buffalo, to have a private company come in and really just kind of be the crossing guards, if you want to call it that, but also try to move vehicles off the curbs, which is a TSA requirement per our airport security plan at the airport, which is a document that's approved by TSA and the federal security director of TSA. And so by having a private security company provide those two services being helping people cross the roadway, helping passengers cross the roadway, and then also moving cars away from the curb, we could have the Monroe County Sheriff's Office perform more law enforcement security related duties on airport property and in the terminal building. So that was I hope that answered your question. That was the process that we had to select a company. And then that is the reason why we decided to go with a private company for the curb and for the crossing of passengers, both at the arrivals level and departure level. The company is not law enforcement. They are not assuming law enforcement responsibilities. The Monroe County Sheriff's Office has those responsibilities. And we're very glad and happy with their services at the airport to perform law enforcement requirements per TSA and our airport security plan. Thank you.
Okay, through the chair, thank you very much for the explanation. Just a second question, through the chair again. You are aware of the pictures and other things that I am mentioning that created those specific, I received one email privately and then I received other text messages, phone calls. I just want to make sure that we are aware of the voices that were out there about this issue and those concerns are being addressed. Am I correct to understand that those concerns have been addressed and that the airport is happy with the way that those concerns were addressed?
Through the chair, I am aware of those. Those individuals are no longer employed by the security company. I believe both those individuals were let go that same day that those photos were provided. And like with any contract, there's a little bit of a learning curve. The Monroe County Sheriff's Office was fantastic in helping the private security company kind of get accustomed to the airport. There was some overlap in their responsibilities and roles. Which was very beneficial to any new entity coming in and performing those responsibilities.
Okay, through the chair, thank you so much. I appreciate the explanation and I yield.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Commissioner Morris.
Questions now, moving environmental service, please. Just had some questions, Madam Chair, regarding the environmental services portion of the budget. Through you to the administration. I'll ask the same question I asked previously and assuming it would be information to get back to us, but could we get the percentage of the environmental services budget that's mandated versus non-mandated, please?
Through the chair, yeah, we'll provide that to you.
Thank you. Again, Madam Chair, through you to the administration, on page 111, I'd like to ask, why was the completion of the Monroe County Organics Management Plan not listed as a major accomplishment in 2025 major accomplishments? Has this plan been completed or is it still being worked on?
Through you, Madam Chair, Mike Garland, Director of DES. That Organics Management Plan is still in development. We expect to have that completed in the second quarter of 2026.
Thank you. Again, Madam Chair, through you to the administration, can you provide an update on the MCC Applied Technology Center project?
Through Madam Chair, yes, we can provide an update. The project is in construction and is expected to be open for fall semester of 2026.
Thank you. Again, Madam Chair, through you to the administration, can you provide an update on the FEV WRFF electrical systems project?
Through you, Madam Chair. Yep, the project as it relates to the generators. As you know, the main building, the switchgear, all that has been installed and operational. The next phase of that project is are the three 2.5 megawatt generators that were procured through a $16 million federal grant. Those generators are on site, and we do have a contract that your honorable body approved for the installation of those generators, and we expect to have those operational in the fourth quarter of 2026. Excuse me.
Thank you. Again, Madam Chair, through to the administration on page 112. Why was the combined sewer overflow abatement program a bridge conduit pipelining project not completed, as it was listed as a major objective for 2026 in the previous year's budget?
Through Madam Chair, we were a little optimistic on our completion of that fairly complex project. It involves relining two 72-inch diameter pipes that are part of the combined sewer overflow abatement program that cross the Genesee River. This year, we completed the south conduit pipe. We're going to assess the final construction and the epoxy coating of that pipe, and then we'll move on to the north pipe, another 72-inch diameter pipe. Expect to have that completed by the fourth quarter of 2026.
And Madam Chair, thank you, Mr. Through you, Madam Chair, to the administration. Is there a charge for residents to use the new EV charging stations in the parks?
Through Madam Chair, yep, it's been the same charge since we made those available to the public, and that's $2.25 an hour.
And then just a follow-up question there. I believe, did we receive grant monies for those? Or did the county just fund them?
Through the chair, we did receive grant money from some of the initial installations, but the ones that we're currently installing now, we have not secured grant funding for. Yeah.
All right, thank you. And then, Madam Chair, again, staying on page 12 through to the administration, have any other schools, and if so, which ones or how many, shown interest in joining the food waste diversion pilot program?
Through the Madam Chair, there are 5 schools that are presently part of the school waste, food waste diversion program. And those are Brighton, Fairport, Penfield, Pittsford, and West Irondequoit. 4 of the 5 have a program underway. We're still working with the Pittsford School District to finalize their work plan. But I would say all 5 schools are very enthusiastic and have very unique plans, and we're looking forward to seeing their success.
Again, just a follow up through Madam Chair to the administration. Are there any other schools that have expressed the interest in trying to join if funding became available?
Through Madam Chair, we expect to make that offering next year to other school districts that may have interest in applying for the program.
Thank you. Again, Madam Chair, through to the administration, page 579 under appropriations for environmental services, solid waste administration. What is the reasoning behind the commercial services decreasing by 98,000?
Through Madam Chair, we shifted consulting services to the line that's just below that, 504,320 professional services. So as you may see in that line, there's an increase for nearly that amount and a decrease in the line that you're referencing.
Thank you. Again, Madam Chair, through you to the administration on page 581, environmental services, solid waste transfer hall landfill. Why do solid waste transfer contracts increase by $262,000 in the budget proposal?
Through Madam Chair, rates go up annually, and we use a historical average on tons, and that's going up incrementally as well. We've also budgeted more tons for city house demos. As you may recall, there's been some fires in the city. Tent City in particular created a significant amount of material that needed to be managed. So we're increasing the tonnage for anticipated increased house demolitions in the city of Rochester.
Thank you. Moving again, Madam Chair, through you to the administration on page 584 under Environmental Services, Solid Waste, Municipal Solid Waste, Proc Center. Why does provision capital projects decrease by 300,000? And I'll apologize if that was something that may have been covered in the presentation.
Yeah. Through you, through the chair. That really is a reflection of the decisions we had to make in the budget regarding cash capital across the board. There are decreases in every department that use that.
Thank you. Madam Chair, again, through you to the administration, page 585 for Environmental Services, DES, Engineering Administration. Why is maintenance buildings listed as a new line item in the amount of 120,000?
Through Madam Chair, this is for EV charging stations, and they were budgeted in other lines. So those costs have been allocated in a line in the line that is most appropriate for this project.
Again, just a follow-up question, Madam Chair, through you. Do we have a number? How many stations? Or ballpark?
Through Madam Chair, 3 EV stations in 2026.
Thank you. Again, Madam Chair, through you, sticking on the same page, why is maintenance equipment listed as a new line item for 65,000? Is that related as same reasoning or something different?
Through Madam Chair, yes, for the same reason that you mentioned before, as well as our diesel decarbonation pilot program.
Again, Madam Chair, through you to the administration, why do professional services decrease by 117,000?
Through Madam Chair, there's a decrease in code compliance consultant services. We adjusted it based on historical usage and need within the department.
Thank you. And again, Madam Chair, through you, why is equipment listed as a new line item for $105,000? I'll check that in the increase from the 2025 amended. Again, Madam Chair, through you.
Through you, Madam Chair, this also relates to the EV charging stations as well. Again, we have costs that are spread across different lines within the budget.
And again, Madam Chair, through you to the administration, what is the reasoning for the $123,000 increase in funding for medical insurance? But is that asked and answered previously?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
Sir, I yield. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Maffucci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I didn't have my mic on last time, so I just want to remind people again, if you get a chance, head out to the airport, look at those capital improvements, very impressive. But I do have a question about the EV charging stations through you to the administration. Can you tell us a little bit about what type of stations those will be?
Through Madam Chair, there'll be level 2 charging stations.
Quick follow-up. Do you know who will be the manufacturer?
Through you, Madam Chair, Voltrek.
One more follow-up question. Will they run through ChargePoint or another vendor?
Through Madam Chair, yes, ChargePoint.
Thank you. I yield.
Just to follow up on Legislator Maffucci, you say 3 stations, so is that, 6, like, hookups? Or is it 2 hookups per station, or?
Through Madam Chair, that is correct.
Thank you.
2 per station.
Great, thank you. Legislator Sinclair.
Thank you.
You bet.
Through you, Madam Chair. On page 586, Environmental Services, DES Engineering Administration, or can you explain the equipment acquisition decrease from 310,000 to 0?
So
Through you, Madam Chair, we had parked all the expenses for the EV charging stations in that line. They've since been moved out of that line into other lines within the budget.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, what is the reason, same page, what is the reasoning for the $126,000 decrease in funding for the transportation equipment?
Through Madam Chair, there was a line where we had that we'd used for actual electric vehicle purchases, plus a grant award as well. Those have been allocated into other lines within the budget.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, why is the FS Transportation listed as a new line item funded at 100,000?
Madam Chair, it's for the battery backup that DOT is installing for signals. It'll be a back charge to County DOT.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, on page 587, Environmental Services, Pure Waters GCO. What is the reasoning for the $134,000 increase in agency contracts?
Through you, Madam Chair, this is treatment transmission charges that GCO pays to utilize Northwest Quadrant and Rochester Pure Waters District for treatment and transmission. Again, it's based on rates and historical flow rates as well, too.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, why does the principal bonds decrease by 108,000?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's just a reflection of the debt service and the bonds that we have that are slowly being paid off.
And through you, Madam Chair, what is the reasoning for the $90,000 increase in the FS PWA?
That's a budget for our work order parts and material chargebacks. Again, trending on historical averages.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, what is the reasoning for the FS Pure Waters Administration labor increase by 545,000?
It's a sharing cost for Pure Waters program and expenses allocated specifically to GCO. And GCO is paying its share for other costs and services provided within Pure Waters. So again, based on historical trends and flows.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, on page 588, Environmental Services, Pure Waters Admin Lab, GIS. What is the reasoning for the $909,000 increase in salaries?
Through Madam Chair, there's a net decrease of one full-time equivalent in this area. And the increase is really related to CSEA union and step increases. There's also a 12% vacancy factor applied to this page.
Through you, Madam Chair, what is the reason behind the $202,000 decrease in funding for the temporary help? Is there no longer temporary help?
Through you, Madam Chairwoman, the temp help budget is now in the line, the two lines above that, 501000. And the remainder, the $7,000 is just represents seasonal help.
And through you, Madam Chair, why did the software license decrease by $115,000? What was that from?
Through you, Madam Chair, we had a one-time upgrade for our software as part of the industrial waste treatment program.
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Software update.
Nelson, we good?
Through you, Madam Chair, there were expenses associated with one-time renewals for our software that we rely on both in the lab as well as the industrial waste pretreatment program. And we incurred costs this year that we're not incurring in this year, next year in this coming budget.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, can you explain the maintenance equipment decrease by $110,000?
Generally reflects a decrease for really all repairs, including doors, generators, aeration systems, sprinklers, HVAC, and it's in line with 2024 actuals.
Thank you. And through the chair on page 589, Environmental Services, Admin Lab GIS. What's the reason for the $212,000 decrease in funding for the chemical and biologicals? Has there been a big change at the wastewater plant?
Through you, Madam Chair, we had some higher prices in 2024 and 2025 for chemicals, and that's starting to level off. So the budget reflects what we anticipate the cost in 2026.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, why does the construction supplies increase by $153,000?
Through Madam Chair, we're seeing prices increasing for equipment and materials, as well as purchases for our stockroom, including HVAC supplies, hand tools, welding accessories, lumber, masonry, and plumbing.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, what's the reason for the technical supplies increasing by $558,000?
Through Madam Chair, we're seeing an increase in cost for all supplies relating to booster pumps and parts, mechanical seals, meter pumps, submersible pumps and parts, cameras and film, electrical supplies, flow meters, and recorders.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, on page 590, Environmental Services Admin Lab GIS. What does the work orders labor change for $143,000? Why does that change?
Through you, Madam Chair, it's really a reflection of, again, our labor costs, and as the hourly rates and wages go up, this will reflect that as well, too.
So just a heads up that we've been here an hour and we still have an agenda and other committees. So let's have 5-minute warning maybe.
Through you, Madam Chair, why does the FSPWA change by 390,000?
That's an increase in our budget for our work order parts, material chargebacks. Again, trending on historical averages.
Through you, Madam Chair, what is the reasoning for the $632,000 increase in the IS Info Services Administration cost?
Through you, Madam Chair, as previously discussed, that's related to the change in methodology for information services chargebacks to all departments.
Through you, Madam Chair, what is the reason for the $420,000 change in the FSPW administration costs?
Those are, through Madam Chair, those are our budgeted calculations, and they're based on percentage of flow and anticipated work orders, taking into consideration historical usage.
Through the chair, on page 592, Environmental Services Northwest Quadrant, what is the reason for the $428,000 increase in the FSPWA?
Through Madam Chair, similar to the prior district, that's increased, but that's budget associated with an accurate estimate on work order parts and material chargebacks.
Through you, Madam Chair, why does the FSPW admin labor decrease by $629,000?
Again, Madam Chair, those are our budgeted calculations based on percentage of flow and anticipated work orders.
And through the chair, on page 593, Environmental Services, Arundecoit Bay, why do the public works contracts decrease by $145,000? Can you explain the decrease?
Through you, Madam Chair, it reflects reimbursement to the town of Webster for wastewater treatment that they provide to properties located in the Arundecoit Bay South Central District that are in the town of Penfield, and that reflects Webster's actual rates.
Thank you. And through the chair, can you explain the $388,000 increase in the agency contracts?
Through you, Madam Chair, those are costs associated with treatment and transmission for flow through GCO and transmission through Rochester Pure Waters District, as well as treatment at Van Laer.
Through you, Madam Chair, why does the FSPWA decrease by another $120,000?
Through you, Madam Chair, that's in line with 2024 actuals, again, budget for work order parts and material chargebacks.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, what is the reason for the $314,000 increase in the FSPW admin labor costs?
Yeah. Through you, Madam Chair, again, based on flow and budgeted work orders within the district.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, why does the FSPW admin parts increase by $126,000?
Through Madam Chair, for the same reason I mentioned prior question.
Through the chair, on page 594, Environmental Services Rochester District, why does the Commercial services increased by 141,000.
Through you, Madam Chair, majority of the increases relate to sludge hauling from Van Lair to Mill Seat, as well as snow plowing contract, walk-off mats, extermination services, and other various services within the district.
And through you, Madam Chair, what is the reason for the $180,000 increase in the solid waste transfer contracts?
Through you, Madam Chair, those are based on our estimates of tons that we expect to process or process biosolids that would be landfilled at Mill Seat, as well as current rates.
Okay, so if you have more questions, I'd request you submit them in writing. Yes, Legislator Morris?
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I guess I would encourage us not to cut off debate or discussion on the budget. I know at least we have some questions on things that I think is appropriate for us to discuss publicly, and I would encourage us to be allowed to do so.
Understood, but we've been here an hour and we still have lots of other committees to come after us. How many more questions do you need to ask?
We have a series of questions that we have on here. I guess I would just go back to, I'm not familiar with, both in being a legislator or when I worked in the legislature, that there's ever been an end to debate or discussion, certainly on the county budget, that I'm aware of.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask you to move it along. Pick your favorite questions out of respect for everybody else who still needs to get this work done. And we still have an agenda tonight.
I certainly.
Give me 15 more minutes and then we're going to submit and move on. Okay. So.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'll try to speak as fast as possible. Through the chair on page 595, Environmental Services of Rochester District. Why does the FSPW administration increase by 246,000?
Through you, Madam Chair, again, this FSPWA occurs in each of our Pure Waters districts. Again, it's reflecting our estimated budget for work order parts and material chargebacks.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, can you explain the $1 million increase in the FS Pure Waters admin labor costs?
Through you, Madam Chair, again, for each of the districts that we have this line item, again, based on our estimated calculations based on percentage of flow and anticipated work orders.
So the answer is going to be the same for all 4 of the districts.
Through you, Madam Chair, on page 596, Environmental Services Building Operations, can you explain the $404,000 increase in funding for salaries?
Through you, Madam Chair. Again, this is related to collective bargaining agreements. And also there's in this division, a net increase of 6 full-time equivalents, 2 supervisor of building services, and 4 full-time equivalents for the 691 St. Paul building that we anticipate taking over maintenance for in the 4th quarter of 2026.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, what's the reasoning for the 285,000 decrease in the maintenance buildings?
Now, through the chair for the 504-280 maintenance buildings, there is an increase there, and that cost is associated with elevator inspections, testing, maintenance, repairs, and code compliance.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, on page 597, Environmental Services Building Operations, why does technical services increase by 327,000?
Madam Chair, could you kindly repeat your question?
Why does the technical supplies increase by $327,000? That's on page 597.
Through you, Madam Chair, again, that's our estimate for maintenance and construction, electrical supplies, printer and copy supplies, and other miscellaneous supplies related to our building operations.
Thank you. And through you, Madam Chair, this will be my last question for now. What is the reason for the $427,000 increase in the interest interest on the bonds?
Through you, Madam Chair, as already stated earlier this evening, I think this is related to the interest in the timing of the bonding that we did. So earlier on in a bond's life, the interest is higher. As the bonds are paid down, interest goes down. So just for the sale.
Thank you. I yield.
Legislator Maffucci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have a quick general question on page 117. You'd go there. You're making use of significantly more appropriated fund balance, which again is a reflection of sound fiscal management. And I just want to confirm that because we're using fund balance in a lot of other places. Do you think this is sustainable given the current possible fiscal environment? And if so, why do you think that?
Through the chair, this reflects the 1,720,000. That's what you're asking about. That reflects the $1 million general fund balance contribution for climate initiatives, and it also includes $720,000 in fund balance related to the internal service fund and facilities. It's not part of the general fund's fund balance contribution.
So if thank you for that response. So this fund balance is not the fund balance that's offsetting general fund expenses, but other expenses.
Correct. The climate initiative dollars would be, but it's part of the committed fund balance already. But the other 720 is related to internal services.
Okay, and one follow-up question through the chair. So you do believe that this is sustainable, that in the future we will likely be able to continue to use fund balance appropriately?
Through the chair, it would really depend on the internal services fund and where it comes out at the end of the year. But I don't see a problem with that value going forward.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Commissioner McIntyre.
Through the chair, I have a series of questions that I'm going to try to consolidate here.
Thank you.
So on page 598 through the chair, on page 598 of the budget, there is a series of modifications to the internal services. There's internal services. There's a change by 180,000 for City Place, for example. I'm sure this response will be similar for all of them. What is the reason for these different changes in internal services? So if we're looking at the line items, we're beginning with line item IS, Hall of Justice, there's a change of negative 147,000. There's another one for a negative 716,000 on the county office building. There's another for City Place of an increase for 183,000. I was wondering, as we go on, there's about 5 of these. What would the reason be for these modifications?
Through you, Madam Chair. These are the dollars that facilities charges back to the buildings for the services they provide, along with other things like rent, if we lease a building, perhaps, and all the maintenance that goes on to service a building. So obviously, salaries are going up. All the costs for equipment and supplies are going up. So therefore, chargebacks are going up.
Okay, thank you. What is the reasoning for the FSPW admin parts changing from a negative 496,000 to a negative 1.2 million. Line item, hold on, as I get down here. Line item 9785. Oh, sorry, nope. Here we go. 978577.
This is work that that relates to Pure Waters and our admin line, and adjustments are made each year based on actuals and based on what we are projecting to perform in the coming budget year.
Okay, and a follow-up question to that. That's an $800,000 variation. Is there a specific reason for this particular budget line? Is performing differently, I suppose that's a better way to phrase it.
Through the chair, it's really a balancing mechanism for the facilities budget as it relates to the support that it relies on through Pure Waters in terms of parts and other admin support. And again, it's a balancing mechanism within our budget between the relationship between building operations and Pure Waters.
Okay, thank you. And on page 599, we have a line for gasoline. It's 505050. That has decreased by $100,000. Through the chair, could you please explain why gasoline decreased by $100,000?
Through the chair, that reduction relates to projected decrease in the rate for gas, slight increase in usage, but primarily the delta there relates to the decrease in the price of gasoline that we're anticipating for next year based on what had been budgeted in the current year.
Okay, thank you. Going on to page 701. What is the reason for the $590,000 increase in solid waste tipping fees?
Through the chair, again, this is based on increased tonnage that we're anticipating for house demos, as well as our mill seat landfill royalty fees, and reflects tipping fees and the rates that increase on an annual basis.
Thank you. And through the chair, what is the reason for the $266,000 increase to the sale of electric?
Through the chair, we anticipate the rate for the sale of electricity to maintain where it's at in this current year, which we had under budgeted in our 2025 budget. So the good news is that the rates for the electricity that we produce at Millseed has increased, and that's reflective of the estimated revenue in 2026.
Thank you. Through the chair, why does the transfer from general fund decrease by $1 million?
Through the chair, during the presentation, I spoke about this. We, as part of this budget process, we made the decision to decrease the general fund contribution to solid waste. This fund has a due to the general fund that we are trying to pay off. This is just going to prolong that payoff for a little bit longer.
Thank you. I apologize. I'd forgotten that you would have already mentioned that. Okay. Let me see. Going to page 705. Through the chair, what is the reasoning for the $578,000 increase in the Pure Waters assessment? And I apologize if this has already been stated before, but if I could just have this one answered, and if I see it pop up again, I'll skip it.
Through you, Madam Chair, yeah, each district has a relatively small increase in its rates, and that's reflective of water usage as well as rate increases in each district.
Yep. Okay. Yes, moving on to page 707. Okay. Through the chair, what is the reason for the $2.9 million decrease to the capital assessment? And I'm pretty sure that's connected to the question before.
Yep, through the chair, although the rate structure is a little bit different in Rochester, we've rebalanced our operating revenues and capital revenues to align with actual expenses associated with our operating and capital expenses. So while we've decreased the capital assessment again to align with our anticipated capital expenses, you've seen an increase in revenues associated with our operating expenses. So it's really rebalancing. The net delta there is about a 3.5% increase for the average ratepayer in the city of Rochester.
Okay. Thank you. And through the chair, why did the sewer charges and rentals decrease by $339,000?
Through you, Madam Chair, we budget high in 2025. We are seeing some reductions in terms of our surcharges for other industrial, permitted industrial discharges within the community.
Thank you. Also, why does the water use charge, and I'm sure that part of this was answered in the previous question, it's just such a big jump. Why does the water use charge increase by $4.5 million?
Through you, Madam Chair, as I mentioned before, we've aligned our capital expenses with capital revenue. So you see a decrease there. And as I mentioned, the operating revenues, which are derived from the water use charge, are rebalanced to align with our actual operating expenses. So again, the net delta is about a 3.5% increase for the average homeowner in the city of Rochester.
Thank you. And one last question on this particular section. On page 708, through the chair, why does the fund balance increase from $720,000 from zero?
Through the chair, that is use of internal service facilities fund balance to help offset cost related to building services.
Thank you. Okay, and my last set of questions, I'm going to try and consolidate this one. On page 726, through the chair, there are a lot of modifications to staff. Could we just have, and this could also be emailed to us later, an explanation as to why, for example, there's a removal of some of the staff, like, for example, the manager of operations and energy, and for the decrease in staffing, the way that staffing was shifted around within the budget?
Through you, Madam Chair, we made some strategic decisions on certain positions to abolish, then create positions that we felt were more suitable based on our operational requirements. The one that you spoke of, Manager of Operations Energy, Group 19, is really not a relevant title in the department. However, we have a much stronger need for a project manager title, which is a Group 20. So we abolished the Manager of Operations and to create a project manager title that you can see. It's a Group 20. And again, based on our workload and what we have in the CIP, that is a duly needed position.
And thank you so much. Through the chair, if we could just have, so that I'm not asking a question about each one of these, if we could just have maybe an email with an explanation of the modifications that were made, because it appears that there were a bunch of them that were removed and others were created based on need. Could we please have that sent to us by email?
Through the chair, yes, we can.
Thank you so much. And one final question. Through the chair, what is the reasoning for the safety and training analyst position increasing by one group to 15 to 16?
Through the chair, that's a position that's really grown in significance and importance within DES, both from a training standpoint as well as safety standpoint. Again, that could be training for our wastewater operators, our collection system operators, our CDL drivers. So the position's grown and the responsibilities increased significantly. So we felt that it was warranted to align with other positions within DES with similar levels of responsibility, but different job duties certainly. But that individual acts as a coordinator for all safety and training activity within DES, and also coordinates with other physical sector departments for CDL training and other types of heavy equipment operations.
Thank you so much. So through the chair, if we could just have within the explanation as to the movements of different positions, if we could also have an explanation in that email that refers to why there were certain increases for certain employees of their grade level. Is that possible?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, it is.
Thank you so much. I yield.
Thank you, legislator. I appreciate the efficiency of the consolidations. Thanks so much. Is there any other comments? All right then, fantastic. The next item on the agenda is the approval of minutes. You have the October 27th, 2025 minutes, the Environment and Public Works Committee before you. They will stand approved unless the clerk is notified of any changes by the end of the day. The next item on the agenda is new business. Madam Clerk.
Referral number 25-0337. Authorized contracts with Colliers Engineering and Design, Architecture, Landscape, Authorized contracts with Colliers Engineering and Design, Architecture, Landscape Architecture, Surveying, CT, PC, Erdman, Anthony and Associates, Inc., and Labella Associates, DPC, for Monroe County Sheriff's Office Architectural and Engineering Term Services.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by legislator Bonnick, seconded by legislator Maffucci. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
25-0338. Authorize a contract with Fluent Consulting Corporation for the provision of energy aggregation group management services.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by legislator Bonnick, seconded by legislator Maffucci. Is there any discussion?
Yes, I have a question through you, Madam Chairman, to the admin. The referral lists two separate costs for the county for electricity and natural gas. Could you explain the difference between the two different cost points for both electricity and natural gas? And how does this work in conjunction with RG&E?
Through you, Madam Chair, again, the Energy Aggregation Group provides what we call as wholesale access to electricity and natural gas. That's the commodity portion of a utility bill. There are a number of municipalities and other governmental agencies and school districts that are part of our Energy Aggregation Group. But this is focused on finding lower cost commodities, both electric and natural gas, for our municipal customers. And so, the electricity and the natural gas are obviously very different commodities. And so the price reflects what it takes our consultant to be able to manage those utilities, those commodities for the county and our municipal customers. Let's see. So as it relates to RG&E, again, the Energy Aggregation Group is responsible to procure the commodity portion of the bill, but the transmission and distribution is still provided by RG&E. But we bundle the RG&E cost, transmission distribution, as well as a commodity cost, and then we bill our municipal customers accordingly.
Okay, thank you. I yield.
So just to clarify, you're saying that the county, the energy group is going to pay $0.00065 per kilowatt hour of electricity, but also Fluent's going to charge $0.00075 per kilowatt energy, or that's the total cost of their service and the energy and the electricity?
Through you, to you, Madam Chair. Unfortunately, there is a Scrivener's error in the first paragraph.
There you go.
Apologize for that. However, it is correct in the third paragraph, as well as a specific legislative action.
Okay.
And that is what our consultant, who's actually been working for the county since the program began in 2001. That's the rate that they charge per kilowatt hour that they manage, as well as the decatherm of natural gas. That's what they charge for their fee. And for the county, that's approximately $105,000 a year for their services. But since the program began, we've seen, again, for all members within the energy aggregation group. And this goes back to actually 2012, not to the very beginning of the program, but we saved about 5% on the commodity bills for our municipal customers in the county and almost 10% in natural gas. So Monroe County doesn't charge a fee for our services for Director Cesario's team, who manages consolidating the bills, billing our municipal clients and receiving their payments. We don't charge our municipal customers for that. But this is the rate that our consultant provides for us to be able to consolidate that information, schedule the electricity and the procurement of the natural gas, and so that our county municipal buildings and school districts can operate at a reduced and more cost-effective rate.
Okay, great. Any other questions? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Twenty-five 339 authorized contracts with Design Space Studios LLC, Susan Clark Design, CID, PLLC, and Vargas Associates, Inc. for space utilization, move management, and/or interior design turn services.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by legislator Bonnet, seconded by legislator Maffucci. Is there any discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair, to the administration. Where are these projects expected to take place? And is there already a list of projects anticipated?
Through you, Madam Chair, this is a new term service for DES, and it really came out of a need to have professionals that are in space utilization and move management work directly with county staff as well as interior design. Typically, when we need those services, we're going through our architecture and engineering firms. We're finding that we prefer to work directly with those companies. These are all certified WBEs that we're recommending for authorization. But again, they're relatively small projects. They could include, say, lactation rooms, adult changing rooms. If a department is expanding or say maybe relocating to a different county building, we could rely on their services to help with developing layout, assisting with move management, ordering of furniture, fixtures, furniture, and equipment necessary for that move. Judges' chambers, work within the COB as well as City Place. But it's a very specialized professional service. And again, we don't have to go through the architecture engineering firm to secure that service.
Okay. Okay, I yield. Thank you.
Legislator Morris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the administration. I'm sorry if I missed this in the referral. Was this bid out and this was lowest responsible bidder, or was it selected another way?
Through you, Madam Chair, this was a professional service selection.
Okay. And through you, Madam Chair, to the administration. So can you explain the process then? I know, is there a certain threshold that can be, I guess, to determine whether or not it's I'm sorry, I understand it's professional services. I guess, could you explain how the selection of this company or consideration of any other companies was conducted?
Yep, through Madam Chair, again, this is in the hard bid like construction. This again is a professional service. Any of our professional service contracts greater than 20,000 need to come before your honorable body for authorization. Again, our annual cap here is we're recommending 400,000. So like you see when we bring forward architecture and engineering firms, this is no different. We go through the same selection process. There were 10 firms that had expressed interest, and through a selection process, we identified these 3 firms as being the most qualified to provide the service. And again, we're coming before you to ask for authorization to enter into contracts, professional service contracts with these firms.
And then just a follow-up question, if I may, Madam Chair, through you to the administration. So this is for a 1-year term. What is okay, there are the potential for additional 1-year extensions. Does that come back before us to vote on again, or is that just, it could be automatic?
Through the chair, yep, you're giving us authorization to be able to extend their contract for 2 additional 1-year periods. You'll see that in some subsequent term consultant contracts are asking for your authorization, but that's typically how we will develop the duration of the service that we are requesting. Start with 1 year, and then we have the ability to renew them for 2 1-year extensions.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
25-0340, authorized contracts with CJ Brown Energy and Engineering PC, IMEG Consultants Group, and Wendell WD Architecture, Engineering, Surveying, and Landscape Architecture PC for energy engineering term services.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by legislator Bonnet, seconded by legislator Maffucci. Is there any discussion? To the administration, do we have any specific projects in mind that we're going to need their assistance with, or?
Through the chair, there's a number of projects that we've completed under this term service at MCH, the Public Safety Building, and some of our recycling facilities, as well as Innovative Field. Some potential projects could include various facility utility capacity reviews, as well as HVAC review and recommendations at different buildings, as well as power needs at different facilities around the county. It's also the term service that I would expect would do the design to implement some of the recommendations from the Climate Action Plan, as well as our sustainability engineer. So this could even translate into the EV charging stations as well, too.
Thank you. All in favor? Oh, Legislator Morris.
I'm assuming this is similar to the previous one where it's professional services contract. When you're interviewing various firms, is at that point, are they giving their estimated cost for those, or is it more like an RFQ or RFP request for qualifications?
That's all. No,
Through the chair, yeah, it's all through selected based on qualifications, and then they're retained as projects are developed, and we identify the most suitable consultant once they're hired to undertake design services for that particular project.
And then just off it, the counties that we're being asked, or you're reviewing and recommending the most qualified firm or firms, and they then provide, once they get additional information, what their estimated cost would be to perform that.
Yep, through the chair, if we have a particular project that we want to engage with the term consultant, we would sit down with them. And again, we've already had them under contract, so we know their rates, we know their specific qualifications, we know the members of their team. And then we would develop a scope and they would then develop a fee based on what they'd expect their design fee to be. We probably go through a couple iterations until we get it to a point where we felt was justifiable. So we do that for each and every project when we engage a term service consultant.
Thanks.
Great. Any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
25-0341, authorize a contract with Barton and Leducci DPC for the preparation of a local solid waste management plan.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by legislator Bonnet, second by legislator Maffucci. Is there any discussion? Legislator Maffucci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Will we receive a copy of the plan when it's finished?
Through the chair, yes, in fact, it will come before your honorable body for authorization.
Thank you.
And do you anticipate that taking a year, couple years? What's the time frame on that development?
To you, Madam Chair, we expect to have the plan completed in the fourth quarter of 2027. So around that time, we would come back before our honorable body seeking authorization.
Great, thank you. Will the solid waste management plan be defining circular economy and integrated into the plan's core goals?
Through the chair, we will have a series of public meetings as well, getting input from the community on priorities. And I would expect that topic will be a popular topic that will be evaluated for this particular plan.
Okay, so in contracting with Barton and Logitis, we haven't already established through the RFP any particular requirements, like the types of metrics to be used for landfill diversion or any of those types of details?
Through the chair, we have not yet. Nope, that will all be developed as we advance the plan. It will require New York State DEC review and approval along the way too. We want to ensure that our goals and our priorities are in alignment with New York State.
Okay, so I'm assuming you can't give me any additional detail like construction, deconstruction, or
through the chair,
organics
no,
collection?
you know, I would expect certainly organics food waste diversion as being a very popular topic. Certainly C&D is a very popular topic as it is in the current plan, green procurement, again, recycling, you know, a program in public education, as well as, again, food waste diversion and waste reduction.
Okay, so one last question for me, I guess. In the development of this plan has to comply with other state initiatives and laws, would I then understand that there's some requirement for this plan to take into consider the food scraps and recycling law?
Through the chair, I expect that it would. Again, this is a requirement from New York State, and it's a plan that is intended to align with New York State priorities. And it's subject to New York State DEC a review and approval, and certainly is a foundation for any future grants that we would want to pursue.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
25-0342, authorized contract with Colliers Engineering and Design Architecture, Landscape Architecture Surveying, CTPC Fisher Associates, PELSLA DPC, Labella Associates, DPC, and Wendell WD Architecture, Engineering, Surveying, and Landscape Architecture, PC for Geographic Information System Term Services.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by legislator Bonnet, seconded by legislator Maffucci. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
25-0344, classification of action and determination of significance pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act for the AIDS Remembrance Garden rehabilitation.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by legislator Bonick, seconded by legislator Maffucci. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
Twenty-five 345 acceptance of a grant from the Dormitory Authority of the State of New York, amend the 2025 to 2030 capital improvement program and the 2025 capital budget to add a project entitled AIDS Remembrance Garden Rehabilitation and authorize financing for the project.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by legislator Bonick, seconded by legislator Maffucci. Is there any discussion? Legislator Maffucci.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What's the anticipated timeline for the project?
Through the chair. Once this referral moves through the legislature, we will work with our term consultant and the steering committee to develop a schematic design for the renovations at this location. At the earliest, this would be second quarter 2027.
Thank you.
Legislator Morris.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the administration. What's the total estimated cost for this project?
Through the chair, $250,000.
Also, again, Madam Chair, through you to the administration. So the DASNY grant would cover the entire cost of the project? Great news. Thank you. I yield.
Any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
25 0346 classification of action and determination of significance pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act for Seneca Park recreational access improvements.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by legislator Bonick, seconded by legislator Maffucci. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
25 0347 acceptance of a grant from the New York State Department of Environmental Conservation, amend the 2025-2030 capital improvement program and the 2025 capital budget to add a project entitled Seneca Park Recreational Access Improvements and authorize financing for the project.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by legislator Bonick, seconded by legislator Maffucci. Is there any discussion? Legislator Morris.
Through you to the administration, some questions or is this grant 100% funded?
Through the chair, that is correct.
Anything else? Oh, yes, legislator McIntyre.
Through the chair, when is this project expected to be completed?
Similar to the former project at Highland Park, we will onboard our term consultants and move through schematic design. At the earliest, this would be Q2, Q3, 2027.
Thank you. I yield.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item carries. Next item.
25 0348 classification of action and determination of significance pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act for the co-location of radio communications equipment onto existing towers located in the town of Greece, city of Rochester, and town of Webster.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by legislator Bonick, seconded by legislator Maffucci. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
25 0349 classification of action and determination of significance pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act for the Ames Building expansion located in the town of Brighton.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by legislator Bonnet, seconded by legislator Maffucci. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
25-0350, classification of action and determination of significance pursuant to the State Environmental Quality Review Act for the proposed Northeast Quadrant landfill cap improvements project in the town of Penfield.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by legislator Bonnet, seconded by legislator Maffucci. Is there any discussion? So to the administration, will we what precautionary measures are we taking to address potential odors?
To you, Madam Chair, obviously odors are important component of this project that we manage and minimize. Obviously, we want to be good neighbors to those residents that live near the former Gloria Drive landfill in East Penfield. To do that, we're going to minimize disturbance of the waste mass. As you know, the waste was placed over 45 years ago, so we want to minimize any disturbance to that during construction.
Great, thank you. Do you know, in the design, will we be installing piping to direct leachate to the wastewater treatment system, or are we expecting to anticipate to continue to have to pump the leachate?
To Madam Chair, the distance is significant in terms of where the landfill is located versus the closest available public sewer. We've looked at that in the past. It was cost prohibitive based on the volume. So I expect we will continue to haul leachate that's collected. Again, we expect over time that will go down. Again, we want to minimize the generation of leachate.
Yes, and understood the new cap should prevent water infiltration, should reduce volume. Don't yet have any estimates of the reduction in volume anticipated?
To you, Madam Chair, no, we don't yet. In some areas, we are going to pick up areas where we don't presently have leachate collection. So we could see an increase in areas where we install leachate collection piping, which is what we want to do. We want to get that leachate out of there, but we want to minimize the generation of leachate from rainfall through a cap that rainfall is infiltrating at a pretty high rate currently.
Great. And last question, considering how successful the Mill Seed solar field is for generating revenue for the county, are we considering installing solar on top of this new cap?
To you, Madam Chair, as you may recall, we do have a solar field to the west of the landfill, former landfill, and we also have a comparable solar installation out at the Northwest Quadrant Water Resource Recovery Facility. Pretty significant. We generate about 13 megawatts of power between both of those locations. We currently do not have plans to install solar on top of the Gloria Drive landfill. Again, we do have residents in the area. We want to be mindful of that as well too. But we do not have plans to install a solar field on top of the cap. And we also want to protect the integrity of the cap as well too, and that we have direct access for our groundwater monitoring.
Well, I hope we can revisit that discussion another time. Okay. Any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
25-0352, authorize a license and operating agreement with Sutter's Marine, Inc. for the operation and maintenance of the marina at Irondequoit Bay Park West.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by legislator Bonnet, seconded by legislator Maffucci. Is there any discussion? Yeah, legislator.
Through you, Madam Chair, to the administration, what's the amount of revenue generated to the county for this?
Through the chair, They will pay annual rent of $60,000 in monthly installments for the first term. The second term would be $66,000 and the third term would be $72,000. In addition, the county will also receive 3% of the annual gross sales from all operations and concessions.
Thank you. I yield.
Any other discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Item carries. Next item.
25-0376. Authorize a contract with Bello Associates, DPC, for stormwater planning and engineering term services.
Move it.
Second.
Moved by legislator Bonick, second by legislator Maffucci. Is there any discussion? All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Item carries. Are there any other matters to come before this committee? There being no other matters, the November 24th, 2025 meeting in the Environment and Public Works Committee stands adjourned. The next meeting in the Environment and Public Works Committee will be held on Monday, December 15th, 2025 at 5:15 p.m.
The November 25th, 2025 meeting of the Public Safety Committee will now come to order. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Mr. Burgess. Mr. Burgess is present. Mr. Colby. Mr. Colby is present. Mr. Cruz.
Presente.
Mr. Cruz is present. Ms. DiFlorio. Ms. DiFlorio is present. Mr. Dondorfer. Mr. Dondorfer is present. Ms. Hughes-Smith. Ms. Hughes-Smith is present. Chairman Long.
Here.
Chairman Long is present. Mr. Maffucci.
Here.
Mr. Maffucci is present. Mr. Milne. Mr. Milne is present. Ms. Smith. Ms. Smith is present. Ms. Vasquez Simmons.
Here.
Ms. Vasquez Simmons is present.
Will you please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Sure. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, is there anyone signed up for the public forum?
There is not.
Is there anyone present who is not signed up to speak who would like to address the committee at this time? Seeing none, I'd like to introduce Jennifer Cesario, Chief Financial Officer of the Monroe County, who is here to present the 2026 proposed Monroe County budget as it pertains to the Public Safety Committee. We will have a question and answer period following the presentation. Ms. Cesario.
Good evening. Thank you. Public safety spending is the second largest segment of spending in Monroe County's budget, 22% of the total, with only human services being higher. Next. So public safety includes the Sheriff's Department, the Department of Public Safety, the District Attorney's Office, and the Public Defender's Office. A couple things I'd like to point out on this slide. 2026 proposed budget increases spending on public safety by 4.9% over the 2025 adopted budget, largely in the Sheriff's Office. Second, the large swings between the 2025 adopted and the 2025 amended budget are a result of significant grants that both the Conflict Defender and Public Defender's offices receive for indigent legal services. Next. Beginning with the Sheriff's Department, net county support is increasing $15.3 million or 9%. This increase is almost entirely a result of salary and benefit increases related to collective bargaining agreements. Together, they represent a 7% or in actual dollars, $11.3 million increase over 2025. Other notable changes within the Sheriff's Department. Within contractual services, an increase of $396,000 for inmate medical expenses, addition of background checks of $75,000, and increase in clothing allowance, again related to CBAs, of $84,000. Turning to supplies and materials, increases within law enforcement safety supplies of $226,000, gasoline of $51,000, and vehicle parts of $59,000. Debt service is going down $186,000. And again, in this department, as I've said several times, cash capital has been reduced by 300,000. Interdepartmental charges are increasing $402,000, largely because of the shift in the methodology related to the information service chargebacks to departments. That goes up by $899,000. And this increase is offset partially by the increase of chargebacks that are going out from the sheriff's department to other departments, like the airport, for security services that they provide for the airport. It appears as though revenue in the sheriff's department is decreasing, but for the 2025 budget, we showed use of fund balance within various departments. The sheriff's department had $5.1 million in fund balance use in 2025 as adopted budget, which is not included in the 2026 adopted budget. Taking this out of the equation, sheriff's projected revenues are increasing by $1.9 million. Turning to public safety, net county support is decreasing $554,000 or 0.8%. Overall, public safety appropriations are increasing by almost $2 million from the 2025 adopted budget. But because the department is drawing down additional state aid next year, a little less county support is required. Other changes within public safety: salary and benefits increase with both the regular step and CBA increases, but also this budget includes an additional 20.5 full-time equivalents from the 2025 adopted budget. New in the 2026 budget are 6 guard positions with the intent to begin bringing in-house security services so that all staff are trained the same way and receive the same message from their superiors. Also included but not funded is a deputy probation director, which is a position required by New York State. In addition, there is a 7% vacancy factor applied. Cash capital funding of $1.5 million has been eliminated in this budget. This was a hard decision, but necessary as we sought to reduce use of fund balance. Also decreasing is debt service by $444,000. Elimination of pretrial services contract of $900,000 offset slightly by an increase to the 911 contract with the city of Rochester. Supplies and materials increased by $331,000 for items related to personal protective equipment in the Fire Bureau, technical supplies and public safety communications to repair radio systems and computer software purchases. Moving on to the Office of the District Attorney. This budget remains relatively flat with a slight decrease in net county cost. While total appropriations increased by $1.9 million, revenue also increases by 2.1, thus the decrease to net county cost. As with other departments, salaries and benefits are the largest factor in the increase of appropriations, with the increase within the DA's office for those salary and benefits of $2.1 million. DA's budget also includes 4 new full-time equivalents. Contractual services decreased $235,000 and a decrease of $124,000 in supplies and materials. Interdepartmental charges increased by $304,000, again related to an increase in information services chargebacks and an increase in liability insurance. Last but not least, the Office of Public Defender's budget is relatively flat, even with increases to salaries and benefits. We used a 4% vacancy factor for next year, while the 2025 budget included a 3% factor. That's the biggest reason for the change in appropriations. The large variance between the 2025 amended and the 2025 adopted are related to indigent legal services grants, as I mentioned before. And additional positions are charged to grants in 2026 to offset rising salaries and benefits. And we'll be happy to take your questions.
Thank you, Mrs. Sario. I will now open the floor to any committee members who have questions regarding the public safety portion of the budget. Legislator Milne.
Thank you, sir. Through the chair to the administration, I'm going to ask a few questions in the area of the district attorney's office. This first portion is going to be under performance. Through the chair to the administration on page 366. Why has the Vehicular Crime Bureau's felony conviction rate dropped to 96% from 100%?
The cases in that bureau are particularly hard to prosecute, but also I would note that the conviction rates that are present in the budget appear to actually be only trial conviction rates and not total conviction rates.
Thank you, sir. And why has the Child Abuse Bureau's felony conviction rate gone to 75% despite an estimate of 90% last year?
Through the chair, the child abuse conviction rate also is the trial only rate. So for example, the 2024 rate at 58% was trial only, but the overall conviction rate in 2024 was 85%. And we are anticipating additional training going forward and hopefully an improved result in our trial conviction rate and our overall conviction rate.
Thank you, sir. Again, through the chair to the administration on page 367, why has the number of misdemeanor trials in local courts dropped?
In large part, that's a result, or through the chair, excuse me. In large part, that's a result of a decrease in intake in cases overall. Also, we are seeing additional dispositions in the local court bureaus with pleas being taken in city court and town courts.
Thank you, sir. Under appropriations, through the chair on page 475, District Attorney Central Administration, why is the transportation equipment line going away?
It's through the chair. It's not going away. It's that in 2025, we purchased 4 vehicles through the budget and a 5th vehicle through forfeiture funds. And we don't anticipate a need for additional vehicles in the 2026 budget year.
Wonderful. Thank you. Through the chair on page 476 to the administration, District Attorney Grand Jury Administration, why is the jurors' fees and expense line returning after being gone in 2025 or not showing up in 2025?
Through the chair, to be frank, it is showing up. It's being returned to grand jury for the 2026 year. The budget was prepared by the prior administration and was submitted prior to my appointment as district attorney. And I don't know the rationale for it moving from grand jury to central administration for that 1 year.
Thank you. Through the chair to the administration, page 479, Special Victims Bureau, do you plan on a similar amount of contractual services to be part of the 2026 amended budget as there were in 2025?
Through the chair, that is certainly possible. We are waiting on grant award letters, and as we receive grants, which we've received for contractual services in the past, we'll bring them through the legislature.
Thank you, sir. I know we've talked a lot in every one of the presentations about salaries and why they're going up or down, but I don't know if any of these are connected or not, so I'm going to ask these three. On page 480, 482, and 483, District Attorney Local Courts Bureau salaries are increasing by $326,000. Then District Attorney Major Felony Bureau salaries are increasing by $732,000. And then on page 483, District Attorney Special Investigations Bureau salaries are going down by $309,000. I don't know if anything's related or if these are just based on numbers.
Through the chair, I don't believe that they are necessarily related, except in that some of the increases are the result of the increase in the salary table for the 2026 budget. But additionally, for example, in the local court bureau, we're at a point in the cycle of our attorneys there where many have been promoted, and we have very few assistant district attorney 2s at the moment, and more assistant district attorney 1s than we generally have, and they are compensated at a higher rate.
Thank you very much for that. I'm going to move on to a couple of questions with personnel. This should be on page 745. Through the chair to the administration, are the 2 new special assistant district attorney positions filled, which I think you may have just answered? And if not, is there a plan to do so?
Through the chair, those positions were approved at different points in 2025, and those are both filled, including one who is a part of the Strive grant and will be stationed at the new Justice Family Justice Center after it's built out at the Irondequoit Mall.
Thank you very much. And what is the role of the new senior project manager? Through the chair.
Through the chair, the new senior project manager is a change in the position from what was the evidence liaison. That individual is taking on a much more substantial role in coordinating projects throughout the office. It entails a significant amount more of responsibility.
Thank you. Just a couple more with personnel, again, through the chair. Why are the positions of confidential clerk to the district attorney and confidential secretary to the district attorney going from group 13 to group 15?
Through the chair, those increases were proposed by the prior district attorney, and I have had conversations with District Attorney Dorley about that. Those two roles have taken on a significant increase in leadership within the office. They are handling more than secretarial issues in the office. One of them is now supervising our data entry group as well as our paralegal group. And the other is also taking on a smaller role in project management along with the project manager position.
Thank you. Just two more through the chair. Why is the evidence liaison position being removed?
Through the chair, that is the position that I indicated is being removed in favor of taking on the senior project manager position.
Wonderful, wonderful. Thank you. Last one, and again, my appreciation to you for your answers. Through the chair, why is one digital media technician position being removed?
Through the chair, almost every trial that we do now at the district attorney's office involves digital evidence, significantly increased amounts of body worn camera footage. We've been adding digital technicians as necessary. The volume of body worn camera that our office has to process and turnover and discovery is increasing exponentially, and we simply don't have the staff to accommodate that at the moment.
I appreciate. Yep. And so to clarify, are you adding a position then for that?
Yes, that was a new request.
Right. Yep. Thank you. Appreciate all your answers. I yield the floor.
Thank you.
Any other questions or discussion? Legislator Maffucci.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 376, Sheriff Police Bureau. I'll give you a second to get there. So I notice a significant decrease in appropriated fund balance and a substantial decrease in federal aid and a decrease, no, in state aid, sorry, and then also a decrease in federal aid. And all of those funds are essentially being transferred to the levy, which is a much more stable source of revenue. So I'm wondering, was there other thinking about why you needed to do that? Through the chair, obviously, moving things to the levy means it's much more stable than relying on other sources of revenue.
Through the chair, that's correct. I mean, last year, we chose to show the appropriation of fund balance within all the various departments. This year, we chose to leave it all in finance unallocated. So it's you'll see it at the Ways and Means Committee, but it's not in individual departments.
Yeah, thank you. And one more comment through the chair. I think these are essential services, and certainly moving stable levy revenue dollars to those services is a really good idea. So thank you. I appreciate that. I yield.
Legislator Vasquez Simmons.
Thank you. Through you to the administration, under Special Investigation Bureau, page 486, appropriations, salaries decreased by well over $306,000. Can you explain? With a total budget decrease of $680,000. Can you explain that? That's page 483.
Through the chair, that's related to grants that were in 2025.
Okay. Through you to the administration, under legal representation, there was a drastic decrease in net county support. Could you explain that?
Through the chair, could you please provide me with a page number?
Sorry, yes, it's page 636. Through the chair.
Through the chair. Through the chair, that really is a reflection of grant funding that we would have received.
I yield. Thank you.
Legislator Dondorfer.
Thank you. Through the chair to the administration, I have some questions to the sheriff's office. Lots of questions for the sheriff's office. Through the chair on page 372, some of your goals for last year were, the Civil Bureau's taser upgrade from taser 7 to taser 10, was that implemented?
If you look at the 2026 objectives, we actually moved that back a year due to things that were going on last year.
Okay. So through the chair on page 489, Sheriff's Administration. No, we already talked about that, so disregard that. Page 491, Civil Bureau. Already answered that one too.
Through the chair, you're welcome.
Here's a good one for you. Through the chair to the administration on page 497, Jail Bureau. Why is diesel fuel listed as a new line item?
Diesel fuel is not actually needed every year. It's for the generators. And so that's why.
And then through the chair to the administration, continuing on page 497, why is landscaping and farm supplies funded for $10,000 as opposed to the previous year of $0?
So every so often, just making sure I'm on the right one. Every so often we have to buy new equipment. So new lawnmowers, new snow blowers, and some of the things that we use to repair inside the jail for some reason come under this for farm equipment.
Thank you. Through the chair to the administration on page 499, we can talk about our good friends at the Court Bureau. Their overtime is increasing by $264,000. What's the reasoning behind that?
That would be because of cap court.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Through the chair to the administration on page 500, Staff Services Bureau, salaries are increasing by $486,000. Was a contract signed on that?
It was due to the multiple contracts, the PBA and the DSA contracts.
And then forgive me, I think that I heard this, but I'm going to ask one more time through the chair to the administration. Can you explain why the line item provision for capital projects decreased by $500,000 from the previous year?
Through the chair, yeah, that really is related to trying to not use the entire fund balance in one year. So we were really trying to limit the use of fund balance, and we just had to make some really tough decisions this year.
Understood. Thank you. Through the chair to the administration on page 657, Civil Bureau. Why are the fees increasing by $100,000?
The $100,000 increase was based on the 2025 run rate, state mandated fees for the execution of various legal documents that we did based on what our 2026 projection will be. So it's based on our 2025, what we used and what we think for next year.
Got it. Thank you. And through the chair to the administration, same page. The the reasoning behind the fund balance decreasing to zero from $5.1 million? To zero from 5.1, I'm sorry.
Page 650.
Through the chair, as we previously discussed, we showed the use of fund balance within certain departments last year. We chose not to do that this year, so the use of fund balance is located in one area in the budget this year.
Okay. And is that through the through the chair of the administration, is that why there's a new line item for proceeds from crime forfeitures listed? Same page, 658.
The proceeds for the crime forfeitures were actually an auction and then $40,000 in forfeitures we got. So that's why.
Thank you. Through the chair, to the administration on page 659, Jail Bureau. What is the reason for the $382,000 decrease to charges to other governments?
That's the referral that is hopefully going to get approved today. With the change to the city of Rochester, we changed from going because of the rate, because of cap court. We went down to $50 per inmate instead of the marshal rate. So that decreases that funding decrease.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair of the administration, page 660, court security again. Do we know the increase, the reason for the state aid increase of $920,000?
Through the chair, that's also due to an increase in for cap court expenses reimbursed from OCA.
Thank you. Through the chair, page 746. Why did the deputy sheriff road patrol title increase by one full-time employee?
Through the chair, I'll have to get back to you on that one.
Through the chair to the administration, I'm assuming the same question. The reason for deputy sheriff jailer title decreasing by 3 FTEs?
Sure. So actually the decrease by 3 was because we changed 3 positions over to 7 SPO spots. As we're going from the jail and the court, we're starting to move jailers into the court. But one of the things we did is we made SPO positions there for some of the retired jailers. So we decreased the jailers by 3 as we move some SPOs into there.
Understood. Thank you. Through the chair to the administration, same page, 746. Why did the deputy sheriff court security sergeants decrease by 1?
The deputy sheriff court security sergeant decreased by 1 because there was actually an open spot there. And we had a jail sergeant that was in the sheriff's administration that we put back in the jail. And so with the jail and court combining, we're using that extra spot to put that spot back in the sheriff's administration.
Okay. Through the chair to the administration, can you explain the addition of the fire coordinator, assistant fire coordinator titles?
Sure. That was actually moved from public safety as part of the REOC as we're moving to this new system.
Through the chair to the administration, I think we just did a referral for this not too long ago, but why did officer wellness clinicians increase by 2 full-time employees? And what was the reason for the addition of an officer wellness clinician part-time title?
Sure, we did just do that referral. So with the part-time title was for the vacant spots we had, we weren't able to fill with the full-timer, but we were able to find some part-timers. The new positions are only there if the towns decide that they want to use them, and then there will be funding that will have to back that up. So it's on a 1-for-1. So it's in the budget, but we're not planning to fill it unless the towns are willing to provide the revenue.
Okay, thank you. Through the administration, through the chair of the administration, can you explain the addition of the jail chaplain title?
Yeah, so we had 1 chaplain and we just increased it to 2 due to try to provide better services inside the jail. And we were also able to move. Give me 1 second. We moved a rehab counselor, defunded a rehab counselor. So there was no change in the budget. We just changed it really to another jail chaplain.
Say that one more time about the rehab counselor.
We unfunded a rehab counselor to fund the jail chaplain, so there'd be no change in the cost. but just changed really the title of that one position. And we have increased rehab counselors in other spots because of cap court. So we've had to increase that. And that has been funded through our trust funds as we're trying to provide a service for the people that are coming in on cap court.
All right. That answers one of those questions. Thank you. Through the chair to the administration, what is the reason for the new quality assurance coordinator sheriff's title?
Sure. So that is the state mandate that we have to be certified as an accredited lab in order to do fingerprinting. So we are hiring a SABIS manager to do that not to do the accreditation, to run the lab once it's accredited.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair to the administration, why did the system support specialist decrease by 1 FTE, but assistant system support specialist increase by 1 FTE?
So one went down and one went up. We just downgraded it.
Okay. And through the chair to the administration, can you just explain the addition of a senior legal secretarial title?
Yeah, so we are like everyone, when the FOIL requests cost money. So to get the workload done, we needed to hire another person.
And then one of my favorites, because it's a great program, through the chair to the administration, what's the reason for the institutional helper part-time increasing by 1 group from 3 to 4? Just increase to get some more.
It was actually a contractual increase that was well-deserved.
Oh, that was a contractual increase also?
Yes.
Thank you. And just one more quick question. Well, 2 quick questions for you. Through the chair to the administration, sheriff's record clerk is decreasing by 2 FTEs, but office clerk 2 is decreasing by 1 also. But a clerk 1 is being increased by 1. So you're losing 2 and gaining 1.
Yeah, so we actually increased the work and the demand on the clerk 2 that went to a clerk 1. Her workload has drastically gone up, and we have been unable to fill all of the other office clerks. So we're just trying to make it even on the budget.
Okay, thank you. I yield the floor.
Legislator Maffucci.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On page 372, again, I'll give people a chance to go there. Under the Police Bureau, one of the major objectives, continue to develop the technology platform and response protocol with area school districts. Long-term goal of being able to connect every school to the REAC so that in the event of an emergency, first responders have access to all technological resources and critical information in real time. I had the opportunity to go there yesterday, and I would urge anyone to go take a visit. Very impressive facility. Thank you for thinking of the schools. As a former school person, wonderful. Appreciate it. Thank you. I yield.
Can I just follow up on him real quick? Sure. With that, the development between the school districts, have we had any buy-in from any of the school districts as of today?
We're currently have buy-in from Webster, and we have some ins at some other schools that we're currently working on.
Great, thank you.
And Churchville.
Undersheriff, but what does buy-in mean? Sharing like detailed information about floor plans and stuff like that?
Yeah, it's working so that we'll be able to use a REAC should anything tragic happen there. We'd be able to assist in a quick manner.
Got it. Legislator Hughes-Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess just so long as you're on the subject, does buy-in include cost sharing? How does, like, if a school district wants to participate in that, is there a fee to participate?
Through the chair, the school would buy the Fusus core part, and then they would be integrated in.
I see. Okay, thank you. Just because I didn't hear an explanation for why we're increasing staffing by 2 additional deputy sheriff road patrol sergeants and 1 deputy sheriff road patrol. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Through the chair, I responded that I had to get back on the 1 deputy sheriff and the 2 sergeants One is we just changed an investigator. We had an in lieu of, we just cleaned up the position. And we moved one from it was all part of that move around between the jail and the court and the road.
Great, thanks so much. And just a reminder that I have asked the sheriff's department for some kind of analysis of the 51 previous road patrol positions we've increased over the last 3 years. I've not yet received any report back on how the work for this this division has changed. What are we doing now that we didn't used to do? I'm just looking for some analysis on, this investment and what the community is getting out of this increase in staffing these last 3 years. I'm still waiting for some kind of report on that.
Sure, through the chair, one of the things that we've done is the REAC, which we offered all a tour to. And just so everyone knows, it takes years from the time it's approved here until we actually see staffing. We still have part of those 50 that are coming out of the academy and not serving. Now they're slowly getting up there and things, and so we're able to do like the REAC. But we're still in the process of filling those spots. It's not, unfortunately, it takes a long time from the time it gets approved in the budget here until we actually have a deputy that's pushing a car on the road.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chairman, to the sheriffs. I totally appreciate that, but would love to have something in more specific in writing to kind of follow along. Thanks.
Legislator Cruz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, through the chair to the administration, I just wanted to congratulate the Fire Bureau hazmat and technical team on their achievement on the state level accreditation. I know what that means to fire departments at large, and I feel safer that we have that, knowing what it means. Moving forward, through the chair to the administration, I see that in 2025, we had the Office of Community Engagement launch a translation service program through Propio. How many languages do we have through that program?
Richard Tantello, Director of Public Safety for the County of Monroe. In regards to Proprio, there are many languages there. I would have to go back and get additional as to exactly, but I certainly can tell you that it's been a great resource for us to be able to use at all of our sites when individuals come in and need the assistance of such translation. But I will get you the exact number.
Thank you very much. Moving on through the chair to the administration, as it concerns the JETS diversion program, for 2025, we had an 84% success rate. Can you define what that means?
Christine Durante from probation. Can you repeat the question?
Yes. In 2025, we established the JETS diversion program. We have a report of an 84% success rate. I would like to know, how do we define that? How do we define success for that program?
Through the chair, if I'm understanding correctly, the JEDS program stated that they had an 84% success rate in completing the stabilization period. And that is that 4-week stabilization that youth go through to ensure that they are linked with services and not rearrested. So success means the stabilization period is they do not incur a rearrest during that stabilization period.
Thank you. Following up on the JETS diversion program, do we have a percentage on how many youth have been or have had to deal with being rearrested or going through the program?
So the rearrest rate has fluctuated between 1% and 3% in the last couple years. The difficulty with establishing the exact rearrest rate is because the stabilization period has been able to be increased from 2 weeks to 4 weeks. So because that increase crossed years, that rate has fluctuated. But we're seeing now, after almost a full year of a 4-week stabilization period, that the rearrest rate during stabilization is approximately 2 to 3%.
Thank you. Through the chair to the administration, I'm going back to the Fire Bureau. It is mentioned that the Fire Bureau will continue to work with all Monroe County Fire Departments to achieve 100% compliance with New York State fire reporting requirements. Can you elaborate on those requirements and what system is utilized to report?
Through the chair. So the support is in many facets. So for example, it was mentioned about the hazmat apparatus that we have, which is very unique. So we have a special operation division that deploys fire apparatus equipment to a number of fire facilities in the county of Monroe, making that available for every community to be able to use. And that has been an successful way for us to, if you will, to be a force multiplier regarding our response to assist those agencies. Most recently, we are completing a volunteer firefighter academy, and we'll be graduating about 75, I believe it is, new firefighters, volunteer firefighters next week. And that's very exciting for us. And that's been so important for all of our communities to have. And we're obviously very proud of the success of that program and what it does for our volunteer fire service and for the communities that they serve.
So through the chair to the administration, so that reporting requirements, it has nothing to do with NEFRs?
Through the chair, can you repeat that last part again? I missed it. Sorry.
I guess I just made an assumption. Through the chair to the administration, does the New York State fire reporting requirements, does that have anything to do with the NEFRs software system?
Through the chair, the question on the NEFR's fire reporting system. So the fire coordinator is working with all of the departments to get confirmation that they will be compliant. Each department will be complying with NEFRs. Each department is using might be using a different software system to feed it in. But I believe as of last week, we have 100% compliance in reporting the new NEFR's fire reporting system.
Thank you very much. Through the chair to the administration, on page 460 and 461, we have a provision on capital projects increased by a little bit over $1.3 million. Can we define what capital project we're talking about?
Through the chair, that's emergency management communications for equipment that there is some dollars in the current capital fund that they can continue to use for the next year, but we eliminated that funding in the budget for 2026.
I'm sorry, through the chair to the administration, so that had to do with the communications building?
Oh, through the chair, that has to do with the MDTs, the terminals in police vehicles and emergency vehicles.
Okay, got that. Thank you. through the chair to the administration on the 911 emergency communications, page 462. We have a software license increased by 65,000. Can we elaborate on that software license? On why the increase?
Fredmore, Finance Admin. Through the chair, this is server refresh for CAD servers within 911 communications. Can you hear me? Fredmore, Finance Administrator. Through the chair, this is for server refresh for CAD 911 communications.
So through the chair to the administration, the licensing for the server refresh just went up for this particular year, or is this something that we pay every year? This is this increase, not like we're repaying it. Don't know if I'm.
It's a server refresh, so it should be a one-time refresh.
Okay, I guess through the chair to the administration, can we elaborate on what a server refresh is?
It's the technological equipment that is behind the communication devices. I'm sorry, could you hear me?
That's better.
Okay, I'm not totally familiar with the technology, but they're the servers behind the communication devices for the emergency equipment.
Through the chair to the administration, when was the last time it had to be refreshed?
Through the chair, depending on the type of device and the operating system it runs on, typically our life cycle is anywhere from 5 to 7 years. And again, these could be servers that either support the CAD system or the communication system that integrates with CAD, but typically life cycle is 5 to 7 years.
Thank you. And through the chair to the administration, this refresh is for all of our CAD systems and all of our hardware per se.
Through the chair, no. So we don't do massive replacements. These could go in cycles depending on the system that it's supporting and the life cycle on the system, but this is not a total refresh. There might be certain servers that were up this year for that refresh, but it's not a total replacement.
Thank you. Moving on, Mutual Aid Fire Bureau, page 644. We have some charges to other governments increased by 126,981. Why?
Through the chair, this is going to be driven by increases in personnel expenses.
So it's shown to the administration. So we're making money on that?
Through the chair, this is actually a below the line chargeback for county services on all county residents' tax bills. So all the costs for the mutual aid fire bureau are charged out, and so the revenue appears here.
Thank you. Promise you almost the last question. The last one. Through the chair to the administration, going to emergency management, page 468. We have other expenses increased by $20,762. Not to get too much into the weeds, but what are these expenses?
Through the chair, this is mostly grant reimbursement, which we don't show here. And you will see a referral for this next year.
Through the chair to the administration, I'm trying to understand. So it's grant reimbursement showing up as an expense.
We'll get back to you on this.
Yes, sir. Thank you. That'll be all.
Legislator Smith.
Thank you, Chairman. Through the chair, I'm going to stay on public safety. Through the chair to the administration on page 297, did the Conflict Defender's Office develop the cohesive staff manual and training program?
Through the chair, they're currently in the process of completing that, and I can definitely check on the status for you and let you know.
Thank you. And through the chair, staying on page 297 to the administration, how has the traffic safety village performed through New York State DOT's Safe Routes to School program?
Through the chair, we're still working on developing that because it's not a cookie cutter approach and being able to access those funds. But I will tell you, it is a very exciting project for our traffic safety unit. Many of the folks who serve as legislators have seen them out in the community, and they do a fantastic job. Just for anecdotally, last spring, they were out in the community and engaged with 4,000 individuals, typically high school students, in regards to traffic safety, impaired driving, and things of that nature.
Thank you. Through the chair to the administration, on page 454, public safety legal representation, why does professional services decrease by 250,000?
Through the chair, this is an area that we chose to decrease based on past actuals and trends.
Thank you. Through the chair to the administration on page 456, public safety probation, why does the professional services increase by 146,000?
Through the chair. These are funds, contractual services that we have been able to realize in using our Raise the Age funds. The county has agreed to front load some of those dollars so that we can have services for our youth in the areas of mental health, problematic sexual behaviors, and our Rochester City School District liaison position.
Thank you. Through the chair to the administration on page 461, public safety communications. What is the reason for the 1.14 million increase in FS debt service chargeback?
Through the chair, that's related to the LDC debt. So that's just a function of the current year's debt service.
Thank you. Through the chair to the administration on page 462, public safety 911 emergency communications. Why do agency contracts increase by 452,000?
Through the chair, this is the contract with the city of Rochester for the 911 services. So salaries, like us, their salaries are increasing too. So it's increased appropriately.
Thank you. Through the chair on page 463 to the administration, public safety, safety and security. What is the reasoning behind the 400,000 change in FSPS security?
Through the chair, what we did was an analysis of our current vendors associated with security within the county of Monroe. Many of you folks obviously see them when you enter this building and other facilities. And what we wanted to be able to do, understanding that every contractual supplier, if you will, has their own policies, procedures, and meet the needs of the customer. But in this particular case, because of the higher demand for services of security and having a consistent workforce in place with specific trainings that we want to be able to have to meet the needs of our customers, we're transitioning by eliminating or reducing the contract with Securitas by six positions and bringing six security personnel under the umbrella of the County of Monroe within the Department of Public Safety. As far as a cost factor, it appears to be neutral, but it gives us the ability to have trained personnel and consistent personnel working in our buildings and meeting the needs of our customers.
Thank you. And through the chair to the administration on page 464, public safety unified court system. Why do taxes and assessments decrease by 104,000?
Through the chair, this is a figure given to us by the tax assessor, the taxes are going down on the property for the appellate court.
Thank you. And staying on the same page, through the chair to the administration, why does IS Hall Justice increase by 125,000?
That's my last question.
Through the chair. So that's a chargeback for the facilities, for the whole building. So that's just increased costs for the maintenance and repair and all the other stuff that is involved in maintaining a building.
Thank you. I yield the floor.
Legislator Colby.
Thank you, Chairman. Under revenues, through you, Mr. Chairman, on page 366, public safety, legal reputations. What did I say? Oh, I switched them. Well, I do that all the time. Why was state aid increased by 586K? 636.
Through the chair, what What number are you referencing? On 636, I see a revenue budget of $1 million.
Was there an increase in state aid in
No,
what? Last year's proposed budget?
through the chair. So this is legal representation. They receive a lot of grants related to indigent legal services. So this is an estimate right now, but there'll be probably additional referrals coming to amend the budget on this line.
Okay, through the chair on page 637, public safety probation. Why was the state aid, maybe it's the same answer. Why was the state aid increased by 746 from the proposed budget?
Right. Through the chair, that's raise the age grant funding.
Okay, to the chair on page 640, public safety 911 emergency communication. What is the reason for the 591 increase in the fund balance?
Through the chair, that's related to reserved dollars that are reserved for bonded debt. Again, those are dollars that we have related to borrowings that we are mandated and are legally obligated to use for debt service.
Okay, through the chair on page 643, public safety, central police. Can you explain the addition of this in the amount of 544,000?
Through the chair, same reason.
Okay. Moving on to personnel on page 740. Why was a senior security and after hours facility monitor removed from the budget?
Through the chair, we'll have to get back to you, sir.
Maybe this will be the answer. Why was the reason for the addition of the senior security coordinator? Is that in the same realm?
Through the chair, we currently have 3 coordinators within that division. What we wanted to do was establish, if you will, a chain of command. So in the event when the administrator is out of the office, we'd have a senior person in there with additional experience, because 2 of the 3 are, if you will, newer to the organization, and that'll give us the ability to have a supervisor with experience working that particular assignment.
Thank you. So what was the reason for adding a fire training coordinator part-time?
Through the chair, given the new state regulations around live fire training, the requirement for both additional EMS personnel, oversight personnel for site safety, that's literally adding almost 20% more staffing for the live fire training that we conduct throughout the year. So this part-time person is going to be managing both the additional staffing for our live fire training, as well as the interaction and reporting that goes along with live fire training that we're now obligated to report back to the county. We've been very fortunate to get some good candidates, potentially good candidates to fill that position that we're out looking to get if the budget is approved for 26.
Thank you. What was the reason for adding a sentencing advocate 1 position?
That position, through the chair, that position was added to the Conflict Defender's Office in order to provide additional resources and services to their clients and providing them additional support for all of their court time.
Why did we add probation supervisor increase by 1 position?
Through the chair, we increased the probation supervisor position when we assumed the pretrial services functions.
Why did we add senior probation officers increase by 2 positions?
Through the chair, one of those positions was for the pretrial services function, and the other is that we had to double fill because our the CSEA union president is a senior probation officer, and in order to provide services in his function as a give senior a gun involved senior position, we had to act.
What was the reason for 1 decrease of probation officers?
That was, we decreased one of our probation officer positions to assist our colleagues within public safety so that they could have a fire coordinator, fire investigator, coordinator position. Playing nice in the sandbox.
Okay. So that wasn't a switch to a senior position. That was not related. Thank you. What was the reason for the special urban investigator assistant increase by 3?
Through the chair, once again, with the Conflict Defender's Office and the indigent legal services resources that are provided to us through grants and the recommendations from the oversight of indigent legal services out of the state of New York. That was a recommendation that they made.
What was the reason for decreasing 1 fluorescent lab assistant position?
Through the chair and consulting with the crime lab director, that apparently the staffing is adequate and they were able to move forward with their objectives based upon the 3 that they have.
Thank you. Why does a probation assistant title increase by 5? And what do they do?
Through the chair, those 5 probation assistants are assigned to the pretrial services division, and they do a variety of duties, including court interviews for clients that have been remanded or in jail, and to assess whether or not they can be recommended for release to pretrial.
Thank you. And switching topics a little bit, earlier on, you said, I think in your presentation, that you were budgeting for 7% of vacancies throughout the whole public safety organization. Is that correct? Or was that a certain department you were projecting it on? Thought it was this year.
Through the chair, that's correct, the 7% vacancy rate.
Through the whole department or once?
Through the chair, that would be through the entire department, not necessarily, if you will, specific to any one division.
Okay. What is the percentage of vacancy right now? Your best estimate? I know it fluctuates by hour, I assume.
To the chair, we'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay, I hope you could do that before Ways and Means. Along that lines, what would you probably have to get back to me on this. What is a 7% vacancy rate in dollars?
To the chair, yeah, we'll get back to you on that
Okay,
also.
thank you. If you could do that before Ways and Means too. Thank you. I hold the floor.
Any other questions or comments? Legislator DiFlorio.
Thank you. I do have a few questions regarding public defender part of the budget. Hi, thank you. So the first part of my questions are with regard to performance. Through the chair to the administration, in the proposed 2025 budget, one of the major major objectives was to reduce backlog of appellate cases and shorten delay time. Have these been accomplished this year?
Eric Teifke, First Assistant Public Defender. Through the chair, there's encouraging progress in that regard. We have a certain number of vacant appeal slots, and we expect to fill them shortly.
Thank you. And along that line, a stated objective in 2025 was to hire 1 to 2 additional mitigation specialists. Has that been done?
Through the chair, can you refer me to a page?
Performance. Public defender section.
Oh, I'm sorry. Through the chair, I'll need to get back to you on that. I can't speak to the status of those positions right now.
Okay. If you could do that before Ways and Means, that'd be great. And it's page 2.
Thank you. Through the chair, we will do that.
Thank you. Additional question with regard to increasing the RCC bureau size was also a major objective. And has that been done?
The RCC Bureau is currently 7 attorneys. And as we are now the conflict defender in Rochester City Court, that number is proving to be sufficient. However, I should say, and through the chair, that the split in Rochester City Court responsibilities sometimes shifts a little between the conflict defender's office and our office. So it's a somewhat occasional fluid situation, but as things stand now, our staffing levels are proving to be appropriate.
Thank you. And one last question with regard to performance. Or to establish a wellness committee and an inclusion committee. Have those been done?
Through the chair, I believe that has been done.
Thank you.
I confirm that answer up and report back.
Perfect. Thank you. Moving on to appropriations on page 485, under salaries, it appears that the salary line item is decreasing. Is that due to grant?
Through the chair, yes.
Thank you. Just wanted to confirm. And then why is there no longer an item occupational exam reimbursement?
Through the chair, I can't answer that, but we'll report back to you.
Thank you. And just a few questions with regard to personnel. What is the rationale behind the creation of a senior project manager?
An expansion of responsibilities, a significant expansion.
Thank you. And it looks like there was an increase by one of the senior special urban investigator.
Through the chair, we'll get back to you on that too.
Thank you. And it also looks like there are now two less special urban investigator positions. And was wondering what the impact on the department would be for that.
I think those two adjustments were related to one another.
Okay.
And it could be the case, and I've been reminded that we may have swapped the two for the one.
Okay.
But
If you
I
could
confirm that
follow up.
answer. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you. And then the senior indigent legal service data officer, it looks like is now a part-time position.
Correct. Through the chair.
Was there not enough work to justify full-time? Is that?
Through the chair, I can't speak to why it's a part-time position, but it is a part-time position and it's filled.
Okay. If maybe we could get an explanation on that as well, that would be great.
Through the chair, certainly.
And also a decrease by one in the clerk one positions.
Through the chair, the office clerk one vacancy was long-term, over 4.5 years vacant. So we chose to abolish that in the budget.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And I yield the floor. Thank you so much for your time.
Legislator Colby?
One follow-up question on this vacancy rate. What was the rate, did we, in the current year budget, did we budget a vacancy rate?
Through the chair, for which department are you?
This department right now that you refer to? You said 7%.
Public safety?
Public safety, yes.
All right, just hold 1 second and we'll get the answer for you. Through the chair, and for 2025, it was 5%.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? I have a question and a comment. My question is, I saw in the 2026 objectives, 100% school district compliance or participation with the Stop Arm program. Do you know how far along we are? How many districts we have signed up and how many are to go? It's 2? No, I meant like for total.
We currently have 5 that are active, and then we have pending contracts with 3 others. The most recent one is the city of Rochester. I'm sorry, through the chair, but you asked the question, so I don't know if I messed up or not. But the city of Rochester just came on board, and sad to say that they are in the hundreds per day right now.
Okay.
So this, and how many potentially could join is whatever the number of school districts there are, we'd be able to, work through a contract, but that certainly will be a heavy lift.
I saw one of the goals was to have 100% of school board participate or school district participation. Just wondering how far along that was. Sounds like if there's 20 or so districts, we're a little less than halfway there. Okay.
Well, through the chair, we should have 8 by January, February with the contractual agreements, and associated with that similar project, we need to have the appropriate staffing to be able to review these violations and ensure that the program is operating appropriately.
Got it.
But just as an example, the first day it was active in the city, we had 368 violations.
Wow. All right, thank you. And my comment is thank you to these public servants, legislators included, but for giving your time and your talent tonight and last night also. Thank you. Thank you for the good discussion amongst us and questions from our legislator colleagues. I appreciate it very much. Okay. The next item on the agenda is the approval of minutes. You have the October 27th, 2025 minutes before you. They'll stand approved unless the clerk is notified of any changes by the end of the day. The next item on the, yay. Yay. No, it's good. The next item on the agenda is new business, Mr. Clerk.
Mr. Chairman, I'd
Oh, yes, Legislator Maffucci.
like to motion that we move the agenda as one.
Okay, on a motion and a second. All those in favor, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Are there any other matters to come before this committee? There being no other matters, the November 25th, 2025 meeting of the Public Safety Committee stands adjourned. The next meeting of the Public Safety Committee will be Tuesday, December 16th at 5:30 p.m.